Yo, hello. What's
All
poppin'?
right, so we're starting off with Kali here.
Yes, sir.
I think I don't know. I think Kali's S plus for sure.
Yep, I think so
Um,
too.
I think that's kind of a given too. I don't really think there's much to explain on that one because the character's so old and she's been around since like the dawn of time and pretty much been good in duel since the dawn of time.
Yeah, I would agree.
Pretty simple one. Anubis, I think, is like actually super overrated. Like a lot of noobs think that he's really good, when in reality he's kind of just like a pub stompy. Like pretty much beats newer players, I would say.
Yeah, I'd probably put him in like A minus or B,
Hmm.
cause he does not.
Wait, you'd really put him that low?
Yeah, because he clears, and he has lifesteal. But now, if you're like, well, less people are playing him, but also if you play against him and he full combos you with like three ult, you don't even need the beads at level 5. You could literally just like the stun will wear out and you could jump away. Like there's some matchups that like he can't even do his old thing, which is like killing you off wrap, you know?
Yeah. Dude, I just got a message on Smite. Get after D&D.
But I think
Mm-mm.
he is worse than like even an average thing cuz also he has no buff confirm. So like I went against PBM like literally yesterday and he couldn't get a single buff because it's all tick damage, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I'd say he's still probably A at the lowest.
I would put
But
him A minus. You could see like what gods you put in A, but I would argue that he is worse than like all the gods you put in A probably, or like at the bottom of A, you know?
yeah, I mean, we'll see at the end. I definitely think a lot of this stuff is going to get moved. I guess that's also something we should probably mention. I think it's like, I mean, it's kind of a given with tier lists, but a lot of this stuff I think we should just kind of slam on here. And then at the end, we'll
It's,
probably revise it. And a lot of characters will probably be moved up a
yeah,
tier or two.
it's
I
super
doubt
relevant.
anyone's going to, yeah, I doubt anyone's going to like jump super high, but people are probably going to get moved around a fair bit here.
Yep, yep. All right,
So yeah, I'm just going to put them A for now.
sure. I'll put him A too. Odin. What do you think of Odin?
I think Odin is like a character that I want to see succeed and like has potential with like the auto attack, the stem on his three, but realistically he's not good at all.
I would put him
Um,
like A plus probably.
you think you would put Anubis an A minus, but Odin an A plus? I mean,
Yes,
honestly,
easily because he could auto attack. Every auto attacker in this
yeah,
meta is just higher. And okay, like trapping someone with your ult, like some matchups inherently, like let's say you trap someone and then you just like start fighting them and their power is lower and they can't lifesteal in there, so technically you don't even need to build like anti-heal that much, you know? You just trap someone and kill someone. I put him A plus.
yeah. I mean, I think in like in a good player's hands, I definitely think Odin's a lot better. Like the problem with these is like, are we debating?
Good
Are we
players.
looking at them? Yeah, are we looking at them from the average point of view or the good POV?
I think the good POV. That's why I put Anubis so
Yeah,
low, because Anubis shouldn't be getting a buff, and Anubis doesn't force your relics anymore because he can't kill you. Like I literally tanked an entire Anubis 3-1 ult with like Erlang and didn't die. So
yeah,
I just know the character is like bad against good players, but not everyone is like as experienced against Anubis.
yeah. I think that's the problem. Is like I go back and forth between looking at like the, you know, how the gods should be played versus how in reality, and also like characters like Anubis. I let people like from the stream from Twitch, like make my opinion biased basically because everyone says he's good, but in reality, I don't think that character should ever do well at the top level of Smite. Like if you just know your opponent's going Anubis, you just have
Yeah,
like 40 options.
yeah,
But
exactly.
anyways, about Odin though, yeah, I don't know. I think especially like I think if I was Odin into an Anubis, I think I would definitely win, especially mid late. So yeah, that makes sense. Why is
Yes,
he's
sir.
higher?
Yes, sir.
Ymir. I think he's probably. I mean, he can't be that much better than Anubis, right? Like he's got to be similar, somewhat. Because like I'm thinking about the good player kind of thing. Like I feel like Ymir is very predictable, and even if you're against a really, really good player like Rainian, for example. I mean, everyone remembers Rainian, the Ymir player. Like, even him, like he was one of the better, if not the best, Ymirs in Duel, and even he lost like so many matchups because Ymir just can't cut it. Like, he's really predictable, and the only thing that
Yeah,
makes him, I think, like he relies on like horrific and blink to like make him less predictable.
I think the fact that he stands still when he casts three of his abilities is really bad because there's counterplay to someone standing still. But I know Ymir is crazy at boxing melees because Mannequins is super good and
Yeah,
Hecate. So like
yeah,
I could see his matchups into Warriors being good, but a lot of the Hunters with like jumps, if you play it right, like he just has no kill potential because you just jump over the wall or like kite him. So I think he's a very matchup based. Like in some matchups, I've seen him look like an S tier character. Like holy shit, like I cannot box this Ymir. This matchup feels impossible, right? But then I've also
yeah,
seen him look like a Guardian in Duel. So I'd probably put him in A because of that.
yeah. That's where I put him.
Yeah.
Zeus. Honestly, I really don't know. To be honest, this character, my first impressions is he's bad, obviously, but he does have a lot of damage, and has decent boxing potential with things like mannequins and stuff.
Yeah.
So like, I think he's not great, but he's also not bad. Like, oh, he's a lot better than he first seems.
Yeah.
He's got to be like, I would assume he's probably near Anubis and Ymir, maybe under them though.
No,
I don't
no, no,
know.
no, no. It's
I don't know. Maybe not because of mannequins. Like, I feel like
yeah.
mannequins is really strong.
Yeah, I think so his early game is super good because of mannequins and he could box, but the problem you have with Zeus is like you can't outbox a hunter late game and you don't have CC for yourself. And some warriors can run you down, like Osiris and stuff. But I feel like with the new movement speed thing, he's like A plus, maybe S minus. But like I haven't
I'm gonna put
tested
him
him
A
enough.
plus.
Yeah, I'd put him A plus. But I feel like him getting the movement speed of throwing the tune down is really good. But then it got nerfed a little bit, right? So I'd probably put him A plus for now. Seems fair.
Already. Hun Batz. I actually really like Hun Batz. I think that character has a lot of potential, and in reality, he doesn't really perform that well. Like, at least when I try him and I see other streamers and stuff try him, he doesn't really do super hot usually. But like, I think that character actually has a lot of potential. I don't know. I think he's better than A plus.
Yeah, I
Or
think he's
well,
S minus.
yeah, I was gonna say if he's not better than A plus, he's definitely in A plus, like minimum.
I think because of Bumbus, he's S minus, and if you can get him there, he could honestly beat some S tiers because like an Anhur is supposed to beat him, but there is a chance you can win because of Bumbas, you know?
Yeah.
Like it just makes some impossible matchups kind of possible. Or like Poseidon, I could just see you like ulting a Poseidon, getting his beads. He doesn't have beads next time, you just ult him and kill him next time, you know?
Yeah,
So
I think Hun Batz is really good. I like Hun Batz.
yeah, I will put him in S minus.
Hebo. Now this is a character that like I feel like everyone always thinks I'm wrong about. Like, I always say this character is OP, and then I play him once and I fail miserably, and then I immediately move him down a tier. I feel like most other people would say this character has like above and beyond potential, like S plus easily. But I would argue that a lot of the times I feel like he doesn't seem S plus and he's more like S. But I think it really just depends on the player. And if we're looking at like perfect play kind of thing, like if you're thinking like the best Hebo player playing Hebo, he probably is S plus. But I
Yeah,
don't know. Mages and Duel also feel kind of weird right now with I don't know. I guess Bumba's Hebo is really good, but do people really go Bumba's Hebo? I don't know. I don't see Hebo very often, but I don't really see them go Bumbas ever. So it's hard to say.
I think he's really strong, but his like his Bancroft spike is nuts, or like his first item spike is nuts because he does so much damage. But now that they made everyone tankier, you can't ever one shot anymore. So like I could just tank a 1-3 ult 1 from a Hebo and probably not die unless you have like full Bancroft passive or something. So I think
Yeah,
hunters in general, like Skadi beats him of course. On her could just literally, if you're good on her, you could just jump on him off cooldown. Um, AMC could pressure him. Like all these like hunters, I feel like could just like they
Yeah.
have such a large window to get a commanding lead early game that he doesn't even get to his late game. So I would put him in like S tier or S minus because of that.
Yeah, that's. I think a lot of people rate that character to be S plus, and it's kind of like stayed that way for a long time. Like I think people are hard stuck on their opinions on that, and he did get a buff with his 3, and I think he has the potential to be S plus, like in a perfect situation. But more often than not, he's just not. Like I think he probably leans more towards S minus than he does S plus, to be honest. So,
Yeah, I would put him in
um,
S though, because he's
yeah,
definitely should be better than Hun Batz, you know?
yeah, I'm leaving him an S for now. All
Yep.
right, Hades. This god's terrible. I mean, I just don't really see why anyone should be banning Hades, to be honest. I don't know. I think this is his worst map by far. But that being said, he's Hades, man. You go Bumbas, you smack people around. Even if you wanted to, you could even go Mannequins Hades and probably have a fine time, with the exception of losing certain specific matchups late game that you might have lost anyways. But you only really get out of them with Bumbas cheese. I'd say he's probably S plus. I don't really think he goes below that, but I'd have to see how many characters are in it at the end.
So you think he's Kali level?
Um, I think he loses to Kali, but he's Kali level as far as oppressiveness. Like, there's a ton of matchups where once the Hades gets Bumbas, you kind of just instantly lose, and that's exactly how Kali late game feels. So yeah, to me they're similar, but I think in like a competitive play, like say a tournament or something, Kali's definitely better though.
Do you
I don't know. Like I
think
said,
What do you
I
think
think
of
he could.
him against like other Bumbus characters, like like Poseidon, Kronos? Like, would he beat the other top tier
Um,
Bumbus characters?
Well, it's hard to say. It's hard to say for me because I'm biased, obviously. Like I've played a lot of good players in those matchups, and usually I win. But the thing is they're always incredibly hard, and also I've lost a decent amount of them too, especially to Kronos. So maybe he's not as good. I don't think he's as good as Bumba abusing as Kronos and Poseidon. No, I don't think so.
Okay, but he still
Mm,
can get there because his early game's super solid, right?
yeah,
Yeah, I'd
yeah.
put
Like
him.
also the fact that he can one shot all the buffs is just kind of silly. And this is his worst map for doing that because kind of just staring at each other and it's really predictable, but he's still good at it. I don't know. I
What do you think
think
about
he might be
Hebo?
S.
Because Hebo with Bumbus is pretty good too. Do you think he would beat Hebo with Bumbus?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But it's hard to say because I've never played that matchup to be honest. So
Yeah, there's not a lot of Hebo players. Uh,
yeah, and also they don't get to late game, like they don't get to 20, or they don't buy Bumbas.
I mean, you would know Hades more than I do, but I'm okay with putting him in S plus because it feels like he could bait your beads with his ult, and then if you don't have beads, he could just bumbas to his like fear. So like characters like AMC and Skadi, I could see him beating, and like Vulcan and stuff. So like I'm fine with putting him in S plus.
Yeah, yeah. I think usually, generally speaking, matchups like Scotty and AMC are terrifying for Hades because they do so much damage. But like them being scary, like it's hard to go in sometimes. Doesn't mean you inherently lose that. Like I think it just requires more strategy. And if you play correctly, you should be able to bait. You should be able to bait relics, like you said, and then get out, and then abuse the fact that their relics are down. And even if you had to pop your relics in the process, I think
It's more
Hades with
worth.
Bumbas Hades with Bumbas with no relics beats AMC and Scotty Lee with no relics. Like, there's just no way.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's accurate. I like that. All right.
Kukulkan. I mean, this guy's kind of a slammer. I like Kukulkan, but he's not amazing. I think like it depends. It's super matchup dependent because like there are certain little matchups where I think that character actually seems a lot better than he is. He's just a slippery little goose, but generally speaking, I think he's worse than Odin. Like
Better.
generally better, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he's A minus. I mean, I'd beat up a Kukulkan with Ymir. So yeah, I think he's definitely
I th-
lower than that.
I think he's A minus just because his damage is hard to confirm. Like he has his one, but his ult is hard to confirm if someone has a jump. So I feel like you could just take buffs from him,
Hmm.
and you could kind of just quote unquote PVE him. Because I've played games where like he's hard to kill, But you don't even need to kill him to win the game. You could just take BDK and then like take his tower and then take his Phoenix and win.
Yeah. Like the saddest part is when okay, so they take your Phoenix and you're fighting fire minions. Okay, so you put your tornado on the fire minions. The player walks around the tornado, starts going on your Titan, and your response to them is to hit them with your Zephyr or Squall, whatever it's called nowadays. You hit them with your one, and then try to ult them. And the ult's
Yeah.
really easy because you see it coming. So you're gonna avoid the ult. So that means there's no tornado, there's no ult. His two doesn't do damage. So basically, to defend the
You have a
Titan, this guy's
poly
just
one.
shooting him with your. You're just shooting him with your one like that.
Yeah.
That feels terrible.
Yeah.
Unless you are going to land that ult every time, his Titan defense is not good. Like, and I feel like that's surprising for like some newer player. I feel like a lot of people would probably say he's like the Turtle King. You know, you just throw tornado. What are they gonna do? Well, like I think tornado won't kill the fire minions fast enough. And even if they do, even if it does, it doesn't matter. You just walk in and kill his Titan. Like you don't even need the minions particularly.
Yeah, Titan doesn't do enough damage. But yeah,
Um,
I put him A minus because he's better than Guardians. There's some Guardians.
Yeah, and also, like, I mean, I guess I kind of already touched on it, but like that tornado is also not going to clear the fire brutes. Like, unless you're wanting them, that is not going to kill the fire brutes, especially
Yeah.
if they just walk through it
He
and they're not
also,
sitting in it.
I guess he would Bumba's abuse because he can't mannequin abuse. So you're playing for late at that point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
best that time.
best that time.
Uh, I think this character is kind of cracked for the simple fact that Um, she doesn't even need to mannequins or Bumba abuse. You can. She's kind of like Tsukiyomi and Ullr in the sense of like, you definitely
Bluestone.
could. You could do those other things if you wanted to, but you're probably better off just going Bluestone because it has a 10 times better early game, and also its late isn't even bad either. Like Bluestone Bastet can actually just shred you. Like there's been plenty of games where I'm playing like a really high tier character, but it doesn't inherently like just do super well against Bastet. But I'm a high tier character, so I'm feeling good and I'm probably going mannequins or bumbas, like just expecting to win. And this Bluestone Bastet just combos me once, and I'm like 50% health, if not lower. And then I know I'm in that threshold where if she combos me again, I'm going to die or have to pop a relic. So, like, I think generally that character is looked at a little bit maybe as a meme, maybe to some people, but she's really good, actually, like, really, really good. So
Yeah.
I threw her an S, like, as an initial, like, boom, there we go. Um, I could see S minus as well, but I think she's got to be S or S minus.
Yeah, I was hovering S or S minus. Like she doesn't auto attack, but she does a lot of damage, and it's hard to trade her. And now she's also a beads bait character too, because
Yeah,
she if you don't have beads or CC immunity, then you're kind of dead. I still think
yeah,
she loses to like on her and like top tiers like Yi, but you can make it super fucking annoying for some characters, especially like Oleron. I feel like because you could just poke him with your 1-3-2, and he has no amount of damage that Oleron could like put back, can like evenly trade.
yeah.
So I think she has a lot of good matchups into top tiers. So I put her in S tier, and she's like her cat can body block Ullr or just like weird interactions like
And
that
it
is just
slows. That's so
yeah.
weird. Why does it slow,
It
dude?
roots, slows. You can confirm your ult. I,
And you're
I,
really right about that beads thing, because that feels terrible. Because like other characters do it too, like Heimdall, like where they force you to go beads, and so you can go shell against their beads and kind of out trade. But the difference between Heimdall and Bastet is Heimdall can play aggressive, but he can't always actually insert himself in there. Like Bastet can go on you at any time, no matter what. So like the whole not having shell thing, I feel like she abuses it really well because she can kind of jump on you whenever she wants to do damage to you whenever she wants, and it feels bad because you're either the guy who's going to cleanse her ult or you're the guy who doesn't have shell and you just die to her damage. Like either way, it feels bad.
mm-hmm. I would agree. She's kind of like Hun Batz, but she doesn't have to Bumba's abuse, and I think she's like more slippery because she could jump forward, back, and I think her chase is also crazy because I remember one time I was like running away with Ullr, and she was on my ass, and I'm like, bro, I have a 40% movement speed stem, but she has
Hmm.
like Bastet 1 and the slow in her 3. It's just crazy. So I actually think she has a chance to beat Ullr. I'm not kidding. So I think you could, I don't know. It sounds crazy, but I feel like there's an argument you could kind of put her in S plus, but that just sounds crazy. But I haven't played against enough good Bastets, so I can't
Hmm.
say for sure.
Yeah, what gets me about her one, especially, is the movement speed on it. I feel like it's so unnecessary. I don't know. It's like she already has such a good escape slash like movement tool, and they're just like, what if we just added to it then? Like, it's like if they took Chernobog ult and they were like, but like, what if he could just do it twice? Like, you could just go to solo lane and then go back to do it. Like, they just added to what was already an insane ability. I don't know.
Yeah,
So
I
I think
think
that character's lit.
25% movement speed's crazy, and her 3 being at 25% slow. It's kind of nuts. So I'll put her in S for now, but I think she's like hovering to like bottom of S plus.
Also, her three, I'm gonna check on Smite right now, actually. I
I
feel
just
like her
did.
three has such a low cooldown, is what I was gonna say. Like, at 12 seconds, like, it doesn't seem like that. I guess with full cooldown, it's a lot different. But, dude, it seems like, well, I guess with full cooldown, it probably is like around 8 or something,
Yeah, it's
right?
like 8. By the time you're done casting your other abilities, it has like a 3-second downtime or something.
Yeah, that's insane. Like,
Cause
every time I go against the Bastet, I just feel like she cats me, jumps in, runs away, and then I have like a 3 second window to abuse her, and then I'm getting catted again.
yeah, that's pretty nuts.
It doesn't feel good at all.
All right. Ra.
Raw.
Think he is the same thing as Kukulkan. His ult's like easy to dodge. His 3 is super annoying because it gives him prots. But I think it's like the same thing as Kukulkan. Maybe you could put him in A.
Um, I'm trying to think. I feel like Anubis and Ymir would fry Ra. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, Ra's the slow mute against those characters, but like, is that really anything? Like, I feel like he's still gonna die. So I
I
feel
don't.
like he's in the same boat as Kukulkan,
Yeah, he doesn't
or
have
it's just a
enough
similar one.
damage, like confirmable
Yeah.
damage.
And then like if the same thing with the Kukulkan argument, where like when the fire creeps are pouring in, you throw your 3-1 or maybe 2-1, whatever. You use your main abilities on the wave, and then pretty much all you have to defend is like one ability, if that, and your ult. And your ult's very easy to avoid. So it just kind of feels bad to defend as well. I don't know.
Mhm. Mhm. Uh,
Arachne. I think this character is actually pretty good. Like her early game is bad because she can't clear, and it got even worse with the Golden Blade nerf. Although it's not a huge nerf, but a nerf. And so I think she's a very abusable character. Like she's kind of like in the same boat as Kali, where it's like she has a really bad early as far as wave clear and whatnot goes, but she scales really well. It's like I almost want to say she's just budget Kali in the
yeah.
sense of she just does terrible early and great late, but she has an even worse early, I would argue, than Kali does. Kali has better clear, and Kali has a way better late. So she's not a Kali, but like that's the most similar guy I can compare her to. Top of my head.
Yeah. Um, I
I
think
think we're in S minus first reaction, but it could be. I could also see the argument for. I don't know. I feel like she's better than Hun Batz. I feel like once you get online, she's a really good boxer.
well, I put her S minus because her buff, like she doesn't have much to confirm the buff. It's just like auto damage kind of.
Yeah.
And she has weird matchups. Like one thing about Smite Duel, if you want to win as many games as possible, you want like less weird matchups. That's why like gods like Ullr are so high tier. But like I've lost to like Neiths as Arachne, and I know I'm not like an Arachne player, but like it's just like weird early game gods that have a chance of just taking over. Like I don't know. You could put a lot of hunters just because like I think Neith like Ho Yi on her. Like Ho Yi is not even crazy early, but he's just hard to beat. But I feel like there's just a lot of hunters that could just clear the wave and do a buff or like just out control you. But I think her late is super nuts. So I don't know where I'd put
Yeah.
her. I have her
I
in
agree with
S
that.
minus.
I agree with that completely because I played actually a couple like Arachne versus Soul matchups, and when I say Soul, I mean like Soul mains. Like these guys run it down early game, have like 10 stars on Soul, and I've played that matchup a couple times recently, and I won each time versus the Soul. But like it's basically torture. Like you basically have to just back every 2 seconds in order to sustain your HP because your early game's just so utterly terrible against characters like Mannequin Soul and stuff. So it's like I want to say she's amazing because like I beat a soul from like a big gold deficit,
Yeah.
and whatnot. But also, she's terrible because I had a miserable time for the first like 15 minutes just trying to survive until then. So it's kind of like it's a hit or miss thing, and that's why I think like you're right and I'm right, like that she can't really be rated incredibly highly because she has such weird and terrible like times. Even if it's not a bad matchup, it just doesn't feel good. And you
Yeah.
can't rate a character highly if they don't feel good, like in a lot of situations.
It's the
So
same
I don't know.
thing. It's the same thing as like she should beat AMC, but I lost to Riley's Hawkins AMC because he just shoved his towers under or waves under my
Yeah.
tower, and he just like pushed every tower. He didn't even need to get my blue buff because all he did was push a wave, get red, push a wave, hit tower, push a wave, hit tower. And if I go to clear archers, then I just take too much damage and I have to like keep backing. So it's just
Yeah.
super annoying, but like late game, there's no way an AMC stands a chance into like Arachne. But it's just like getting theirs requires like perfect play, and I don't know, it's not fun.
Yeah, that's my problem. It's just like it's because I don't know because the standard Arachne game is basically just suffering until late game and then insta winning depending on the matchup obviously, but insta winning against like average characters. And so like that could go one of two ways. Like I was saying though, does that make her a terrible character because she suffers a lot, or does it make her a good character because her late is so good? And I think the best way to sum it up is what I was saying in the beginning is she's just Kali but way worse. Like she has like
Yeah,
she has an even worse like early game as far as clear and stuff is concerned, and just doesn't scale as well. So it's like I think she's good, but it's just not, she's not S plus or S. Like she's got to be like at the very very top of A plus or like the bottom of S minus.
I would put her in S minus because I don't think you want volatile matchups, and like, but it's weird because the new patch maybe changes stuff because her having more HP and more prots maybe
Hmm.
helps her sustain more. Because she likes sustained fights because of her heal and her
Yeah.
stun. So I think for now it's like S minus, S tier. I mean, I think she'll still lose to a lot of the top tier characters though.
Well, I think she
Like,
would lose to Bastet and Heba. To be
e-
honest, the characters in S right now.
yeah, and I think she would lose to a lot of hunters. Like, even if you get her late is like her best part. But let's say you get her late, like she'll beat like Medusa, but like I feel like she'll lose to certain characters like Hou on her still, probably like maybe even CERN, just because one CERN can snowball, but his ult and like just shell and his passive, I could see her still losing that. I don't know,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'd put her in S minus for now.
She's just a hit or miss character that has that when she hits, it's really good. Like she feels unstoppable, but then other times she feels very, very, very stoppable.
Do you know how she's
like
into melees like Alma and Osiris and Erlang?
I think generally she does well. Like she's a really good boxer. Like I think she still loses to like she obviously still loses to Kali late. She loses the Nim matchup. Or actually, wait,
She
no,
could
yeah, she
stun the
loses the
three, but I guess
uh
Nem could just beads and auto her down.
well, you can't stun the three without because the thing is you're still doing three autos, so you're gonna get majority of that shield down by the time you stun it, if not all of the shield, to be honest.
So you
Uh,
just start the fight with Nem 3 up.
yeah, pretty much. Like, I think she loses to like the tippy top boxers, but she's right behind them. Like, I think she probably loses to Kali, Nemesis, Bologna, but like, there's an argument to be made that she's a good boxer against like pretty much everyone else. Like, she might be Erlong. I haven't tested it. She
Erlang
might be
1.
Erlong, and
Yeah.
in right circumstances, she might box with Mercury and stuff. Like, I think she's one of the top boxers, but she's not in the top three. She's more like a top five, top like seven or something boxer. So I think she does well into melees, honestly. But like, there's one god you mentioned that kind of scared me a little bit. I don't know how she would do it to Osiris, to be honest. That could go either way. I think he might just squish her, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think early game he squishes her, but I think cause like if he tethers, she could just 3 and she threes away and she's slow immune. And then she has a stun for his stun. And then she also has ult. And I feel like her ult is super good because even like in the Nem matchup, let's say Nem like threes, she twos,
Hmm.
Nem is gonna win that trade in the beginning, and then Nem ults, and then she ults. But then if you're talking about no ults, I feel like an Arachne with no ult versus a Nem with no ults, the Arachne is actually pretty solid because the heal,
Yeah.
the 3, the 2, and the passive, and I think like stuns are like a stun is more OP than like a Nem 3 if you're boxing
Right.
like straight up, because like that's like a whole second of me hitting you and you're not hitting me, you know?
Well, my
So
only problem with that is you're not considering the passives though too. You're only considering abilities. Nim passive is like quite literally 20 times better than Arachne passive.
yeah,
Like
yeah. It's
it's
just a
not even
better,
close.
yeah. It's
It's
made
not
for
even close.
boxing. Yeah, it's made.
So it's like I think you're right. There might be some wiggle room there as far as the kits are concerned. And honestly, I'm not even fully, I don't know this matchup perfectly, so I could just be wrong. Arachne might actually just beat Nem, but I think Nem still just wins and outboxes just off of just off the passive, bro. Like even if Arachne abilities are a little bit better at certain points of the game potentially, like there's no doubt that Nem passive is just better. So I think Nemesis definitely outboxes at pretty much most stages of the game. But I don't know. I haven't played that matchup enough to really know for sure to like say anyone would
Mm,
be like super wrong about that.
mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, hell.
Uh, Hell, and we were actually just talking about this. I don't think that character. I'm like super biased because honestly, this is a god that like when I first started playing Duel a lot in 2019. Like I played before, but it was just like here and there, like barely at all. 2019 is when I started grinding, and I played a ton of Hell. She's still my like sub badges and stuff on Twitch, and I love that character. And I actually thought she was OP, but then I lost about 700 games to about 700 different characters. Like the amount of Skadis, pretty much every top tier hunter you can think of, I lost to as hell. Pretty much every top tier melee and even some budget ones, I lost to as hell. Like I've just lost so many games that to the point where I'm so biased, I might just like I'm the type of guy to throw her an A minus because I hate her. But realistically, I think unbiased. If I can be unbiased, I think she's probably A plus. That's my initial
Yeah,
attempt at being unbiased.
I'm
It's
not
like I want to put her
sure.
higher because she can snowball. Is the thing. She definitely can snowball.
I'm not sure where I'd put her because I feel like mages are so hard because she's better than Anubis, right?
Yeah.
But she has so many matchups that are just like that feel impossible. Like I don't think can you do anything into like a Mercury? I feel like he just ults you
No.
and he's slow immune. And then there's
You do
characters
nothing.
like Susano that just like pull you, ult you, 3 you, and it's just too much damage for you to like trade because he just
Yeah.
has too much
Unless you're
damage.
super far ahead, which you really shouldn't be.
You
Like
should,
that's the
yeah.
thing.
And then you have like what? You have like Osiris, that's a given. You said hunters. I feel like some warriors, like top tier warriors. And then there's like Fenrir, like weird assassins, like Pele, like Pele. No one picks Pele, but let's say like Jesse just loads on after work and is like, Pele looks fun. I like this new skin that she got, and then you just get fucked because they decided to
Yeah.
play Pele.
No, it's funny you mentioned Pele because I mean I guess it's not that because I've only played it once or twice, but I actually lost a really long time ago when I was in my Hell prime. Like I loved Hell and I was really good at landing the ones too. I actually lost to a Pele, and the player I lost to was not a dual player, and also like he's just a weirdo, bro. Like like we're friends. I'm not gonna name drop him, but the point is he's not a dual main, and I should not have been losing to him, and I
Yeah,
lost miserably as Hell versus Pele, like
uh,
twice, I think, even.
there's no
And so, yeah,
options. You have no options. Even like I tried playing Hell the other day too. I played against a Cleo and it's like, dude, you would think I could just speed away from her. Like I cleansed every silence, like it was all good, right? I tried juking the twos, but the Cleo 3 was up so often that I physically could not get away from the Cleo. And she just went double D and I was like, "Oh, okay, like maybe she'll do less damage." She still did my full health bar. Like it's
yeah, yeah.
impossible.
I noticed that a lot too, actually. Like when I play Hell, the matchups that I stood a chance in winning, and I was like, there was a pretty competitive match. Just went obsolete the second they got double defense because it's like their damage when they build double D doesn't suffer that much, only a bit. But my damage suffers a lot, dude. Like because in
Even
a
if you
lot
have
of
Soul Reaver.
matchups, yeah, in a lot of matchups, Hell's only self peel is actually to like damage them. It's kind of like the Ares thing of like damage is peel. Like the only way to really appeal for yourself sometimes is to do so much damage that they want to back off and they want to run away. And if you can't do that initial damage to make them run, if you use 3 abilities and say you get lucky and like you have 1 or 2 more come back up, you use 5 abilities on someone and they're still like
Half
half HP or
out.
more,
Yeah.
then you can't self peel that way. Like it just doesn't work. And honestly, and I'm looking at these A plus characters, and again, this could be the bias I'm talking about, but bro, I would beat up a hell so easily with Hun Batz and Odin. Like,
Yeah, just Odin ults, like, yeah. Or like
but then,
even Zeus kind of, because I feel like if she like, ever tries to step up to like health 3, you just Zeus 2-1 and she's taking like all of her health. Or like you could mannequins abuse and you could literally just like auto her, and kill her.
yeah,
And
shoot,
isn't Zeus 2 like, is it slow mu now or is it just movement speed?
it's just movement speed. I think. I don't think he's slow me.
Let me check that.
I
Smite
do not
Zeus.
think so.
But yeah, it's just obviously that's just 2 matchups we have in A plus, but it's still like a thing.
Yeah. It's like I think she's a weird one because, and I don't think that this is going to be a reoccurring thing that much. But she's super weird. I think because it's like I want to say just looking at the character herself, there's no way she can be lower than A plus. She has such good snowball potential. But at the same time, when I look at the characters in the matchups, like of A plus, even if we add some more, I feel like she's going to be weird because it's like I don't want to rate her lower, but she still can lose to the people in her tier. Like it's so. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, it's
It's weird.
bad.
It's hard. It's a hard one to place. I think like it's really really hard to place.
It's not a good
It,
hell meta right now.
it's just RNG, bro. Like it's matchup dependent, and the sad part is more often than not, RNG is not going to be on your side. Like I say, it's matchup dependent, like which implies like it's 50-50, but I feel like it's not even 50-50. Like it's lower than that. It's
Yeah.
much lower than that.
Well, it's weird. There's just so many like bad like I feel like if I pick Daji and I just like 3-1-2 you would be hurting. I could just auto you
Yeah.
down. Or like uh what's the other character that I'm looking at? Um, like Serqet or Alposh. Like no one plays those characters, but if I decide one day to log on as Alposh or like Serqet, you're just not gonna have fun for some reason. I don't know. Or like Ravana. I guess more people are playing that character. I just root you, one you, maybe ult.
Wait, I'm sorry. I took my head. Can you hear this freaking weed whacker in the background?
Uh, no, I can't.
Like, I mean, when I'm talking, I mean, because my mic doesn't light up when I'm not talking.
No, 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 I can't.
Hopefully they'll quit soon, but yeah, I can hear this weed wreck. So I took my headset off. Did you move on to Vamana?
Yeah, yeah, Vamana now.
I think he's like, if we're talking like PvP and like tournament based, I feel like he's low tier and probably like A plus because he's really easy to counter. But like when it comes to just ranked and people picking random stuff and also not knowing how to counter him, he's definitely higher than that. He's got to be like S minus or something because of his PVE potential. Like Oboe and stuff, he's really good at going Transcendence Oboe and he can kill your Titan really, really quickly.
I think um like one thing about this character is you said like PvP wise he's kind of low, and I think it's weird. So like some matchups like he can't ever kill you because you could just jump over the wall, and like then you're just a Vamana who's ulting and I'm nowhere near
Yeah.
you. But the thing is like he has really good poke and he has really good trading kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So what I noticed like it's a match it's one, it's a matchup thing, and two, it's a gameplay thing. So like mid game, you could do a quote unquote like damage test as a ADC. Like how much damage do I do? Can I fight this guy? Like let's say you have 4 items, and more often than not, you can't because he just does more damage and he's tankier. So you end up getting poked out, and then you have to back, and then that's when he gets the BDK, and then that's when he takes your Phoenix, and then he could just like take your Titan, right? I think level 20, I don't think he's like beating a hunter usually, right? Like maybe like a Medusa or like dash characters are definitely worse into him, but I would probably I don't know, man. I feel weird cuz I feel like a good Vamanic player can make him look like an S minus or an S tier.
Yeah, yeah, I'm biased in that way too because I feel like people ask me, they say like, how good is Vamana, and I think back to like losing to Yi players all the time and saying like, and my first thought is like, well, Vamana sucks against good players, but realistically, I've also beaten a lot of good players on those top tier characters that back then I probably should have been banning, to be honest, but I was just stubborn and didn't know yet. Um, I would actually win as Vamana versus a lot of top tier, even the ones with jumps and matchups. Like I shouldn't be winning, and yeah, obviously, like I played well. I'm the go me. But like also, it's just like it just shows the character has potential, right? Even in losing matchups, he can kind of like
Weasel
annoy you
out.
to death. He can annoy you to death, or he can play the map really well, kind of thing.
Yeah. Do you think he
So,
beats Skadi?
um, yeah, I think he beats Scotty if
Do you
played
think
properly. Yeah.
do you think he beats like AMC?
Mm, yes, if played correctly, yes. But well, no, I don't know because I feel like AMC can just late game. He can just stand his ground and onk. But at the same time, I feel like I haven't tested the whole going like 3.5 defense item thing. Then like I feel like that's what a lot of mono players do, and that's how they get away with it. Is they just go like so much defense that onk doesn't counter them. But I don't think that works, bro. Like I don't know.
I
I
think
feel,
the thing
but I
that's
feel like you could
stopping
just play the
him,
map though.
the thing that's stopping him is like I think no, okay. So you have a top tier character, right? Like Vamana, who's like on the
Yeah,
verge. Now when you're trying to play this character, no one ever bans this character. So the
yeah.
luxury you have of this character that's almost a top tier is you could ban characters that are like top tier that beat you, but you don't like the matchup. So for instance, like you would ban Kali, you would ban Ullr, Hou on her, right? But like
hmm
then at that point it's like you knowing your matchup. Like, do you beat Poseidon? If yes, then don't ban him. Like, if you beat Baka, don't ban him. Like, there's things you don't have to ban. Like, I'm a hunter player, so I ban Skadi every game. I ban Bellona every game, you know? But like, if you're a Vamana player and you know you beat Skadi, you have the luxury of not banning Skadi, knowing the matchup, and like having probably an easier time like winning, you know? And you
Yeah, that
also
is one thing that I feel like people don't abuse is some like lower tier characters can actually beat AMC and Scotty, and everyone like 90% of people pick AMC and Scotty if it's open. So you can almost just set yourself up for perfect matchups every time if you know if you main a certain character, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, and also like I think Oleron is like people think he's like crazy good in OP, and I think he's strong, but doesn't Vamana like also just ult and like you just destroy him because you can just stand in
Yeah.
Oleron ult?
I
Yeah,
think Oleron would be super annoying to face in the early game because he's just pelting you with mannequins and whatnot. But realistically, like that's all it is it's an annoyance that you just have to play around. And realistically, when you ult trade, you should just win every time.
yeah. So I
Um,
I would put him on like bottom of S or like near like S minus. So I'll put him in S minus for now. I don't know what
yeah,
you think.
I'm gonna put him in front of Arachne. Not that these are even gonna be in order, anyways. But I really do think Arachne's like a bottom S minus character.
Yeah, for
Uh,
sure.
I don't I don't think she's amazing, but she deserves to be there probably.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, she could probably beat like Vamana, right? You just
Yeah.
like yeah, you just auto him. And ult when he
Yeah.
ults. Um, all right,
Bug.
Agni.
Um. Well, let's
A.
see. Yeah. Oh, oops.
He stands still for every ult, and then you could also dodge his ults. So
Yeah, but he's got it. Oh, my alarm. He's got to be better than A minus. Like, there's no way he could beat those mages so easily, and probably has a lot better matchups.
yeah, I just
Um.
think he doesn't mannequins abuse crazy. He doesn't Bumbas abuse crazy, and stands still when he ults, so he feels super inty. Because if you're a warrior player, it's like, am I gonna take 3 bumps to the face? Will I be okay? And then more often than not, you will be okay. And I feel like you could just auto trade the Agni while he's doing that. You know?
Yeah.
So
I
yeah.
do like Mannequin Hidden Blade a decent amount on that character. Just thought I'd mention that because no one really goes Hidden Blade very often in a lot of matchups. But I actually do. I think he's a pretty decent Hidden Blade character, but not amazing. I played it. I did it once versus a Tsukiyomi, and I made that matchup pretty competitive, which I think is impressive considering Tsukiyomi should just be Agni. But I
Yeah.
made it kind of competitive, literally just by running away and wanting him with mannequins, and mannequins hidden blade would proc him every 5 seconds for like 300. And like,
Sheesh.
so like, I'm just trying to say, hidden. There is some hidden blade potential, but you're right, he doesn't exactly do it well necessarily. It's just like, it's there. It's something you could do, but realistically, any character in the whole game with ranged poke could technically be a hidden blade character, I suppose. So
That
not
is
really
true.
too much to mention there. Yeah, I think A is fine because there's no way I'm taking Agni into like Hun Batz, but I would take him into the other characters similar.
Yep.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, I think
Sobek.
it's good. Sobek. Sobek's a surprising one, I think, for me. 'Cause it's like, because when you look at him like as a Joust character, or even like a Conquest character, he's just like this alpha dude who just runs in, and everybody's like, he does so much damage, and he does do a lot of damage, but
You
his
get
his
one
ult did
defense
get
item.
his ult did get nerfed and whatnot. And like, I understand we're talking about a guardian here, but like, what I'm talking about for a guardian, like comparatively to other guardians, I would expect him to be like top tier because everybody hates him so much. He does so much damage. But honestly, I think he's kind of underwhelming. Like, even for a guardian, like I think the other guardians are better than him, to be honest, by a fair amount. Like, I don't think he stands a chance versus Ymir.
Yeah, I think
Um,
he's good at like threeing and running away, like 3-2. But like the problem is, I think his ult takes too long, so hunters can auto him. You could Aegis at the end, you could jump over it, and I think it's just too hard. And for that
yeah.
reason, he can't be top tier or even mid tier.
So like, I think he's A minus best case scenario, but even then I think he's probably just lower than that. I think he's probably
Yeah,
just like B.
I put him in B. I mean,
Are we using C and D, by the way?
nah, I think we just put every guardian in B. To be honest,
All right,
I
I'm
I don't
just gonna
I don't
cancel my description.
I don't feel like
Okay.
arguing like Sobek's better than Ganesh because Sobek has more poke
Yeah.
and better buff than Ganesh, or like they're all just bad and you shouldn't pick the guardians. Anything
Yeah,
under
that argument's kind of irrelevant. It really is.
Yeah, that's why
Um,
when I made my last tier list, I put like all the bottom tiers in like one tier. I was like, if you're not looking to win if you're picking these characters.
yeah, like part of me wants to say we should just go ahead and slam all the guardians in there, but I want to keep doing it the way we're doing it, so it's easier for people to skip through and find the character they want to hear us talk about.
Yeah,
If we do them in order, it's a
yeah.
bit easier to just skip through. Um, you want to move on
Artemis.
to Artemis?
Yeah.
Artemis, I feel like, is a lot like Chernobog in the sense of she's like a character that on paper I think can be really strong in the right hands and is honestly cracked, but realistically, nobody does it good. Like, there's no good player out here just spamming Artemis, showing everybody what's up, and every Artemis I ever face just loses miserably. So it's like, I want to say she's good and has potential, but I've just never seen it. So it's like, it's hard to it's
Well,
hard to say.
I've tried, and the reason why is her early's really bad, and I think if she makes it to late game, it could be good, but even then she has some matchups that feel really bad. Like for instance, I tried playing that character and then some rando locked in Ravana and he just has a 2 and an ult for my ult. He
Yeah,
has a root. There's characters like Vamana that I feel like would just ult her. Like she just has bad matchups that even if you got past her miserable early game, like because there's a lot of characters that will just out clear and it's just a free red buff because they have mannequins or eye, or they would just
yeah.
out clear and like pressure you. But I do think late game, if you're talking about like boxing, like she can technically just like do the whole beads bait thing, right? Like she could technically ult an Ullr and just put him in a trap, and if Ullr has no
Yeah.
beads, he's just dead. Like there's nothing
Yeah,
to
I've
do.
won that matchup versus Scotty off of that, which she's not supposed to win that, but Scotty doesn't have a CC immunity or a quick way to get away from
Yeah.
Tusky, so you technically can cheese it if the other player's bad enough.
Same
Like,
thing with like AMC. Like she should beat AMC, but AMC would just insta clear and get such a big lead that like in a duel
yeah,
setting because it's so snowbally that I think honestly she's like A plus just because she's a hunter, but you could make an argument for maybe A.
she's an
Nah,
old
she's
bot
better.
hunter, which is weird considering she has one of the best stims in the game. But that's how it
Yeah.
feels. It's like her 1, 2, 3. I mean, don't get me wrong, Trap has its moments, but her 1, 2, 3 is just bad in comparison to other people. At the very least, throughout the laning phase slash leveling up part of the game, her 1, 2, 3 is just simply worse than pretty much all the other hunters like that are meta that do stuff. But her ult's amazing, so that's why it's like, and her two scales and is amazing later. So that's why it's just like, I don't know,
Yeah.
she has potential, but in reality it just doesn't work out the way you want. I don't know. Like
I'd put her in A plus
that's where I
because,
threw her.
yeah, just a hunter moment. Baka?
Yeah. Uh, Baka is a character that in the past I generally like when people just ask me stuff on stream like, yo, oh, you left Baka open by the way, blah blah blah. I generally say Baka is pretty easy to beat because Baka players just suck, bro. I'm gonna just be honest. That might, and when it comes to the player base of people playing that god, that might be the worst player base of any
Yeah.
character. Like people just turn their brain off, myself included. In fact I did it like just yesterday.
Yeah.
Um, versus Nemesis. That matchup's just terrible. So I just ran it down. And whatever. And so what I'm trying to say is I want to say that God is overrated and doesn't need to be rated super high, and it's just a cheesy PVE bot. However, realistically, if I'm not being biased, that god has a really high, like there's a lot you can do with him in duel, like as far as playing the map and also his actual boxing potential, like being able, especially against other melees, being able to ult and hit people outside of melee range. Like you
Yeah.
can melee
Yeah.
characters while they're not meleeing you and they can't walk up to you because they're crippled and slowed or maybe even body blocked. Like that
Yeah.
character, initially I just want to say he's a PvE farm bot that has no potential late, but he's actually really good late. Like so I want to place him low, but I think he's got to be like a minimum S, if not higher.
Yeah. I put him like S and then like near S minus or S because I still think he'll lose to like Kali and Hebo. But I haven't seen this character in so long, and that's because we have the luxury of like 6 bans, so he's just one of my insta bans. Um, but the only question that I would have with this character is like how he does in like the jungle starter meta, because can someone just out confirm you? And I don't think they could, because I feel like eat minion is
It
kind of,
depends.
yeah. I feel
It
like maybe
depends.
like
Like
a
if you're against
Hades
another,
2-3 with like, right? A Hades 2-3 could probably out confirm him or something because he's
well,
feared.
I actually can speak on this one a little bit because I don't ban Baka like ever, and I do play a fair amount of Bumba's characters, especially like the mages and stuff. So I can speak on this one a bit where it's like, honestly, I've lost the buff to like mannequins before, like other people's mannequins and whatnot. But generally speaking, unless it's like people don't outsecure you usually unless it's a Bumba's mage. If it's a Bumba's mage, honestly, it doesn't need to be a Hades 2-3. Like you could literally be Baron. I've done it so many times with Baron.
2-1.
I level I leveled the 2 on Baron, which I don't even know if that's DPS efficient or not, but just in case, I leveled the 2 on Baron, and when I'm like level 9, when Baka comes to invade my blue, I will auto the big creep like 3 times and then 2-1, and like they'll auto it once. So that's 4 autos on the buff. I'll 2-1 and kill it. Like you
Yeah.
have a higher execute threshold with Bumba's mages. I'd say it's like 50%, if not higher, than Baka does. And you can
Yeah.
do it like preemptively, which is crazy.
There's
So
no animation either. Because, like, Baka has,
yeah.
like, a whole eat thing and then has to go in his mouth, and, like, there's a startup, right?
Yeah, like just imagine, like I mentioned Baron, but he's not even the best one. I just threw out a random like little mage. Like even Poseidon, I've done it on. Like I'll go Bumbus Poseidon, and I max the Trident half the time, and so I'll have a level 1 in my 1, and I'll just walk up with Trident, use 1 Trident auto, all 3 of those slaps, and then my 1 that instantaneous damage outsecures Baka all the time, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. So
Uh,
yeah, I don't think Bumba's hammer benefits him at all, but I do think he does well with mannequins, and I think he can secure just fine against other mannequins, give or take.
yeah. I just think, he's, like, hard to kill because the movement speed. And then late game, the reason why I think he's so good is, like, even though, like, characters have good keep away, like, let's say on her Ho Yi, it is
Yeah,
really hard to do something about like a blink 3 ult. Because let's say I blink 3 and I pre-beads the impale, he's going to want to jump away. I jump on you, then I ult, and then you're dead. Like, you have to play it pretty well. And also, like, let's say you just miss an impale, then you're just dead as well. So, like, it's like there's little room for error, and the character can be really oppressive. And someone like Face, like when they spam the character, like that's why I
yeah,
think the character's so good. Is because good players make him look good, but bad players can make him look dog shit because they don't know what you could do with him.
Yeah, and like there's probably gonna be somebody who's just thinking like it goes without saying that you could say that about any god, where it's like good players make them look good and bad players make them look bad. But it's what we're trying to say is it's like it's an exaggerated example with Baka because you really just see the highs and lows.
It's the
Like
night and day.
the best Baka players are literally just cracked, and then the bad ones are the people who just walk at your blue buff and you just stare at them and auto them and they die
And they
before they
die.
execute it. Like
Yeah.
it's there. He's by far he is the number one character that comes to mind for me personally in Duel when it's like I don't like if I'm against someone I don't know, I'm either against this is going to be the easiest game in my entire life or I'm going to get destroyed because this is a Smurf playing Baka and I'm not taking them seriously. Like
Yeah.
he's just I don't know.
That's
It's
kind
like
of Ullr. Like
it's
some
weird.
Ullr players will like hit every ability and he's like, holy shit, it's too much damage, he's too fast. And then there's like yesterday I was just playing Cupid into Ullr, like he missed every axe, so I'm just like, oh, like I never felt in danger of like dying, you know? Like
Yeah.
it's kind of like that. Like they have a high skill ceiling and they could look pretty bad. But yeah, I put him in S because I think with good play,
Hmm.
you could just PvE anyway. So even losing matchups like Bologna, you can technically like get away with the cone autos. Like Face beats some Bolognas by just CC immuning and keeping his range with cone autos, or
Yeah.
just backdooring. Like you just ult and try to take his stuff with Oboe.
By the way, before we get even further into this, like briefly, like how long are we looking to make this video, by the way? Because I'm just looking at it and we're like
So,
an hour deep into this recording. And granted, like I'd say like five of that or something was you on the phone, which will get cut out. But even so, that's like 55 minutes, and we got so many gods to go through, which I'm fine with. That's why I'm
yeah, I don't
asking.
mind.
Are we okay with having like a 2.5 hour video here? Is that
Yeah, I'm
something we're
fine.
okay with?
Yeah, I'm
Because
fine.
the way I see it is people will just skip through it, right? Like
So the
no
gods
one's
they
actually
like.
gonna yeah, like that's what I do in tier lists. Like especially if it's a game like that I'm a little bit newer at and I don't know all the characters specifically. I'll be like, I'll literally just skip through it and try to find three characters out of 100 that they're talking about because I don't care about the rest or don't even know about the rest to, really take into consideration. So I think it's fine. Like if we're both cool with having a 2.5 hour video here.
Yeah, I'm down.
But that being said, we probably could move on a little bit faster on characters like
Like lower
Bacchus, for
tier.
example. We're not at Bacchus yet, but when we
Yeah,
get to Bacchus, we could probably just slam him low and be like, "Yeah, that dude's not great."
self-explanatory. Yeah, yeah,
All right, so
that's
you want
fair.
to move on to Guan?
Yeah.
Um,
His Talu Assault is really bad late game because you're stuck in like an animation. So it's a
yeah,
bait because it doesn't do enough damage. So if you're against a hunter, I'm just gonna auto you. And then also if you build auto based Guan, it's like you're auto based Guan, so you're not out trading a hunter. He has weird matchups. I feel like against Vulcan, maybe you just hop on the horse and just do like half his health and you're knockup immune. And maybe like Poseidon, but even Poseidon late game could just like whirlpool his feet, Bumba's abuse with Trident, and you would die. So
I gotta be honest. Even into a character like Vulcan, and maybe I'm just biased, and maybe I'm just calling Paul goaded here, and that's all this statement is. But I gotta be honest. I would not want to play Guan into Paul's Vulcan. I feel like he would. I feel like he would do something that's gonna make me not want to play
yeah,
that. Like.
well, he could just put a turret there, and then I guess he Aegises and then backfires, and then you're just tanking turret that has like pen on it the whole time. So yeah, I'd put him in A probably, definitely worse than Odin. So
I was thinking A. Honestly, I was even leaning towards A minus, but I'm okay with A as well. I'm
yeah,
just thinking like I think Guan would probably lose to Ymir. Well, yeah, I think he'd probably lose to Ymir, and then I don't know about Anubis.
he would be
Like,
Anubis because you can go auto based. It sounds troll, but you would get more damage just going auto
yeah,
based, and you could
yeah,
probably
maybe he
stun
is
his
A,
one. Yeah,
or
he's just
maybe he is
average.
better than those other gods just because like, he's not a terrible god. He's just not good either. He's like,
Yeah, he
he's just a
falls off.
dude out there.
Just a dude
Uh,
with like a short dash and a nerfed
mm,
heal.
mm.
They nerfed him pretty hard
Oh, I
because
just
of comp.
realized in our little description here, and not that it's a problem, but in the first one it says Ullr and in the SS, so I guess people know where Ullr is gonna go, huh?
A little giveaway.
All right, on
Oh,
her. S
S
plus.
plus.
You want to just as the ADC main here, you want to just go ahead and say what's good about on her, and then we'll just move on.
Yeah, he has a good keep away. The scariest thing when you're playing him is like if someone pre-beats your stuff, but even then you could play mind games. Like I could turn around and pretend like I'm gonna impale you and like you're gonna pre-beats and then I still like impale you away. He has a slow. It's just a character that has CC is just and CC immunity is just super
Mm.
strong. So he just
And
does
a
super
jump on
IT.
this map. I don't even know
Yeah.
if you just mentioned that or not, but a jump on this map is actually just broken. Like certain
Yep.
characters, like Hun Batz, for example. Hun Batz isn't an amazing god, but part of his potential in duel, small part of it, but part of it is just he has a jump. Like yeah, when he
Yeah.
has a jump, you can
Yeah.
go over the wall if you need to.
And you can't be autoed over walls and stuff. So yeah, I S
Yeah.
plus pretty simple. Cupid, he got buffed innately because in the patch notes of 9.6, it said persistent CC will now apply if the enemy's in that area. So that is the biggest buff to Cupid ult that we've had. Um, so like someone like on her used to be super good because I could on her ult Cupid, shoot 4 spears, cancel, and then jump. And what that does is I would immune Cupid ult damage, and that's really
Mm,
important. But now when I on her ult and I cancel my ult to try and jump, I'm still in that area. I can't jump, so I will take that damage no matter what. And
wait, I just realized that's a nerf to Hades too. Like the amount of times that I've been Cupid ulted and I've ulted and jumped out, or I've been whirlpooled by Poseidon and I've ulted and been able to jump, and now it's gonna
yeah,
reapply the cripple. Oh, that's nasty.
so
That's nasty. Sorry, go
and
ahead.
yeah, so like Poseidon got an innate buff. But the reason why that's super important for Cupid especially is because he only has 2 damaging abilities. He has his one and his ult. His one hits like a truck because it could
Yeah.
hit for like 300 plus base damage, and then it has the passive. But like that still doesn't matter if like it's just one ability. So like him not having confirmed damage on his ult is really scary. But I would put him in like S minus or S for me.
I initially threw him into A plus, but because I'm also
Okay,
I
this
don't know.
is
You
this is
really think he
why.
stands a chance against Arachne and Vamana?
Yeah, this is why. So his 3 is actually super sleeper. So while you're on that field, you get movement speed. So like if you
Mhm.
want to juke a melee, like let's say you have Fatalis Kali, right? Cupid is so fast on his 3 that I don't think a Fatalis Kali can keep up with me. Like if I pop sprint and I'm on Cupid 3, I
Yeah, with
will get
Sprint,
out of
you
your
definitely get out.
Fatalis. Yeah, or like horrific,
With it,
like anything. Like
yeah,
the other thing is like hearts. So like characters that have poke, or like let's say you want sustain for buffs. Like he just feels super good, and he also has good matchups. So like matchups like Vulcan, that's free. Poseidon, that's pretty. It's not like free because Poseidon can get Bumbas, but the fact that I
yeah.
could slow you and CC you is one of the reasons why I have a chance to kill you even as Poseidon. AMC, like AMC is forced into like beads or sprint or like both, and then that means you have a relic advantage like Shell. So I put him at least S minus. With more testing, I could see S tier, but probably S minus for now.
I'll take your word for it because to be honest, Cupid, like this is more from my Joust days, to be fair, but Cupid's always been one of those gods that I always thought had potential, and like I wanted people to pick, especially like season 3 in Joust when people used to play Hunters a lot. I've always
Yeah,
wanted my teammates to pick Cupid. Like I always thought he had so much utility and is nice. So like I know that character definitely has potential. And also, like you said, even against Poseidon, I was thinking about it. And my initial thought was like, well, once Poseidon gets Bumbas online, Cupid stands no chance. And I do still think that's true to an extent. But at the same
yeah,
time, though, Bumbas isn't perfect unless you buy double defense. Bumbas isn't perfect in the sense that people can still be caught off guard if you're corner camping or stuff like that. And people still like he has enough damage and CC to where I imagine even against the Bumbas Poseidon, assuming he doesn't have double defense, if his one of his relics are down or something and you're corner camping, you probably can blow him up, especially if
yeah,
you go crit or something. So yeah, I mean I see the potential. He's just a hunter that has mobility. Granted, it's not a jump, but he's a hunter with mobility, sustain, a CC that's relatively consistent, depending.
yeah.
And like so,
Constant
yeah. I mean,
sustain.
how
Yeah,
could you really go wrong with that? Like, I
yeah.
mean, he's
It's
kind of
just
just
weird
got a decent
matchups.
game.
Cause like Susanna's decent in duel, but you have a decent matchup into Susanna, decent one into Ho Yi. Like any character without a CC immune ult, even Oleron, it's like kind of half decent. Cause then if you just bait out Oleron ult, that's pretty good because then you just like a Cupid without ult. If I land my heart bomb, like I could just kill you, you know, or like Heim 3, I could just Cupid ult that or like stun it. I don't know. It's just like small stuff that add up.
I mean,
Good matchups, you
Yeah.
know.
Also, just a hunter with a stun, man. I mean, if you look at the other one, like on
On
her,
her, yeah.
oh yeah, like hunter. Even though it's not the most consistent, and also it takes a little bit of time. Like it's not perfect, but it's a
Hunter with
hunter with
stun,
a stun,
baby.
bro.
Yeah, Hunter with
Like,
stun, baby.
and his ult is a pseudo stun. It makes people stutter in the fight and everything too.
Slow
Like
mez. Yeah.
yeah, like he's just a hunter with CC. So yeah, even if he's not amazing, he's got to be decent. There's no way he's not decent.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely deserves to be played more than he does. I don't know if that's people think
Yes.
he's bad or people just don't like Cupid or
People just don't
what,
like
but
Cupid. I think people just don't like Cupid.
Thor's a god I want to be really good and has
A
potential, but it's
minus.
probably bad.
A
uh,
minus.
yeah, yeah,
Not
I
enough
just
damage. You could
I don't
literally
think he
full
ever should
combo.
win.
Yeah, you could full combo someone with Thor and they will not die. Like,
Yeah, the only way
as
you win is if you go crit Hydras and pray they don't have spectral and or double defense.
yeah, it's
Like and
really
and
bad.
and that's any god really. Like basically, you could say that about most, if not every physical, where it's like, well, they have potential if they go crit hydras and one shot someone. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the case for everybody, man. Like everybody could go crit hydras technically. So that's not a crit. Like he's a character I want to rate highly or higher. I think he should have potential, but he just doesn't. Like I don't know,
Yeah, I
he
just
just doesn't.
think he just like he also has he doesn't have enough damage, one, and two, it's just weird matchups that he also doesn't win. Like if someone wants to pick Zhong Kui that day, you're not winning because you're just gonna
No,
ult
yeah.
him, he's gonna ult, and then he's gonna 1-3 and you're dead
Mhm.
because you're in Zhong Kui ult. And I guess the
And he can't
last
even
thing,
clear appropriately because he has to fucking throw his hammer at the wave.
yeah, and well, yeah, that's like the last part is like he needs to use his escape for damage. So like let's say he had a escape as well, he would be a little higher because at least he could poke and escape and poke and escape. But his poke is his escape. Or like
Yeah.
if you want to ult in and do damage, you need to use your one. His three doesn't do enough damage, so he's just automatically worse. I put him in A minus.
Yeah,
I would rather play Hell or Guan.
his bro, like I don't know. Maybe they should bring back. Like I'm pretty sure the when Thor came out, his two did damage. I think it did, and maybe maybe they could give him a little bit of an Athena treatment. Maybe this is more of a
Yeah,
conquest talk than a duel thing, I guess. But they could give him damage, and a lot of people will probably be afraid of that because it sounds OP. But like, it just doesn't have to
it'd be
be OP
fine.
damage.
Yeah,
They could
like
just give it like a
a
low,
hundred, like a
yeah, just
hundred.
give it something decent, a little bit of power scaling too. Maybe throws 40% in there, so just something a little bit to throw him over the edge. But I don't know. That's more of a
Yeah,
conquest thing, anyways. Because that definitely giving his wall a bit of damage wouldn't fix him in duel. Make him better, but it
yeah.
wouldn't fix him.
I'd maybe put him to A, but that's about it.
So
Ares
Aries B.
B, yeah. Uh, Guardian can't clear, not enough damage. Freya, what do you think of Freya?
I think Freya, like this is her worst map, right? Because it's the most snowbally one. But I actually played it the other day.
That
Freya versus
buff.
on her. Freya versus on her, and I won. And it was just, the guy was just PVEing for whatever reason and let me get online. So that's not a great example. But the point is like this character, it's kind of like the Arachne talk, honestly, where it's like it's bad early and scales really well late. But I want to say she gets online fast, or she has
Yeah,
better early,
yeah,
and she gets online faster. Like that character, in my opinion, a lot of people see her as like a late game hyper carry. I think she's online at like 3 items, to be honest. Like
yeah,
I think she's good at 3 items, and she's super strong at four.
yeah. I put her in S tier for now. Maybe she's S plus, but I think the fact that I can literally like some matchups are like super fucking strong for her. Like having having mannequins and Hecate against hunters and having it have physical defense, right? And mannequins is worse against her because she's magical damage.
Mhm.
And also, if you just have hastened fatalis, like that hastened ring, like an AMC can't do much. How is an AMC gonna land AMC ults when you're just hastening him down? Like that is like one matchup late game or even mid game. If I whoop an AMC, I could just throw my 2-1 and I could just run you down. Like it's impossible.
Yeah, no, that matchup is scary. That's why, like, for example, that matchup, like, if I'm taking Sizik, not to say Sizik is the best duel player of all time or anything, but Sizik was a good early game pub stomper. Like, that was his thing. He played Izanami AMC characters like that. And then, like, I would be confident in Sizik's AMC beating up Freya, give or take. most of the time. But the thing is I would not play my AMC versus your Freya. I would be terrified because like I know that I have to snowball, and if I don't do it
Yeah,
perfectly, I'm just going to lose. Like
yeah.
if I don't snowball perfectly, I will just lose.
And I think that's like
Um,
the thing. Like her damage is so high that she doesn't need Bumbas to be relevant. Like if you're Poseidon with Bumbas and we're late game, I could whoop you, and if you don't have beads or even if you beads it, and I just get my first auto on you with Fatalis, it doesn't matter if you have like Bumbas. Like Bumba's damage is not enough. You don't have enough damage to just like out damage 5 Frey autos, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Freya's like a god that gets shit on a lot as like she's bad because this is her worst map, and I firmly believe that. And also, it's just such a snowballing meta that inherently, when you hear snowball meta,
It's
Freya
not
does not come
Freya.
to mind as a character you want
Yeah.
to play. However, it's not so snowbally to where she can't get those 3, 4 items. Like I think it's to the point now where even if like her Phoenix is down and she's against fire creeps, I mean that sucks as Freya. But if you have 3 or 4 items, and assuming your opponent is in like a 1 to 2K gold difference of you, and you're not down 4,000 gold with the Phoenix down, I think you can defend, honestly. Like, use your first 2 to clear the wave, you banish them, your 2 comes back up, you fight with them, they have to wait for the next wave. Like, even if
You
you're
could
really
stall it.
behind, give or take, like, I think she still has a chance from behind if she gets to at least a minimum of 3 to 4 items. And that in itself means, like, she's not just a character that's only good late game. She has a fair mid game too. Like her mid
Yeah.
game's okay,
Actually,
assuming
I
she's not
I
super
want to
behind.
put her in S plus because, dude, that early game, cause her two got almost like double the damage. It went from
Oh, is that
like,
live right now?
yeah, it's live. That's why I played her yesterday.
Okay.
Cause okay, this is the
Okay,
thing.
yeah, that is a big buff actually. That's a because that helps her early so much, both in fighting and just like clearing the way. But either way,
Yeah, so
that
like
helps a lot.
I feel like she like okay, like Anher should beat her, like early and mid. But then late game, it's like Anher has to land a stun, and it's so annoying. And she's still the self banish when she ults is super difficult to deal with. Like she could ult Hoi ult every time, you know?
Yeah, and also the buff she got a while back, her and Camazot's, to where her ult's actually reliable now.
Yeah,
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 dude, her 2 being buffed, even if this is the worst like meta or map or whatever, bro, her 2 got buffed, her
yep.
items are still great, and her ult got buffed. Like,
I think
she's gotta be good,
she
yeah.
probably still loses to like Kali because it's Kali,
Yeah.
and
No, I
maybe.
think she does for sure.
But I think against Hades, like if you Hades and I just beads and 2-1, I just do so much damage to you that I could
Well,
probably end
wait,
up
what about
ulting.
these other characters? What about the S characters though?
You
Like, I'm
could
trying to think. I think
early
Baka
game
with
Bastet would be
Snowball.
annoying. Early Bastet
I
would be annoying.
I think Bastet would win even mid game. To be honest, I think you'd get ahead and like because Freya does not do well with block stacks. Like even worse than
The
hunters.
cat,
Like
yeah.
because I'm pretty sure you're as Bastet, you're minimum going to get 2 cats off in a fight, and you got to think that's 4 autos. Actually, I don't know for sure. If Freya 2-1s, that might one shot the cat. I'm not familiar with that,
I don't
to be
think so.
honest.
I don't think so. I
Like, yeah,
think
so
it's
I
two
don't know the
shot.
ins and outs about that, but
I still
um,
think the self banish, because you could self banish when Baka ults. Vamana ult, you could literally just onk and like box him because he doesn't have a passive, right?
yeah.
And I think it's not a fun matchup. So technically, you could just ban Bastet. You could just ban Bastet and Kali.
What about Hebo? How do you think that matchup goes? I
Hebo,
think maybe you just buy beads and run at them late, maybe, to be honest.
well,
Or
I
I
think
think late game you should just be able to walk at them.
late game it's a mind game because Hebo's looking to 3 and you're looking to whoop, and you could both move during it, and it's the same range, kinda.
What if I just go blink beads though, and then
As
I just
Hebo?
haste them? No, as Freya, I go blink beads,
Yeah.
and I 2 blink, and what's he gonna do? Try to spout you pre beads, and if he ults away, you follow him. Well, I guess it depends on like if you're on the back end of him. Like if he ults when you're in max range auto distance, you're not gonna be able to catch him. But if you're in melee distance of him, you probably can just whoop him.
Yeah. I could see Blink beats working. I mean, late game he's gonna like 3-1 ult, or just like Bumba's 1 auto, 1 auto, 1 auto, or 1 auto, 3 auto, 1 auto ult. So late game it's kind of like even, but I still think Freya's like, the thing about Freya is her game plan is so brain dead. Like, if you think about how
Yeah.
she wants to play a fight, it's so like one-dimensional, but there's little counterplay. Like I don't know. So I feel like she would have an easier time just because of how simple her win condition is. Her win condition is pressing 2-1 and landing autos, and then ulting.
Bro, honestly, you could also just go blink shell Magi's on a Hebo and then just like shell, and that would give you mitigations and a shield to eat it, and then movement speed to chase him after his ult. And you would just, it basically would depend whether he gets a second spout or not. I don't know. I think she's definitely minimum S. I just don't know if
There's a
I'm on board with her
chance.
being S plus.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause she could
I think like
ult
maybe in
Baka
the right
ult.
hands.
Yeah, she
Like,
could ult Baka ult. She could ult Nem ult. She could banish Nem 3, right?
yeah.
She has good matchups into every top tier except for Ullr, and on her makes it uncomfortable because on her can literally just jump on you and impale you into a wall or impale you into a pillar. So I'll put her in
Yeah.
S. I don't think she's on her level, just because ADC with stun moment, but I'll put her in S.
And she also has no mobility, which is worth mentioning as far as playing the map goes. Like she's not the great. She is a fast character, at least for a mage. She's considered a battle mage or whatever in Smite. That's like an actual classification, and basically just means she's tankier. She has more health, and she's tankier, and she has more MS than other mages. Kind of like Ullr is kind of in the same position. He has higher stats than a lot of the other hunters. I'm pretty sure, anyways, because he doesn't have an ultimate. But like, so she's a little bit faster, a little bit more mobile as far as that goes. But I'm just thinking, like, for example, one of like the first matchups that come to my mind as far as no mobility is like, imagine you're Zhong versus a Mercury, and it's like, okay, Zhong might be able to fight Mercury just fine, but realistically, it's up to the Merc. He has to decide if he wants to fight Zhong, because Zhong will never be able to fight Mercury unless Mercury wants to. Like, you can't catch
Yeah,
him. So it's like
just
some
run.
characters, like the guys who build the katanas basically and run around, she can't effectively chase those guys like super well. But she's not bad at it either. She's just like average. So it's just like, I don't know. She doesn't play the map amazing like some of these other characters do, but she is just a really good like. She's just a fighting character, bro. She's like, I don't know.
She's so hard to
She
fight.
reminds me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you got. It's like to beat a Freya, you either have to. The strategies to beat Freya consist of snowballing or cheesing her. It's never just like, well, my character is
Gonna
just does way more
outbox.
damage.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
It's never that.
unless you're just like Nemesis or something, and even then, like there's still there's still counterplay potential.
Yeah, like you
Um,
beat me with Nem on the classic map, but you had crit, and also I didn't buy
yeah.
Spectral because Face said don't buy Spectral, it's bad, and I said how, and I said okay, I'll trust the Nem guy, and, and then you two shot me.
Yeah,
But
no, I think that's definitely grief. I feel like you and Face are the first people that come to mind when it's like some of the things you guys say. It's either going to be the smartest strategy you ever heard or just blatantly wrong.
yeah, that's true.
It's so like hit or miss. Obviously, you guys hit a lot more than you miss, but sometimes it's there when nobody's perfect.
Yeah, so Freya
All right,
S.
so
Where's
Loki.
Loki? Yeah, I
I think
A
Bumba's
plus,
it really shines on this character. A plus, really. I think he could. I
S
think he has
minus.
potential to be S minus.
This is the
Just with
thing.
Bumba's.
This is the thing that, like, I've beaten a lot of good Lokis, and I know it's because of Bumbas, right? But then,
Mhm.
like, I've also beaten Bumba's Lokis with, like, Hell, and I've also won um, with, like, Merlin, which you're like, wait, how would you have done that? And I feel like it's because Shell is so good. And there's also, like, I don't know, like, if you make a little bit of space, that character can't Bumbas abuse properly. Because if, like, I don't know what I did with Hell. I think I had Sprint Shell, and then I cleansed every Loki ult. And maybe I had Regrowth. I forget what I had. But, like, the Loki could not even get autos on me to, like, he would maybe get 2 autos in a fight, right?
Did you lose your Phoenix that game? Like, were you ever at your Titan? I mean,
I think so, yeah. I
because
think
like
so.
sometimes I think like I was just thinking about if he did get the Phoenix and he's pushing into you, if you're cleansing ults and running away, like say he
He just
ults you
goes
and
in
you're
Titan.
somewhat close. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe he just starts bumbusing the Titan, and even if he doesn't kill it, he's gonna get it to like 20% health and kill it next time. But it's like
Yeah.
I'm also biased because I've lost, like even somewhat recently, honestly. I actually lost to Gamer Lover Loki as Nemesis, and I'll be completely honest, just up front here. I'm pretty sure I win that game if I played it properly.
Yeah.
I either built or or I either built or played something wrong. And so even though I lost, I do think Nem still wins that. But the point is I don't think I played it massively wrong. There was no like huge misplay, and I don't think my build was terrible. So it's like my point is while I think I should have won, the potential of him winning is there, even as a Nemesis late game. Like, so it's just like I guess I just have a respect for Loki, or at
I
least
don't.
Bumba's Loki later,
I
because
don't
it goes.
because he also loses weird matchups. Like sometimes you could make it so he's so far down before he reaches 20. Like he cannot fight an
Yeah,
Achilles. He cannot fight many warriors. Like there's a lot of
yeah,
stuff he just can't fight into. And also like all the characters that I play like hunters, you can't really fight like a Cern because I would just root you, 3 you and you're ulting out and then like it's a play style and a matchup thing cuz I could just force BDK and then I could just force Phoenix and then their counterplay is like proxying my wave, but I don't care because I'm just taking your Phoenix, you know? So I think if you have a game plan of like snowballing and you don't like randomly give him a kill, but I see like the point you're making is it's super
but
annoying.
imagine you're like, imagine. Well, I guess you just said you played Merlin in Hell, but I'm telling you, like, I don't think the Loki players you were against in those instances were that hot.
No,
I
no,
don't know.
I
I
played
can't. I
against
can't
I
say
beat
that.
Gamer Lovers Loki as
Oh,
Merlin.
really?
Yeah, because I just got
Okay.
Bumbas, and then I would sit in like Ice or Void, and then he would like go on me, and obviously Loki counters me because he's
Mm.
knockup immune when he threes. So I had to like play it really, really, really well, but it's like possible. Like you could make it so he has like little options, right? If you don't give him like the surprise sneak attack Loki one.
Another thing I would be interested to know is I wonder if Loki players ever put points into their two, because I swear when I think about that god in theory, and also when I play that god once a year, I cannot clear, bro. If I'm against anything early, like I cannot clear the wave. But these other Loki players don't seem to have an issue, and I don't know if that's because I'm streaming and reading chat and not pressuring them as much as I can, or what. But these other Loki mains be clearing the wave no problem. I cannot touch that thing, dude. So, but I will say, like mannequins hurts his early game, like going against
Seeing
mannequins, and he
stealth.
can't clear super well. So, like, I don't know. I think like when it comes down to Bumba or level 20 Bumba's Loki, I honestly think he's S minus.
Yes,
But
I
when it comes,
agree.
but the actual character itself, because he's abused early and whatnot, I think the character is A plus, but level 20 Bumba's Loki is probably S minus.
Yeah.
That's where I would probably land on.
I'm just gonna I think we should put him A plus just
I
because
did.
you could end the game before he even gets there or make it so you're so like even if he has 4 items and Bumbas, right? Like let's say he makes it to 20, but you have
Yeah.
like 5.5 items or something and red buff, there is no shot that Loki is winning. If you have his Phoenix 5.5 buffs, like he would have to play it well and you would have to give him like a sneak attack on his like one and he would have to have like a perfect engage. But if you just like, oh, I don't know where he is. Okay, I'm gonna stand in my wave or like, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah.
not get
That's it.
caught. Yeah.
I think I'm just biased because I probably, admittedly, I probably lost to more Lokis than I should, to be honest. Because like I don't know, I just talked to chat forever. I just talked to chat for 10 minutes. Next thing I know, he's level 20. Then I'm getting ulted and I'm raging. That's all I know, bro.
Yeah,
That's all I
I
know.
I have to try hard to like snowball against them. But like even yesterday I beat a Loki with like Arthur, which is like what? And he got to Bumbas, but it's like, you know, I got his Phoenix and I got a lead. And he can't fight you early or mid because you do too much damage, I feel like.
Yeah. I thought we were moving on, so I went ahead and grabbed Bacchus and just threw him into B.
Yeah, they're boxing the B too. Wow.
Self-explanatory. He's a guardian, and he's not a good guardian at that. Like, I mean, for duel, anyways. Like, it's like the same thing as Sobek, where like he's this Chad character, and you would think that he's so Chad and does so much damage. Nerf tanks. He'd be good in duel, but he's not. He's just
Yeah.
not.
I just put him in
Like,
B.
yeah. All right,
Not good.
Fenrir. Bumbus Fenrir actually goes hard. I actually really like Bumbus Fenrir. Also, Fenrir 2. This isn't news, but the Fenrir 2 is just busted. Like,
Dude, I've
so
lost to a Fenrir as on her like once or twice. Cause
yeah, I
you're
have a lot of
knockback
respect for that
immune.
character.
Yeah, me too. I think he seems simple because his game plan is he could either beats bait or he could just jump on you. But I think the fact that he can go auto base with his two is nuts. I think the
Hmm.
fact that his brutalize is hard winning in some matchups like Hebo is really nice.
Yeah,
So
I like the Dino Fenrir with Heba.
yeah,
It's kind of sad.
so I think
Uh,
it's either S minus or S tier, but I th- I don't. What do you think?
Well, it's like, well, we said in the beginning we're going off of what the character's potential are, and we're not just necessarily catering towards the average Andes. But I will say, the average Andy, this character's probably like A plus. Like, you probably
Yeah.
just should not be playing this god. It really does take some finesse to make work.
Yeah.
But if played properly, I don't know. You're right. I think he's minimum S minus. But like, it just leaves the question: like, is he actually good enough to go into S? Because like,
Well,
I think it's
okay.
undoubtable he's at least S minus. But does he go up?
I think okay, this is the thing. If I lost to a Fenrir and as one of my best characters that are in S plus, I think he's like S because he could one you and stun and then just two and auto you to death. And like at that point, you want to jump away because you lost so much of your health, right? So then he
Right.
just you jump away, then he three and ults you, and then you're just dead. Like him having two jumps also means you could jump over blue wall, they chase you, you jump back. So he just has like so much mobility that he shouldn't really be dying early. And if you know how much damage the character does, you could kind of just like take the fights you want to take, if that makes sense. Like you don't have to take fights you don't want to
Yeah.
take. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of like Vamana and Mercury in that sense of like a lot of your gameplay comes down to literally just running around like a crazy person, doing crazy tactics because you're either just playing the map or you're just messing with your opponent because you can because you have so much mobility, or you know you're just baiting stuff. Like it's like you don't have
Beats
to
bait.
fight unless you want to fight, and you're basically playing around their relics and you have a ton of mobility, and you can also just play the map in PvE, go for Bull Demon and stuff. Like it's kind of just like it feels like a lot of matchups, even though he doesn't have the greatest clear early, and maybe have to go Golden Blade potentially. But even with that being said, it feels like a lot of matchups are kind of in his court to win or lose. Like it's whether you have to be the one who jumps in, you have to be the one who misses something and messes up. And
Yeah.
when it's your choice, when it's your decision to mess up, like it's kind of like the ball's in your court, like you have the momentum of the game. And so, like
Yeah.
at least late game, if you don't get snowballed, anyways.
I
Um,
I think he also
so
has
I
the
think he's
relic
good.
advantage because if someone goes beads and you have shell thorns, or if you have shell horrific, you just have like an insane fight relic
Mm,
like thorns or horrific, which is like super hard to like overcome. That because a thorns or horrific can technically be like another ability's worth of damage, like 500 damage or something. So
Yeah, no, I agree with that though. Like like a lot of characters are just inherently better because they make you go beads. Like Hades, he makes you go beads. Heimdall, Bastet, Fenrir, like these characters that if they didn't force you to buy beads and force you out of a fighting relic, they'd probably be a lot worse. But the reality of the situation is they do force you to lose a fighting relic. Like Shell Thorns horrific or whatever. They make you not have those, and if you have that, it kind of just diffs them. Like even though they cleansed your ability, so your ability didn't get maximum value, maybe it only did damage. Your relic is better than not having that ability. Like the relic is better than your ability, basically. Especially like Finneral, because Finneral in Conquest, you drag a tank, five people hit them, they get executed. It's the best ability in the game. But like in duel, grabbing someone and dragging them, it puts them in a worse position, but like you don't have anyone hitting them while they're in your mouth. Like it's not that OP of an ability, so them cleansing it isn't crazy beneficial towards them. Like it just puts them in a better position, and then they may be in a better position, but they don't have shell thorns and you do. So
yeah, I think. So
yeah,
what do you think?
I
S
think.
minus or S? Because I think he has S tier potential, but no one plays him.
Okay, let me put it this way. I think technically, if we're going out the top level play, he's probably S, but a lot of people are gonna rage if we do that. Like Finner, I never even see that god. Like,
I've
I
lost
think
to an on-her Sven. It's definitely
I
possible.
think I think he's S. Honestly, like based off all the stuff we talked about, I think he's probably S.
Yeah,
At the
I'm
very
gonna.
least, top of S minus,
We could
but
adjust
probably
them
S.
after, like if we think
Yeah,
yeah, but like even into Skadi, like he could ignore dog, which sounds dumb, but like you could just jump on her and brutalize her early game, so you don't care about ice, and you could ult, so you don't care about ice. So like his matchups into the top tiers that like we could adjust after, but they're good on paper. All right, Herc.
uh, Yeah, and also I don't think we have to come to because we are gonna adjust later. Like these characters, we could probably discuss for 20 minutes and then still move them later. So
Yeah,
let's not like die on any hills that are unnecessary. That we're probably gonna re-argue it later or re-debate it later anyway.
true, true.
um, all right, Hercules. I think Herc is like weird because no one ever plays that character, and I think a lot of people honestly kind of look at attack speed Herc and Duel as like a meme, but he's actually good. Like he's actually really good. His passive and his three, and also having a ready stun that does a lot of damage in combination with his passive and his three just makes him really good at trading to the point where like I don't think he's a great character like you should ever be top picking or banning him, but he's solid. Like I think he's solid.
Yeah, I think he's A plus material. I think he's definitely better than Guan. He's kind of probably better than Odin, but even though like Odin ult is probably better late game. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but his stun is way better than Odin's stun, and Guan doesn't have a stun in his normal kit. Like that one, like given the fact that it does a lot of damage and it's like a 1.5 second stun, I'm pretty sure. Like if you build auto attack, a 1.5 second stun, like that's gonna kill you, man. Like
yeah,
that's a
true.
lot.
I also
Uh,
well the good thing about Odin is like Odin 2 is good for trading too. So I think they're kind of like
yeah,
even in the sense of like they have
yeah.
the same tools kind of but in a different
Well,
manner.
Herc 3 and Odin 2 are probably very similar, but Herc 3 doesn't do damage though.
Yeah, yeah.
But I guess neither does Odin 2 if you kill it. I don't know. Yeah, they probably are pretty similar. Yeah.
They're similar. Chang'e. Oh wait, no. Exval. Oops.
Shibulonke. Well, I mean, he's kind of a meme. He has potential off the simple fact that he's a hunter, but not a lot of potential. I think he's probably. Well, okay, let me think.
I think he's
Would
A
he ever
plus because
be?
he's a hunter.
Would he? Like, is he on the same level as Artemis though? Like, I feel like Artemis would beat him up like pretty bad, and she's an A plus.
Nah, I don't think Artemis would beat him up early. Because early game you have your two, and mid game you have your like one, and his one actually does a lot of damage. Like it's hard to trade into Xbalanque
Yeah.
one, and like his
I guess
two
that is
being
kind of like a
slow.
conquest matchup, huh? How does that normally go in conquest? Like, I guess you might see that somewhat. Like, you'd see it more in
Well,
conquest
Xval's
than you would
gonna,
duel.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Xval's gonna outclear you, and he's gonna outbox you, so you have to run away. I just think his boxing is really good. It sounds weird, but like his auto, like per auto, like having 50 more damage every auto is like the same thing as Rama 1, except the benefit of Expel and why I think he's going to be higher tier than Rama is because he actually has ability damage. Like his 2 being a slow and poison, his 3 being CC immune and also like dealing burst damage is what makes him better than Rama in duel.
Yeah, his
And
three just got buffed.
yeah, and his ult is also just means you could kind of just like hit people that are not in range. So if you're
I think
boxing like
his ult with
hunters,
crit is nutty. Like, so I feel the same way about Hachi. Is if you go crit, like hitting someone with like a max range Hachi one or Shablanki ult catches people off guard.
yeah, I
And like
definitely
whether
think
that's to secure the kill or you're starting the fight with that, either way, just critting someone with that distance of an auto is super nice. I feel like.
I think Artemis and Expo are like complete opposites in the sense of Artemis is playing for late game and like she's really good at late game and obviously Expel's late game is not bad, but I think his main thing is his early and mid because his branching bowls are gonna poke and clear and he could just like trade with hunters, whereas like Artemis cannot trade with anyone at all. So like they're in the same tier, but they do things differently because Artemis wants to hit late game, and Shibalanke in certain matchups wants to pressure like early game, you know? So I'd
Do
put
you,
him in
do
A
you think
plus.
Shablanki is that much better than like you think? Well, okay, never mind. I was gonna say that much better than Ymir, but now that I think about it, you probably could just kind of get to like three items and probably just beat that guy. Like you just beat his freeze and kill him. I guess
Yeah.
they probably
X
wouldn't be
well,
that complex.
the movement speed
I
on
think
X
people would
Bow
be
ult is
mad that
also
we.
nuts. Cause like if I X Bow ult and dash, Vamana can't keep up with me. Cause I get like 80% move speed when I ult. That's kind of nuts. If
I
I
don't know.
like ult dash sprint or something,
I
his
really think
kite's
people are
good.
gonna rage about us putting Shablanke above Anubis, but at the same- I don't really
Well,
think we care
I think
about
it's a
people.
hunter. Yeah, I don't care. It's a hunter. Hunter higher than Anubis for sure.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know. I might revise that later because honestly, I don't think Shablanke being an A plus is the issue. I think Anubis being an A is. Like I feel like don't get me wrong. I
Have
agree.
you
Anubis
played
is
it?
overrated.
Have you played it in 9.6? It is so bad.
Is it?
Yes,
Why is it
dude.
so bad?
Cause the extra prots and the extra
Oh,
everything,
okay, yeah.
you could literally eat
Well,
an
that also
Anubis
benefits
3
him
ult.
though. Doesn't that benefit all the carries? Like
No,
anybody who's
no,
like,
no. Because if he can't kill you with his ult, like if let's say he has Bancrofts and you wrap 3 ult and I don't even need to beads it, you could literally, you don't even need to go beads now, like first relic. You could wait till second relic. You could just get shell. You will be unstunned and then
oh,
just shell. Or like, and the thing is like auto attack damage, just having a flow of damage is just so much more OP because you will eventually, he will run out of resources to kill you with and you just kill him. So I think it's like the patch made him worse. Like he was already like not that good, like you're saying, but he wasn't bad. He wasn't like terrible. But the fact
yeah.
that he's like super average now and hunters are just better.
And Toxic Blade being 60%, Shadow Steel being just a good item in
Yeah.
general.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
And
yeah,
thorns. You could just
yeah.
thorns for anti-heal technically.
All right, all right. Wait, so what character were we even just on? Oh, Shablanc.
Shyvlonk,
So A
yeah.
plus. Yeah. That's one of those characters that even if I don't think it's correct right now, which I don't even know, but even if I
It's just a
don't, we'll
hunter.
just we'll review it later.
Yeah. Vulcan, I think
Vulcan.
S minus or S. S minus probably.
No
Yeah,
one's
S
throwing me here.
minus. I think he'd be near the top of S minus because his kiting is super crazy, and the fact that you can't ignore turret. So like,
Yeah,
if you go on
I think.
him, like Set for instance, like a lot of melee characters, he just
Mhm.
places turret ones. He also is insane with Bumbas. Like, he is really freaking nuts with Bumbas because you could two auto one, auto three, auto. They kill turret, or let's say you want another turret to position a different direction. You place it, you auto one. Like it's just so much damage.
No, I think he's really good. Like, I think Esma. Honestly, I don't question this at all. Like, I mean, I would respect other people's opinions if they had it. You know, like if Riley came in and said he's S, whatever. Like, I would respect it. But for me personally, I don't think it's even a question because I think he has so much value that there's no way he's not better than like pretty much every character. At least like in most situations, he's not better than every character in A plus.
Yeah,
But at the same time, I honestly think he gets destroyed by every god in S. So
yeah,
I think S minus is just perfect for
perfect.
him.
Yeah, because he also loses matchups like Poseidon, which is not fun. He loses to Kali because she's knockup immune. Probably Hades, right? Because of the ult thing.
Yeah.
Cupid. It's just like Ho Yi. She'll lose to On Her, Skadi. It's just he loses to all the top tiers, but there's a lot of melee top tiers that he'll beat, like Bologna. That is like you should win that every time. I'm pretty sure if you just have Sprint Vulcan with backfires, meatballs, and Bumbas.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I put him. I think S minus perfect. All right, Neith.
Yeah. I think it's perfect there to be honest. Like that's one of the ones that like it's kind of like reassuring to be honest cuz like some of these like I'm relatively confident where I'm placing them, but at the same
Yeah,
time I'm still questioning a little bit. I don't really question the Vulcan one. I think that's just he's
yeah,
there.
that is butter. All right.
Neith has a lot of potential. I think her one is weird. Like her one is inherently worse than like some of the other ADC peel abilities because it's a root, not a stun. I think stuns are so much better. But I think she has a lot of potential to be honest, especially with like blink ulting people. It's that actually makes or breaks some matchups, in my opinion at least. Like I think there are specific matchups that Neith would actually lose if you don't go blink. Like she only can win with blink is what I'm trying to say. And I just think I don't know. I think there's a lot of cool things you could do with the character. I think she's good.
She's
I'd
S
say
minus.
yeah, that's where I threw her just now.
Because I don't think she's beating. You get a free Ullr axe off backflip. You get like a free
No,
pillar. You don't get a pillar impale all the time, but you get a free pillar off backflip.
I
You
was
get.
debating A plus or S minus to be honest. So I wasn't even leaning towards the S argument.
I was leaning towards S because her early game is super nuts, so she can
Mm.
snowball on like a Hebo, and she technically could just like root a Freya. Also, she has a really good matchup into AMC. So, because you could just ult and like stun, so like there's she has a chance in the AMC matchup, you know?
I just have a hard time. Like basically where I'm at is like I don't unless her backflip got reworked. I don't think she could ever be S. That's where I stand basically. Like her backflip is just kind of like
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, it's her backflip in her one, because her two is one of the best hunter abilities for trading. The fact that stacks with like mannequins means you could take 30% attack speed away from someone and get 30% yourself. So like, although I think on her beats her, right? I do
Mhm.
think late game she will technically outbox it on her, because if you jump in, I backflip, you pillar, I sprint, I 2 you, I'm winning that. I'm not even kidding. I am winning that because your attack, you don't have an attack speed stim as on her, and I already took some away with my Neath 2, and I already have mannequins applied to you. It is all on if you could hit your impale while I'm like Neath sprinted, right? So
Yeah, no, I
like
agree because I think that there used to be an argument. I forget who even made it, and I think it was a conquest laning phase kind of thing that some guy was trying to convince me that Neith can beat Ullr. And before we get into this a little bit, I want to say that Ullr 99% of the time should beat Neith. However, I did see his thought process of like basically he was trying to say to me, he's like, a lot of people think that Ullr beats Neith, and that's not true because the reason why is Ullr jumps in, everyone backflips, and then gets axed. Well, what if you just didn't backflip and you just two'd and stood your ground? And I do think like that actually is a good point where it's like I do think she has a decent chance if she does just two and stand her ground. Like being able to just two and stand your ground is actually really strong in a lot of the hunter mirrors.
yeah.
And if there's a world where there's a strategy that could probably boost her Ullr matchup a lot. Not saying she should win, but there's potential.
Yeah.
Then that just means she's a good god. Like if she has potential to dick around with Ullr at least a tiny bit, then
Yeah. And on her and Ho Yi, honestly,
yeah,
because I think like she should still lose to Ho Yi, but um, the fact that like if you were fighting around her weave, if she hits her one on you, she's not missing any autos for like 2.5 seconds, so you're dying because you're just standing still for that whole duration. But also her one damage explosion, well, if she explodes a weave and hits you, is like 800 damage or something late game. That shit is ridiculous, damage wise.
bro. Like I just want somebody to make a clip. I've seen a bunch of the blink ult Neath clips, but I want to see someone do a blink ult Neath trick, but they're standing on a weave. Like that would be
Yeah,
crazy. Like
it is
that would be
nuts.
insane.
Yeah. She's also really good with Hidden Blade. That is one character you could technically just go Hidden Blade on and just Hidden
Yeah.
Blade blink, and they start the fight with like 60% of their health because you just Hidden Blade. You literally are just holding your ult around a corner waiting for them to come in your field of view or something, right? But yeah.
Yeah, and also like a lot if people want to go beads, like not saying you have to go beads versus Neath, but if someone did decide to go beads to try to counter that engage, a lot of the times what's gonna happen is you're gonna do the engage, you're gonna ult, you're gonna blink, you're gonna mannequin hidden blade proc them, they're gonna beads it and then stand their ground and lose probably, or they're gonna beads jump away. And at that point, their beads are gonna wear off, their jump is down, and you're set up for a max range root. Like
Yeah, and that's just
it's
win if you hit it.
like even and that's assuming you didn't use the root off the front, but that's the point. Like you can kind of mix up the combo a little bit and like basically trick people into burning relics, and then if they burn that relic, they just instantly lose. Like for instance, like if you're against a Poseidon and your character that can't jump away or dash away, if you're against a Poseidon, you do the blink ult trick, except you don't one off of it and they beads and you hit them with the root after the beads, they're dead, bro. Like they're
Yeah.
dead unless they're hiding in minions or something.
I think one thing that could make her better, though, apart from the backflip being buffed because the animation's too long and it's not like a long enough dash, is the two actually has a really long animation. You could kind of like impale the two, knock up the two, or like interrupt it, kind of like with like different stuff like Hou Yi one and stuff. So like it's not even like an on purpose thing, but let's say you try and just like cast your two, like sometimes it gets interrupted and you can't auto while you're casting it. So she's losing autos while she's trying to debuff you, which can really affect the fight late game, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely not a perfect ability. It's like it's an ability that on paper when it works, it does really, really good, but it can also go really poorly.
Yeah.
It can also just get canceled 3 times, and then it's the worst ability in the game, and you're like,
For
okay.
sure. Poseidon?
Poseidon. I think Poseidon, like giving the fact that it's jungle starter season and that character could go Bumbas or mannequins and do perfectly fine. I think he's in a really, really good spot right now. And we talked about earlier where like can Bumba's Hades beat Poseidon? And like I think at least when you get to Bumba's, like excluding snowball potential, because and obviously that's relevant, but right now I'm just saying if you get to late game, level 20 Poseidon with Gem of ISO, double defense Bumbas, and I'm not saying you need to go double defense. That's just what people do all the time in my
Do you
games for
do it?
whatever reason. No, I don't go double defense, but I do buy Jim a decent amount of the time because I think it kind of makes or breaks some matchups.
Yeah.
But like what I'm trying to say is like that character can go Bumbas, Jim, which Jim is like a hybrid item. It's not fully DPS efficient. Bumbas, no power, a hybrid item, double defense. So you got 4 items, and all the power you're getting out of that is from a hybrid, and then plus, the last 2 items. And this character will do like 2,000 damage to you with Trident. Like, and you can't move the whole time. So what I'm trying to say is like, he's not a perfect god right now. Because like if I'm playing on her versus Psy, I'm just gonna keep jumping on him and I'm gonna kill him before he gets to 20 and it's gonna be fine. But like assuming you ban characters like on her, Poseidon's in a really good spot right now. I think. Like I think he's minimum S, if not S plus.
I would put him at the top of S minus or in S. And the reason why is because I feel like the Bumba's abusing is really strong, obviously, right? But it all like goes back to like, remember the time we faced on the classic map and I was like, hi, I'm in your Poseidon?
Mm-hmm.
And like
Yeah.
that matchup would kind of go the same if I was just any hunter, kind of. Because like
Yeah.
if I'm a hunter and I have crit, or let's say I don't have crit, let's say I just go full pen with Kins and I pop sprint, it's hard to confirm your ult. Trident doesn't always outtrade hunter autos. You're really fast, but like CC can like make or break certain things. Like if I'm like a Neath and I land Neath one, right, and I pop sprint, I feel like you're just dying. But
Yeah.
you can just like cripple me with your 3 and 2 me, but like I think the fact that he doesn't have an escape and the fact that he has some weird matchups, I can't put him in S plus, but I could put him at like near S or S minus, like top of S minus or bottom of S. But
Yeah. He's a weird character for me, like from like streamer POV. I say that because it's like you're right in the sense of he kind of gets screwed over by a lot of random stuff. And like so if you're a streamer or you just have ADD, which I have, both of those situations going for me, a lot of times I'm not really looking at the screen, or if I am, I'm not really processing what's happening. I'm thinking about something else.
yeah, me
And
too.
like and so there's a lot of times where basically if you're not aware as Poseidon as to where your opponent is all the time, what relics they have and what abilities they're going to use, like you're not predicting the Neath route, stuff like that. Poseidon can kind of get just cucked like really hard. But
yeah.
but if you're leaning into your monitor, no music playing, you got the sweatbands on, the $6,000 gaming setup. I'm pretty sure if you're fully aware of everything that's happening and you're counting cooldowns and stuff, Poseidon's cracked.
Are
But
you
you're
getting
right though.
beads though? Like against Neath one or like against Freya Whoop or
I
against on
usually
her?
get beads a lot, to be honest, on not in every matchup obviously, but I get beads anytime I feel like I need it even a little when I'm going Bumbas, because I genuinely think one of the only flaws about Bumbas is dying before you get value. Like if you die before and you only got 4 Bumbas procs, or even less than that maybe, like you can die if you only get 4 procs. Bumbas only makes you invincible and you do the cringe like healing and incredible cooldown spam. That's only good if it's an extended engagement that lasts like 20, 30, 40 seconds, if not longer, where you're getting 2, 3, 4 rotations off. Then it's like Bumbas is cringe. But it's like in the first one or maybe even second rotation of abilities, Bumbas is not nearly as strong as people say it is. It's the extended engagement. So that's why I mentioned things like double defense, because it allows you to mitigate more damage, or beads because you're not CC'd and you're allowed to auto attack. That whole time you're cleansed, you're autoing and getting Bumbas procs. Also, Beads has a 3-second cooldown reduction, which gives you even more Bumbas. So yeah, I would probably get Beads, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the way to make. I think that's without Beads, it's pretty easy to counter Bumbas.
So let's say you go beads. What's your other relic, like shell or something? Because the problem I have is I feel like if you abuse his movement, then he like becomes worse. Like he's gonna shit on Vulcan and other characters, but like let's say this is really greedy, but because of like the prot changes and HP changes, right? If I'm a hunter and I go sprint horrific, let's say I'm like, well, you would ban Hoyin on her, right?
Yeah, like my normal band, like obviously if I'm predicting what it is, I think about it a little more for the last two. The last two are the random ones, but my first 4 bands, I mean, it may not always be the right order, but I always have Ullr, Ho Yi, on her, and Skadi most of the time. Those gods are pretty much always banned. Like I never
Yeah.
go against them.
Because I'm thinking, like, if I'm Chernobog with Cherno ult, and I just get sprint, and I get horrific, and you don't have sprint, right? Then, like, although you're, like, Bumba's abusing, and you're gonna, like, hit me with true damage and stuff, it's just, like, I just get mitigations when I ult, and then I just pop my hastened wings, and then I horrific you. If you Kraken me while I have, like, the mitigation for my ults, like, Bulwark and,
Hmm.
like horrific passive, like the one that like makes you do even less after you Kraken me, I feel like you'll just die. Like,
But
cause you
when
can't
you
you
say I
can't get
don't have
away.
sprint, are you saying that my sprint's down or that I didn't buy
That
it?
you
Because
didn't
I would
buy
buy
it.
sprint. I would buy sprint to Chernobog for
Okay.
sure.
So like
Because of
other
the haste
hunters, like what if
bombas
I'm what
crap.
if I'm like Izanami, or like if I Danza ult you or something? What if I just Danza ult you and then I pop sprint and then I three? Or like you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like his problem is like against hunters, because against some melees, like obviously you lose to Ravana, right? Because that character is just like a hard counter,
Yeah,
and you probably lose to Osiris because like Osiris tether and like he could like ult your Kraken every time, right?
yeah,
So I feel
I think
like
so.
yeah, so you have
I
like
think Gamma beats them too.
yeah, so you have like weird matchups. Like you'll lose to Skadi, Kama, Ravana, Osiris, probably Tsukiyomi because he steals your movement speed and could
I mean,
probably just.
honestly, even Amma could probably slam. Yeah, he might be S minus to be honest.
I think he
Uh,
requires too much of perfect play, and there's
mhm.
just weird matchups like okay, even Medusa. If I just Medusa gas pedal you and I ult you and you don't have sprint, and then let's say you're under the argument you get sprints, then you have what shell sprint, and then I just like ult you, and then I sprint you and I dash at you. If I have Fatalis, we're moving at the same rate, kind of, because you're
Yeah.
running away, I'm autoing you, and I'm still running at you. Like you're not getting away from my autos, so you have to like hold your ground. But you can turn it because you could just whirlpool trident one.
My question is how many and all these like when you think of Bumbus Poseidon, you probably think back to all the Bumbus Poseidon players you probably beat.
Yeah,
Um, how many of those games are they actually getting to Bumbas? Because we're
not a
assuming they're at
lot.
Bumbas.
Not a
But
lot.
even more importantly than that, how many of them are they going double defense? Because I feel like double defense
Is what
is
makes it.
it's what makes or breaks that specific thing. Like when you're against someone who's like really attentive about relic timers and really over aggressive, they're always diving on you in that specific situation. Because I feel the same way. Like because I'll play gods like Nemesis and be super over aggressive, and sometimes it works. But the times that I feel like it doesn't work, the times I'm noticing is usually I go like crit to one shot them and they go spectral. But the thing is even if I don't do that, they could just pick up a jade or something. I feel like every time where I'm in a position where like okay, all I gotta do is blink on him, one shot him before he gets cooldowns, kill him in like a 3 second window, and we're good. That's my plan, and it works. And then it works again. And then by the second time, they have double defense, and it no longer works. And they get away when I blink in, and then I lose fights after when I don't have my blink or my ult that I'm using to initiate. Like it's like I go in initially, I beat the crap out of him, he barely escapes, comes back, and then I lose. Is
Yeah.
basically how it goes.
Mhm.
Like that's what I always find happening is I'm like, oh, I just blink on this guy and one tap him. See, guys, that's how you do it, chat, just like that. And then I do it again. I'm like, see, Poseidon easy. Oh, he has double defense now, and I hit for half as much as I was before. Even with pen, like I'll have like 30% pen, and double
It's
D is
not
still
enough.
good.
Yeah. I think
So
I'm fine with putting him in S, but it's just like it feels bad sometimes because you could kind of just end the game before it gets there. And obviously, I'm against worse players. I'm not against you every game. Um, but I feel like even if I was against you, if I am like a character with good early game, I feel like I could maybe take BDK and PvE you, but then you would still like hold out till Bumbas. So then I'd maybe be at your Phoenix or Titan.
well, not always, to be fair. Like even with a god like Poseidon that's really mobile and can clear waves, it's sometimes I still find it versus over aggressive hunters. It's still hard to hit 20 sometimes. Like it really is. There's been
Yeah,
plenty of
but
games where my Titan's like 70% health and I'm like level 19 and I'm like, please just don't
just a
like just
little
let me
lower.
get just let me get the level, man. Like just go away. Like go clear a camp or something, dude. Like please
I just think
stop.
with the extra like prots and HP changes, it kind of benefits that playstyle more because I can't insta kill you as hard. Like way back when,
Yeah.
if you got hit by a max range Cern 2, I am literally dashing on your ass because you're gonna walk up to Whirlpool Wave. I just stand like in between your melees and your archers. I look for a max range turn two. If I hit it, I'm just gonna auto cancel dash you or ult you, and you're just dead. But now, like, I feel like you could take that combo and you'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
Like you could
I
kind of
just
walk it
walk to
off.
blue.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay, bye, and hope you
yeah.
don't come over.
So I'll put
I
him
don't
in
know.
S just because I think in the right hands he's definitely annoying as frick. Even if it's like quote unquote not the best matchup for Poseidon, he could just Bumba's abuse and like Relic abuse, like if your Aegis is down or beats. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm just thinking against like Freya, I probably wouldn't want to be Poseidon, but Gem makes that matchup a tiny bit more competitive. But I do just get banished. Hebo, I don't love that either. Bastet, even Bastet, I feel like if I went Gem double defense, she couldn't do anything to me ever, and I would just Bumbas her. Um, Fenrir, I actually lost to versus Dinos Fenrir one time as Poseidon, but I went mannequins and he went Bumbas, and the game was really competitive. So I honestly think that if I had Bumbas late, I would just beat like Bumbas Poseidon would beat Bumbas Fenrir late. But I
Yeah.
don't know. Either way, it was competitive. And actually, I was going to say Poseidon, in my opinion, just outright beats Baka, especially with Bumbas. But now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure you just jump on him and beats the Kraken and Katana and munch him. Like I'm pretty sure
You
he
just the
dies. So
Fatalis auto him, yeah.
yeah, so maybe not. I don't know. I'm fine.
He also
You called
loses
the
to
match.
Hades, he loses to Anhur, he loses to Kali. I'll put him bottom of S, top of S minus, because he's beating Vulcan, he's beating Hun Batz, he's beating Vamana, and it's just mainly the Hunter conundrum, but not every Hunter player is doing what I would do, which is like the
Yeah.
hastened wing spam and just like literally try and all in you and kite, like
Oh
unkite
yeah,
you.
that's like the biggest thing is like I ban those hunters that I told you about. I ban those gods every game because like on the off chance I get stream sniped or I'm against a really good hunter player. But realistically, like most like I could probably leave even gods like Ullr open in most of my games, and as long as I'm picking a relatively good god, a lot of the times these players are just going to shit the bed, and I'll probably win either way.
Yeah,
Um, and so I'm just trying to prove like the difference in skill and duel when it comes to hunter pressure. Like you could say just in general, skill matters a lot, but I'm just talking specifically when it comes to being pressured by a hunter. There's so many games where like even against good hunters where I'm just like easy breezy cover girl, like it's not a big problem. And then other games I'm against a Chernobog, like a hunter no one plays and it is not like commonly known to be good, and
yeah,
I'm getting shoved back every two. So like this guy's just pelting me. He's just standing in my
yeah.
tower line, shoot me in the face. Like
He
like
clears
it's a
super
it's a drastic
fast.
difference.
Yeah, yeah. I like him at bottom of S. I think
That had to have been like the long. We spent like 10 minutes on Poseidon alone.
that's a good one though. That's like a meta pick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't ban
Aphrodite.
him ever though. Okay, Afro
I
A.
banned Poseidon when like I really just can't think of anything else. But I ban Kronos more than he is, more than I do him.
Yeah, I did it too.
Afro.
A minus or A?
There's no way Afro's on Anubis's level. You're just tripping now. Like there's just no way. Like there's no way.
Okay, A minus.
It's got to be A minus.
Yeah.
Because if Afro is A, Anubis is going up. There's no way.
Well, Anubis like can't move while he does his stuff. Like the thing about
Yeah.
her is at least you can't kill her. You could kill Anubis while he's killing you. Like it seems, and she has CC like the
Yeah, but
kiss.
imagine PvEing them though. Like, okay, put yourself in a position where you're not fighting. You're strictly ignoring your opponent and letting them hit you, and you're just
You could
PvEing. Like,
ignore Afro.
you could ignore Afro 10 times easier. If you ignore Anubis for that long, he's gonna kill you, bro.
Eventually, yeah, he'll kill you.
Like
For
she may
sure.
survive better, but he also like she survives like twice as good. He does like 4 times the damage. So
That is true. That is true.
All right, Apollo. I feel like this character's fallen out of favor a ton. Like he used to be pretty common-ish, and people liked him because like he does well in the melees, give or take. But like I don't know if it's mannequins or breaking his mez, or if it's the meta, or people just I don't like him. I don't know, but I never see that character anymore. Like ever.
I'd put him
I
in
used to
S
see
minus.
that's mine. Does he be? Yeah, I mean, I think he could even pressure out like Loki early game. Like, I'm pretty sure he would just pressure him out really easily.
Yeah.
Um,
I just think
I think
Mez giving prots is really strong right now, and even if like the mannequins is bad, he's just super slippery. So like against melee players, you have the Mez, and against like backline, you also have like the three stealing movement speed kind of, or like debuffing movement speed, right? So it like slows their movement speed and buffs your movement speed. So that helps chase with autos, and his passive is really good for pressure. And honestly, in like a hunter battle, like let's say you ban all the top tier hunters from me, then he actually does a lot of damage with his autos, you know?
Yeah. Who do you think actually out trade? Because I only ask because I've seen this matchup quite a few times, and also it's really weird because it's like neither one of their ults are like full effectiveness to what I would want them to be. I guess Heim isn't too bad, but like between Heim and Apollo, like assuming Apollo's going like Silver Branch and Heim's going whatever, who do you think like outboxes more often than like I assume my
Probably Heim.
assumption is that Heim outboxes. However, if Apollo only fights with his passive up, I think he can win.
Yeah, I think
Like
Silver Branch
if he only
passive.
fights with passive.
If you have Silver Branch passive, you can. Also, Apollo's better with crit, so he's gonna be a better Deathbringer abuser. So I could see Apollo winning that, but then Heim could force you into a little beads relic, which isn't fun.
Yeah,
But
that's the biggest part right there.
but it's also hard to land an ult because anytime you step up to ult, you just like Apollo dash away. So
Hmm.
then, like, the other thing you can do is you could buy Blink on Heim, which sounds troll, but Blink Heim is actually not bad into
No,
Poseidon
I do.
either.
Used to do it all the time. I used to
Yeah.
do it all the time. It's good.
So I think, yeah, I think Apollo's probably S minus. I think it's good.
Especially if you're going crit on Heim, which not saying you have to, but crit blink Heim, like I catch used to catch people off guard all the time with that.
That shit
Like
hurts.
you just blink crit them. Like even if you're not doing the ult bot stuff, I know you said that based on like blink ulting people, but I'm not even referring to that. Like simply just getting your big auto ready, blinking in with the big auto, critting them, knocking up with the two instantly, and critting again. That does like 40% of people's health, if not more. And like so you can
Yeah.
catch people backing around corners and just kill people that way.
Yeah. I think it's solid S minus, though.
Yeah, I
Naja.
think it's good. Naja,
A.
Naja's weird because I want to say he's terrible. But I've actually played against like Hydrogen. I've played against his Naja a couple times and stuff, and I also lost one time to I forget who it was. It was a pro. I don't remember, but it was a pro player, and he beat me with it, and it actually looked really strong. And like, so I think he's better than I initially thought. I think he could be A plus to be well. Okay,
I think it's matchup dependent because he can just like sash you from out of auto range, and then he ults you late game, and then you take so much damage, and at that
yeah.
point it's really unfun. But also he has like weird matchups because you're gonna ban Kali, you're gonna ban Anhur, you're gonna ban Hades. You should probably ban
I think he does
Freya.
well on the mages. Like I think he suffers against hunters for the most part, but like there's a lot of mages where like I honestly have such a bad time. I'm not even saying like I shouldn't win or that I don't have the advantage. I'm just saying it feels bad. Like I played Zhong versus Naja and then he just sashes on me and kind of beats me up. I ended up winning that game. It was Hydrogen, but it was really hard. And like
Yeah,
like imagine your Poseidon versus Naja. Like your whole life, your existence is fear. Like you're just scared every
you're
corner
gonna
you
get
turn that you're gonna
sashed.
get sat. Like
Yeah.
he's a lot
Also,
better than what people say,
Vulcan,
I
right?
think.
You literally just
Yeah.
ring toss, and if he ever places turret, he's like cucking himself out of it.
He kind of reminds me of a more aggressive, like because Robin has to like get up and like three, he has to be closer and whatnot. But he reminds me of Robin, but like way more aggressive,
I
I guess.
think the reason why he's good late game is because he works so well with crit. So if you build like a Wind Demon Deathbringer, like two crit items, and you pop your two, you actually it feels really good. Like you can kind of outbox
Yeah,
some people late game. So
I even like single crit on him to be honest. Like just going a Shadow Steel or just going a Deathbringer and using your
yeah,
two, like just
yeah,
single crit, so that way if they want to commit Spectral to it half the time, you're not even critting them. It doesn't even matter. And also like they're committing a whole defense item for probably one crit in the fight or maybe two.
yeah.
And you're not committing too much of your gold to do it. You can build stat. I don't know. I think Naja's good to be honest. I think he's A plus.
I'll put
I think like I
yeah,
would go be competitive against like maybe not Hercules, probably get clobbered, but like against a lot of the off tier hunters. Loki early game is abusable. Zeus you could jump on. Hun Batz you could tango with. Like I think he can fight
yeah.
these
You could
people in A
tango with Hun
plus.
Batz. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
put
like
him in A plus, like bottom of or middle of A plus. I don't think
he's like a
he's like
weird
Odin
one.
level.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not many people who like have really got to his
Yeah,
peak
that's the thing. Like, I
potential.
think a lot of people would just assume, like, first off, like, oh, Naja, I've never seen that god played in Duel, and he probably sucks, and so yeah, he's just not viable. And that's probably people's assumption. And I'm not saying he's amazing, but like, he's a lot better than people think. Like, to see that god once every 3 years and have no one ever talk about him, he's a lot better than what it
What
sounds.
people
Like, kind
give
of
him
like the Cupid.
credit.
It sounds like the Cupid thing, where it's like no one talks about that god, no one ever plays it, but he's good. Like, he's
We
okay.
think he's good, yeah, for sure. All
All
right,
right,
you set.
Iset.
Uh,
Make sure you don't say the other word. Do not
better,
say the other word.
yeah,
Uh,
better than
Issa,
Anubis, cause she could Bumba's abuse, and her ult's really good, and her silence is really good, and she has CC on every ability. So I put
yeah,
her A plus or top of A, which sounds weird because
I
I'm putting Iset above Hell, but I think the fact that she can Bumba's abuse is just really good, right?
I don't think it's weird to be honest, because she can Bumba abuse, and also it's not that recent. To be fair, it's been a while, but I mean the buff to Iset 3, I'm pretty sure she didn't have shields on her 3 initially, right? That was a
No,
buff
no.
that they gave her.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
like
buff.
the buff to that they gave her a while back, like that's crazy, bro. I lost. I have a YouTube video up where I lost as Shiva versus Paul's Iset, and that in particular is just I didn't go blink first of all, which sucked, but also that in particular is just a bad matchup because she has two CCs and her one's knockup immune, and Shiva's two CCs are both knockups.
Knockups, yeah.
So it really sucks, and that was a terrible matchup for me. But even with that being said, I could see her potential. Like, he didn't even go Bumbas. He just went Sands into Timeline, I think, or whichever one is the power one. He went Sands into the power one, not the alternate timeline. And he kind of just won, like, he went Poly, and he kind of just, like, one-tapped me in combos. Like, it was kind of crazy. So I respect that character. I think she's good. I don't think she's S minus level, but I think she's A plus.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Athena. I think Athena's decent for a guardian, to be honest. Like, the question is, are we just throwing her in B, or is she more of a Ymir kind of situation? I think she has the potential, honestly, to be A minus. I think I would rather play Athena than Cuckoo. I'll be like, she does well with Bumbas. Polly's good on her. She has a decent early game. Like, I don't know. I feel a little bit rough putting her in the same position as like these other guardians that can't even clear and never will kill you. Because I've won a good amount of games on Athena. Like, she's a lot better than these other guardians, I think.
Yeah, I think she's like A minus level in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wasn't gonna put her in A, but I don't think she's B either. I think she's like
Yeah,
in between that.
definitely better. And she could mannequins or Bumbas, which is good.
Yeah.
Kronos?
Yeah, she's not hopeless, regardless of her ult being hopeless. Kronos is. I think I always compare Kronos to Poseidon because in my brain they're kind of like the same god, even though they're not. But they both can go mannequins or bumbas. They're both cringe mages that don't have an escape besides just
Movement.
their movement speed, and they're both mages that press 4 when in danger. Like, they're kind of the same boat, but I think Kronos is better than
I think
Poseidon.
Kronos is better too. I don't think there's a
So
lot of good Poseidons because most of the ones I play are pretty ass, and I think Poseidon has weird match or Kronos has weird matchups because he loses to Freya, and I think he could probably lose to a Hebo late game because Hebo like knock up one ult and stuff will just do too much damage.
yeah,
But I think he has a really high ceiling because against melee characters he's super fast. He has self heal with the 3 and the ult, and the resetting cooldown is OP. And he also has like insanely good matchups against like all in characters like Cupid ult. You just ult Cupid ult and now it's a Cupid
yeah.
without an ult, so he's bad.
His stun is what does it for me. I mean, I guess there's a lot of qualities, but like that's like the biggest thing. Like
Yeah.
Poseidon, his stun is his ultimate, first of all, and it's also way more predictable. I guess Kronos isn't like not predictable, but still, you know when the Kraken's coming 100% of the time. I've late beads a Kronos stun plenty of times because he flicks it super hard, and it made me like stutter. I didn't get stunned because I beads, but I stuttered.
Yeah.
Um, and so it's like, I don't know, just having a readily available stun, like that's helps you with like Fenrir matchup. Having a readily available stun and his ult is also like Kronos ult's obviously more self peel and more reliable than crackening your feet. I just think he outclasses Poseidon just about every way, to be honest. I don't know how the actual individual matchup goes, assuming the Poseidon has like Jim and Bombas. I don't know.
What,
But
the
it doesn't
Kronos
really
versus
matter.
Poseidon?
Yeah.
I feel like Kronos could literally just get blink sprint and just blink and then sprint. Because you could blink 3 Poseidon, and if Poseidon doesn't beads, he's kind of dead in that instance, right? And if he does get beads, you just still sprint, and then he has shell. So he has a shell over you, which sucks. It sounds
Well,
weird not going Aegis into Poseidon, but like I feel like you just ult the Kraken and you should never really die.
no, you're leaning into my court here, buddy. Like, when I say that is because like you think it's troll to not go Aegis versus Poseidon, and I think we've talked about this a little bit before, but I think it's troll to go Aegis into Poseidon,
Yeah,
depending on the matchup. But I prefer beads
I
because
prefer beads. You die off Kraken late.
yeah, and the thing about Aegis that I always notice, and what I was going to bring up just now because you said blink what was it, the sprint, and it's like what you'd have to juke the Kraken because if you get stunned obviously you're not going to die necessarily. You could just ult it or you could pre-ult it, but then you're not killing him, like you're running away. And it's the same thing, or it's like I don't like Aegis versus Kraken or versus Poseidon unless you're also going, like, if you want to go beads Aegis, okay, more power to you, but like you need the beads in my opinion because everybody thinks about like, oh, Kraken, I'm going to die. Okay, for me it's not I'm going to die, it's he's going to get away, like he's going
Yeah,
to run away. He just knocked me up, stunned me. I don't care if I took the damage or not, he escaped, bro, and now my relic's on cooldown for 6 more Krakens, like
yeah. People
so
also
that's
don't
how I
know
feel
how
about it.
long it's like the Kraken stuns because it knocks you up, which is 1 CC, and the second part is the stun scales as you level it. So isn't it
Yeah,
like a
that's
two
two.
second stun?
Yep,
So that
it's
is
two.
like even if you Aegis it, and Aegis is what, a second and a half of like immunity or something. So
Yeah,
like
I
you
think
you'll
second half.
Aegis the knock up, and then when you land, you're in a whirlpool. You're being trident, and then you get knocked up, and then he puts another whirlpool because he has Bumbas. So like late game, like you don't even want to get hit by the Kraken, which sounds kind of dumb. It's like, oh, if he's a good player, he'll hit it, but it's actually kind of hard to hit Krakens if like you're sprinted or something, or you're like in his face and like. So I
Yeah,
I think it's better to go beads and eat the 1,000 damage Kraken, but not eat the 3,000 damage follow up or whatever.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I agree.
So I put Kronos in
Um,
S plus, which like I don't even ban that character every game, but that's because there's not a lot of good Kronoses.
I think he has potential. It's also like the Vamana match of Vamana talk, where it's like even if he doesn't have a good matchup, which he doesn't have that many bad ones, and even if the player is that much better than you, if you really wanted to, you could just build double defense or movement speed, or none of that, and just be Kronos and PVE, and like you
Yeah,
could just win games that way. It's like
Kronos
he
2.
doesn't have very many losing matchups, and he's a great god. But the thing is even if those weren't the case, you still have play. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'd put him in
S
S plus
plus.
as well.
Yeah,
I
Chang'e.
put him in S initially, but I think he's better than that.
Yeah, he's definitely. If you put him in S, he's top of S at
Yeah.
least. Chang'e,
Chang'e.
I'm putting
That's
her
gotta be.
A
That's gotta be
minus.
like. Yeah, I was gonna say A minus or A, but like I'm looking at these A characters, and I'm pretty sure they beat up Chang'e really hard.
She
So
doesn't have damage, and if she gets if they get defense, she doesn't have even more damage. Like it's so bad. It's so bad. I want this character to be relevant, but even in Conquest, she's so bad because you can't kite someone. She doesn't even kite. She doesn't even chase. And like by the time you do half of someone's health, and you need 2 more rotations of abilities, they have like 15 seconds to realize they're in danger. Like it's
yeah,
so
yeah,
bad.
it's pretty bad.
All right, A minus.
Tier.
I used to think
Mm,
this character was nuts because I like actually beat some Ullrs with tier because tier passive is like kind of nuts into stuns.
yeah, it is. I don't know.
I'd put him A
I put him in A
plus.
plus. Yeah, I put
Yeah,
him A plus as well. I think it's just a solid play. I mean, he's just a guy that's hit or miss. He's matchup dependent, but also even in good matchups, he kind of falls off a bit. I mean,
with
so
the
he's not
prot
an amazing.
changes too.
Yeah,
Right.
he's not an amazing character, but he can scrap, bro. He's a scrapper.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, just like literally like 60 seconds. You can just talk about Zhong. I don't really feel like clipping this out if it's gonna be 60 seconds. So just talk
Yeah.
about Zhong,
Sure.
man. Maybe.
All right. Zhong Kui. He can mannequins abuse. He can't really Bumbas abuse, I don't think, because his one has an animation and his three has a really long animation. So I don't recommend Bumbas. Um, It's hard to place him because every time I go against one, I feel like I could just auto battle him like mid or late because hunters should just be able to like kill him with kins and stuff. But early game with mannequins, he's actually super strong and his autos do a lot of damage. He's losing to all the top tiers. That's for sure. He should lose to all of these characters. That's for sure, because he gets kinsed on. I would, if I put him anywhere, I'd probably put him A plus or bottom of S minus. We'll see what Jesse thinks, but the fact that some characters can jump over a wall, like for instance, like Hun Batz could just jump over a wall, like Ho Yi on her, Kali, like any character with a jump, like as soon as he pops ult, they could just jump over a wall. So that's a
Where
really
did we
bad
put the fat boy?
counter. I put him like bottom of S minus or top of A plus or like middle of A plus.
Yeah, I think he's really freaking good, dude. Like, um, especially like Magus. Not to say like it's a core item you should build on every game or anything, but a lot of the times that I've lost against Zhong, it's been whether he's ability or auto. One way or another, he gets like six item. He gets like six item Magus, and then I try to full commit to him. And like if I don't actually just bait his cooldowns and run away kind of thing, if I do fight him and try to full commit with his kit and Magus, like I feel like I just die, bro. Like he just out beefs me. Like I
Yeah,
don't know. I think
I'm a hunter player, and I think early game he will outbox every hunter because of mannequins and stuff like that. But like late
yeah.
game, I'm usually not scared, which is like annoying sometimes because I have to play until late game and I have to like not give him a kill, and it's
Mm-hmm.
this like stupid guy on Zhong Kui that's like fat running around like taking has just so much
Yeah.
pressure because he's tankier than me, does more damage. But like once you get like kins and sprint, it honestly turns into an auto battle because he shouldn't ever be able to 1-3 you if you like pop
Yeah, yeah.
sprint.
If you keep your distance, that's more of like a melee thing. He won threes,
Yeah.
or if the only way he can do that to backlines is if he's blinking, and then he has blink and not a different relic.
And
So
also auto damage is way more prominent now because everyone's tankier. So like if melee players have more time to apply kins on him, it's actually better for the melee players, I think. Like an Arachne. If the
yeah,
Arachne can't, if I ult 1-3-2'd and the Arachne died, that's bad for the Arachne. But if the Arachne could eat all of that shit and not die, that is super good for her because she's just gonna kins you to death after all that burst.
so which one did you land on, S minus or
I
I
I
threw
think
him
A
in S
plus.
minus.
I put A plus. Just
I'm trying to
because,
think. Like I
let's
feel like he
say
beats all these gods in A plus though now.
no, okay, let's say you're Odin and you just ult, and then
Mm-hmm.
you just have doubled magic D with kins. He's just dead because there's no amount of damage that'll go through a bulwark and
All right. What
like
about
something
like
else.
Hell
He'll shit on Hell because I think
and
he could auto
Zeus,
her. He'll,
and
I think
then
Zeus,
Hercules?
I think Zeus with Hecate and would probably stand a good fair fight because Zeus could Hecate and then 2-1. So anytime Zong tries to auto, I don't think Zeus is that bad.
I don't think Zeus is that bad either, but it's one of those hard to say kind of things because like I've never really faced very many Zeuses, nor have I ever faced a good one. So
I think it's
like,
mainly the other characters. Like let's say I'm Pele, I'm not going ability based Pele into Zong Kui. I'm just going maybe like I'm going maybe Bulwark, like Runic, Toxic Kins, and like some other attack speed like Pen, like Silver Branch or something. And I could
mm,
literally just Kins you to death. Like you will hit T screen, you'll see 900 from like Kins, and it's gonna look silly. But
yeah,
I just think every warrior like Achilles, like Amma, like Erlang, any warrior could just get Kins and just do that strat that I told you. So I put
yeah.
him A
All right,
plus.
I'll leave him A plus for now. Might move him later. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm going
Mercury. I
S.
think Mercury is really good. I think he's really
Yeah,
good.
I think he's S tier.
Um, yeah. Like I'm trying to think. Like it's like he can beat all those gods in S plus by being cringe and PVEing, but it's an unreliable strat. Like if that was if that was reliable, Vamana would be way higher up.
No, I don't even
Like
think it's PvEing because you could. I think it's PvEing till 20, but I think he genuinely can stall it till 20 because at level 20 he ults you and he just autos you, and then let's say you're trying to turn it as Hades, I beads and I just like keep autoing you. Like his strat
mhm,
is so brain dead. Like
yeah, no, it
and
really
Chronos
is.
too. Like I ult you and then I could kill you before your Chronos ult goes off. Like even if you would have to beads Chronos ult, and then at that point I'm just gonna come back around for the second next time my ult's up, you know?
Yeah, I've actually played like I've been spamming Mercury and Dories. I got like a diamond border. I don't know if I still have it because I did just lose. But I'm playing him a lot, and what I notice is like he's really strong, first of all, and can win a crap load of matchups. But the matchups that are like a little bit hard or whatever, usually the only reason they're hard is like when I get to late game is because it just depends whether I can land an ult or not. Because it's like if I
Yeah,
like I played against Lamb's Cernanos, for example, it was a little bit rough for a bit. I even lost first blood, but I ended up winning late because late literally just went. I ulted him. He popped beads. I ran away. I ulted him again, and he died. Like if I just land two in a row, he dies. And if you miss, it's not the end of the world. You kind of just run away, but there is a little part where because I would say no harm no foul. You miss, okay, we'll just try it again next time. Well, their beads might be up again, but also if you miss, there is like a 60-second plus window where people can kind of just, oh, like if you already have his Phoenix, oh, he missed and ulted by my Phoenix, I'm just going to run to his Titan and I have 60 seconds where he has no ult. So there is a point where he can be abused, but it's also like assuming you land your Merc ults off cooldown, you should just be able to toy with people and get their relics and kind of play the game however you want, like Fenrir does. So I
yeah.
think he's good.
He's
I think he's
also
really good.
the like one thing that's kind of sucks about him is he doesn't have a jump, so you can on her jump over a wall, who you jump over a wall, whatever. But like if you get Erendite on Mercury, I shit you not, you could just know where they're going after they jump and just chase them. Like he is so fast, he will catch up to you because then he just dashes like after he catches up, you know.
Yeah,
So I definitely
and
think
then you
he's an
just
S tier, but
and
he's
if you're
a
against S, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say if you're against self peel like on her or something, and you do just catch up to them with movement. If they turn around to impale, you just like pre beads, like stuff
yeah.
like that. So
He has really good options. So yeah, he
yeah,
could even be bottom of S plus, I think, because you can beat like almost all those characters. I don't think you're beating Akali though. Like I think she's probably just
it's like I
stunning
agree
you.
with you that he has the potential. I just don't know if you're supposed to win. Like
No, I
it's
think
like
you are.
if played well against all the characters in S plus. You mean?
Well, yeah, because okay, like on her is different because on her is just like super pressuring
Yeah.
early, but he also doesn't have insane wave clear. You could probably out clear an on her, which sounds super weird, right? But if you like one the archers and then three the archers and you go 1-1-3, the archers are dead.
Well, the only problem with that strat, because like I said, I've been spamming Mercury a lot. First of all, if you do get away with that, usually you take like half your health just for even doing it, and then if they just let the minions go into tower, it's you're screwed. But also, people can't just stand in the minion wave. Like Onher's gonna walk up to two, and you can't just like one and then wait 4 seconds and then three past them kind of thing. Like it's awkward unless you're willing to give up the dash damage on the melees. It's you can't always just one dash through the wave perfectly like on paper like it would say. Like I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure
I
somebody could
think
just
mid
eat it
game
and then kill you.
mid game you might lose, but it's also like if Onher misses a single impale, like it takes really good play from an Onher, and you have like the pillar to block Merkel. Like I know all that stuff, but even with that stuff, like sometimes Merkel just phases through, and like you could still get stunned by like the side of Merkel. So
So are
like
you trying to say he's S plus then?
I could see the argument for bottom of S plus because I could just ult the
Yeah.
Chronos and like he will be. I'm just gonna put him in S for now, but I
I
could
mean, I
definitely
agree with
see it.
the bottom of it because I was saying he's the top of S. So yeah, I mean, it's very very close.
Yeah. Uh, it's pretty fair to say. Well, I'll just leave him top of S for now.
Yeah,
Danny?
Thanatos. I think didn't he? Isn't the 9.5 like he can't snowball as hard? Like he doesn't just one shot people anymore. And like
Yeah,
I guess he gets benefit from like more HP and he has a high execute threshold. I get, but like that's not his main thing in duel. It's not the execute threshold. His main thing is autoing you twice, threeing you, and hitting you with a one, and you're
you're
dead.
dead.
Like
Yeah,
that doesn't really happen anymore. I think he got nerfed really hard because of that, and I think he's like
A
no,
tier.
I was gonna say yeah, I was gonna say A or A plus, but I'm looking at the A plus gods, and I don't think he's better
No,
than these
he's not.
guys.
He's not. No way he
I'm pretty
keeps
sure
up with
Tier
Herc.
would just throw him around, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna put
Yeah,
him
he's
in A.
probably
You
just
can go
not good.
auto based, but it's like, why would you ever go auto based if like you could just go other characters? So yeah,
Sun Wukong.
I think
He's
this
better than
character's some
Thanatos.
ass. Yeah, I put him in A plus, but I hate this character. I think he's ass. He's so
Yeah,
like
my
boring to play against because he's just so slippery, but he's also like his
and
his
he can clear
two
really well.
Yeah, it's just his cudgel has an animation, his 2 has an animation, his 3
That's what I was
kind of
gonna
has an
say. He
animation.
feels like a Cullen to me. Like remember when I played Cullen versus you like 8 times? He feels like a Cullen versus me when it comes to versus hunters because it's like I may have the damage to compete with this hunter, but can I get the damage off in time? Like it takes me 10 seconds to use all my abilities, bro. Like I
Yeah.
can't. The only one that's fast is Tiger stunning someone. The 2 has a big chart. The ult obviously like even if you're gonna up down as fast as you possibly can, it takes forever. Like and his cooldowns are relatively short, but they're not so short that you can just 1-2 ult 1-2
I
And
know
so it's like
Jackson likes this character.
I think he's decent. I think he's like tier level. I think he's perfect in A plus. Like I think he's a decent character that can win. Um that's about it. Like
Yeah,
I
I'll
think I
put him
beat
there.
Nest Force Apollo with someone calling. Like he has potential, but
Yeah, I'll say that. I'll put him A plus. AMC?
He's just his stuff just takes way too long to get online, man. That's why I'll never love Kukulkan ever again in duel when it comes to
Ever
when it comes
again.
to versus hunters. Because like he could probably beat up a lot of other gods, but when you're talking about top tier hunters, bro, it doesn't have to be a top tier. When you're talking about a hunter that has auto attack damage, aka all of them, it takes you 10 minutes to use abilities. The only way you have a chance is if you go thorns and like 2 or 3 defense items.
Yeah,
And
that
even then,
really is the
like
only way.
even then, like that's the only way you get all your cooldowns off, anyways.
Yeah.
AMC.
What do you think
Um,
of AMC?
well, I think he's definitely an Esser, or one of the S's. I mean, the question,
Yeah.
dude, there's no way. Is this guy really S plus though? Like I'm thinking, on her into AMC. How does on her into AMC feel?
You get out cleared, you hate your life, you hit level 5, you swag on him because you just jump in on cooldown. That's kind of how it goes. Or you could just pillar ult off cooldown and just impale him after. But late game AMC is
Kali,
nuts. Late game AMC is like, would probably beat an on her. Because if you kind of just get like late game and you have beads, you could kind of just beads any CC when someone engages on you, stinger, and you're have more DPS, you know?
yeah, and like when I think of like late game Kali, it obviously beats AMC. When I think of late game Kronos, I think that beats AMC too, considering Bumba's at least. But the thing is that's late game, and it's still competitive. Like at Kronos, he doesn't just outright beat AMC. Like it's gonna be a hard game, give or take.
Yeah.
Um, and that being said, and also your early sucks in comparison. I think 9.5 buffed AMC so much because he's a character that basically, if he doesn't die, like if you don't make this guy explode in 5 seconds, you probably lost the fight. Like you're gonna get out poked, you're gonna get out sustained. Um, and
Yeah.
he's just gonna be annoying. Like a thing like on her, for example, if you jump in and miss an impale against AMC, you're probably just fucked. Like you're just
Well,
done.
the other thing is like I feel like whatever on her builds, like let's say you build trans on her and you just want to be like an AMC and just not die, you just slap on a Blackthorn and then you're getting to late game, which sounds like you're
Yeah.
throwing your early, but like you're not winning early. No matter what first item you go, if the on her's good, like you will just die, right? So I feel like you just go Blackthorn for the extra health or like Runeforged, and then go into like a Breastplate Aussie and like you'll just have so much more movement speed and attack speed, and I think that's probably the way to go. I don't think there's a lot of good AMC players, but I would put him towards the top of S, like below Mercury, in my
You would put
opinion.
him below Mercury, like you wouldn't put him in S plus.
I
Are
don't
you
think I'd
saying
put him in S
Mercury should just
plus.
be S plus? I don't know, dude. My problem is like I treat AMC the same way I do with Baka, where it's like, oh, what you let AMC through, stupid streamer. No, chat. Listen, I'm a good player and I beat AMC all the time. He's easy to counter, and I say that, and then I suffer for 30 minutes bitching about AMC the whole time. And it's
Yeah,
like, and even though I win most of those games where I'm in those predicaments, the point is this god makes me mad and makes me try hard 24/7, and any god that makes me have to sweat my brains out to win has to be like good, right? Like I don't know.
yeah.
So it's like I want to say this god's stupid and sucks and nobody should play him and he's just for noobs, but like at the same time I have a lot of competitive games versus AMC, and I don't know if that's just a me thing or if he's actually good.
No, that god's definitely good. I haven't played against him with the new prot and HP changes either, but I'm sure he's even better. Because now you
I
can't
think he's
burst
S
him.
plus.
You think he's
to
S
be
plus?
honest. Yeah, and if the argument is that Mercury can do stuff into him, I think I would rather put AMC and Mercury both in S plus than have both of them in S. If that's the argument, to be honest.
Well, okay. My problem with AMC is like if you have the right bans, I do think he's an S plus character. Because you ban Skadi, you ban Bellona, right? You ban
Yeah.
Yi. You could even play into an on her. Do you ban Kali? Probably, right?
Mm.
You don't want to get
Well, I
Kali
don't
off.
know because you kind of snow. I think you just snowball Kali, to be honest. But
And you just
it just
honey your
depends on how
feet.
it depends how confident you are. Because I'll be honest, like Kali cannot win. Like because I played that matchup a lot actually. Kali cannot win that until you get like six slot. Because
Five
even when
slot
you're
is like
even when you're like
good.
4 or 5, you're 4 or 5, but he's 5 or 6, and like
Yeah,
probably has
you're
fire
right.
minions too. So like
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure AFC beats Kali, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like
you're
or
gonna
at
get
least
jumped
can.
on and stunned, but then he's just gonna stinger to you, and then you're ulting, but then he just honeys his feet and runs away, and he's just faster
Yeah,
than you. So
yeah.
I see what you're
Like
saying, but I've also beaten so many shitter AMCs or even like good
yeah.
AMCs,
That's why
because
it's by that. That's why I'm trying to convince you because it's like I've beaten all these AMCs. I could name 7 players that have diamond border AMCs that suck at this game. There's such a
well,
bias
I've
towards the
also
character.
I've beaten like Sizzix AMC and like all these other AMCs too, like quote unquote like
Yeah,
GM ADCs, but that's because I feel like not one, they maybe didn't play it right, and two, like he does have like bad matchups. Like you will shove down waves, and like it's unfun for Anher and Ho Yi, but after a certain point, Anher will just like jump on you, impel you, and just ult you, and you're kind of screwed, you know. And like Ho Yi's the same thing. I mark you, I ult you, and I won you, and you can't build crit into like if you put AMC in S plus, I think Ho Yi should be S plus too.
oh, yeah, I probably would put Hoyi in S plus as well. Yeah,
Okay.
to be honest,
And I think
I
AMC needs the right bans to be S plus. Like you need to ban on her. You need to probably ban Hades. You need to
right,
ban Merc is unfun because Merc is slow immune and he actually can keep up with AMC, right?
yeah.
So I'd probably ban Merc too. I'd ban Skadi. So you would have to like if you're playing AMC, you would have to commit all these bans, but I think it's fine. So yeah,
Well, another
I
thing
could
about
see.
Merc though is like you can do the same thing versus Kai. Like the problem with AMC is a lot of his losing matchups he can win by just standing at the tower line and never doing anything but doing red buff and hitting your tower and then going to BDK. Like he has such a remarkable level 3, like
Yeah, and
or
5.
just laning phase in general. I mean,
You know what's
like
crazy? He could beat Ullr. Like if he stingers you
yeah,
and he just pokes Ullr, Ullr has to back and his stingers up again. It's the same thing. Like he has an ult every time he fights Ullr, just like an Ullr has an ult every time he fights. You know?
yeah. I don't know. I think he's cracked to be honest. Like the more and more I lose to it, the more and more I rage against it.
I haven't
The more and
lost
more I
to it in
think
so
about it.
long, but I haven't faced a good one, and I'm always
Well, the
like a
thing is
good
when I
character.
lose, I'm always against something super low pressure. Like you play hunters and stuff. I'm always playing like when I run into AMC's, I'm literally 100% of the time playing like Nemesis, Kali, Arachne, or
Yeah.
anything that just gets fucking rolled over level 3. I'm
I
always
think
on those gods.
last time I lost was to Riley's AMC, and I was playing Arachne, and Riley's like, "Yeah, I just wanted to test this." I'm like, "What do you want to test, man? You've played AMC a million times, man. You know he's good." And I'm like over here trying to test Arachne, and I'm like losing him a Mar, and he's like on his little Smurf. So like I was like upset for like half the day because I was like, "What the fuck?" But yeah, I definitely think that character just like snowballs like your tower super hard.
I just
Um,
think he's just a dual god, bro. He just plays
he
the
is,
like
yeah.
he's like Baka in my opinion, where it's just like he like you can just tell. Obviously, he's not meant for duel because no one they didn't make duel. They didn't make any characters for duel. But if
Yeah,
they
he's built
did,
for it.
he's one of them. Like
Yeah.
he's a hunter, which you could argue that whole class is built for duel. But he's a hunter that just has ranged poke, good clear, good damage, scales well, has a cripple, slow, another slow, tons of damage, movements. Like I don't know, dude. He's cracked. I hate going against him. I don't want to play him. I don't want other people to pick him, but he's undeniably really good right now. I think 9.5 buffed him a lot, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I think it buffed him too. All right, I put Merc in S plus too, kind of, but that seems troll because I'm not first picking Mercury every game, but I think like at the highest level of play, but then he can get snowballed on. But like, who's snowballing on Merc other than like AMC, right?
Yeah, yeah. No,
Like
it
Poseidon
is
can't.
hard.
Like You just
It's
need your
hard to
golden
stumble on.
blade. Yeah, and you could even give up red, like,
I
and
have a
I think
much
he could
easier
stall it.
time. I've noticed because I play, like I said, I play Kali, Nim, Mercury a lot recently, and then when you could argue they're all very similar, low pressure melee assassins that get pooped on early. That's the story for all of them, give or take. But Mercury by far, like I have the most wiggle room on. I've found like
Yeah.
via HP and mana sustain, whether it's my build or my playstyle or whatever. I don't find myself being in a position where I'm like, dang, dude, this guy just beat me up. He's poking my tower. I lost all the buffs and I want to die, but I'll get there late game. I don't hear that in my head as much when I play Mercury. It feels like his early game's still not great, but it's not bad either. Like if they fight you in a weird
Yeah.
position, you can definitely fight them, and his clear feels better than the other two as well.
I feel like first
It may
item.
not even be better, but it feels better.
I feel like first item, if like Poseidon has Bancrofts, you have Golden Blade, he's gonna win that because he has Bancrofts with like Shell. But you can just poke him with Merc ones technically, and like if you get a random ult on him and you just auto him, like there's a chance you kill a Poseidon. Like there's a chance you kill like certain characters, because of your ult. So I
Yeah,
genuinely think he can be S plus.
yeah, I put AMC and Merc both in S plus. I don't think that's that bad. I
Uh,
mean, we're just naming like in a tournament setting. Like if we're playing for $100,000, we're just naming gods that technically, we're not out here to make friends. We're playing the best strategy, and technically, he could be up there as one of the best strategies. Like it's kind of hard to snowball on, and he has an amazing late. So
yeah, I agree.
and he can
Nuwa,
play the map. Nuwa sucks balls. Real big balls. I think she's down there with like Raw and
I
Kukulkan.
think she's an A. I think she's
Um,
the reason being is her two is really sick because it can body block autos. She has a stun, and also she's really good with mannequins. And characters like Anubis are not really good with mannequins. So she
yeah,
actually has
that's
a good
true.
early game.
And
And
also, I would argue that her root could be better than her stun half the time if you're going attack speed.
true,
Well,
true.
yeah, like that root's really strong too.
You could go like mannequins into either Bancrofts or you could have a first item Hecate and like a hunter will kind of struggle. Like I've beaten like on hers with her, which sounds really weird, right? But like
No, yeah, they will struggle.
her minions giving block stacks is kind of good.
Hmm.
And her
Yeah,
ults,
especially if you're not blowing them up and you're just like autoing, like, or you
yeah,
specifically decide to blow up one because you technically can aim the shit. Like you can just blow
yeah,
up one of them.
for the stun, yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
I
agree.
think
Yeah,
she's
she's
A.
probably not.
You
Yeah,
could
she's
even
probably not
argue A
really good.
plus for Iset because Iset's not that crazy, but I would probably say Nua's like top of A or like next to Hell or something.
Wait, did you put? Where did you put Issa?
A plus.
Okay, I thought you just wait. What did you just say? I thought you just said that.
I
I don't know.
said
You
you
said.
could put her. I said you could put Nuwa near Iset. I think,
Oh, okay, okay.
but I'll put her
Um.
next to Hell. I think it's fun.
Mm-mm-mm. Wait, so you're putting Nuwa on the same ranking as Loki?
Uh, well, okay. Even against Loki, like she's gonna clear the wave, and if the Loki ever goes on her, she's just gonna miss every time Loki stealths, and then you 2-3 every time he threes. And if
To
he
be
ults you,
honest, yeah,
you
I'm just
ult.
gonna.
She has good
I'll put him in A
options.
plus
She has good
because I'm just
options.
thinking about it. I've only played Mannequins Nuwa a couple times, but every time I did it, I don't even know if I won a game. To be honest, I think I might. I think I might have won a couple, but every time I did it, I was in horrible matchups. Like they're picking an SS tier character kind of
Yeah,
thing, or if there even was one. But they're picking incredibly good gods, and they're decent players. And I'm gonna say they're amazing, but they're decent players, and I make the game really competitive.
yeah. You can make it
And I'm
competitive.
not just a god player, so that means the
She has good
character's got to be
options.
somewhat.
Yeah,
She's got to be somewhat decent.
yeah. I like her
I do,
options.
but hell, like bro, it's because we're looking at it so competitively and like tournament format and stuff. Everyone's just looking at this as like ranked play, and it's like, bro, I see hell all the time, and also she's my favorite god, and she's so good. I never see Nuwa, and they're in the same tier. Like,
Yeah,
I feel like tier lists probably make people so mad if you're being competitively honest. I feel like tier lists make people so mad.
yeah. That's true. Chalk.
Moving on to Chuck. Um,
That's all you.
I mean, I think Chalk's really good for the simple fact that when you can build auto, and he's not the greatest auto tech character inherently. However, when you put your one down and then you put your three down, then he becomes the best auto attack character. If the auto attack character that is better than him fights him in it, then he's just all of a sudden he's really good. Like, so it's like he has potential because you can kind of just ult spam, although they did just nerf the cooldown on it and they're making it like a normal cooldown, which really sucks. But you can just ult and basically force their relics, and then you put them in a position where you can just 1-3. But the problem with that is if someone's really hyper aware of that and they're spacing themselves correctly, they know they don't have sprint or beads or something, and you're just going to 1-3 them. They're just going to walk out of your slow and they're going to camp, and then you're just kind of like chalk. So it's like, I think the god's good, but he's not great.
Is he Vamana level?
No, I don't think so. I think he's like just under Vamana.
It's
I think he's
weird
just
because
an A
his
plus character.
boxing is nuts. So like against other melees, you would think, wow, he's really hard to box, right? But
Yeah.
as like a hunter player, I do just keep my space, and I think sprint is nuts into him, and I think jumps are nuts into him. I think he could be annoying to kill because his heal and his 1-2, he just teleports away. But I don't think the game is ever like in his hands. Like as a melee player, sometimes I feel like some melees dictate
Yeah.
when they want to fight, blah blah blah. Like Chalk can't really do that, and it never feels like he has a good time to ult, kind of.
Yeah, it's like when you try to be the one dictating fights all the time, they kind of just waddle away from you. And sometimes that's okay. Like sometimes you got their beads and they waddle away, and you feel somewhat good about that. But still, the point is you're not getting kills here. Like you're just
Yeah,
making some dude scared of you and popping his beads every so often. Like I don't
yeah.
know.
He seems good on paper because his 1-3 is nuts, and I think he's actually decent to me just because you could probably like let's say you immune Kraken with your ult, but then it's just like I feel like you just lose anyway, you know.
Yeah, like I'm looking at these characters in S minus, and I'm like, I want to say he's S minus because a lot of these gods that I'm looking at, I have so many memories of just stomping on those gods and like the potential you can do. But like those are against bad players. Like if I'm against a if I'm against Paul on Vulcan, if I'm against Shinigami on Apollo, I don't see myself doing that with Chalk. Like it's
Yeah,
hard to
I
do that with
just if you
Chalk.
ult, I ult, and then you're a Chalk without ult,
Like
and I take the fight every time. Or like I
so,
Miz,
like,
or
yeah,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't see it. You want to move on to Gib?
yeah, B tier.
Jibby boy. Jeb is a really good Bumbus character, but that
Hard to
doesn't
get
inherently
there.
mean.
Yeah,
Uh, I think I don't know.
as
I
early
feel
is not
bad
good
putting him in.
enough.
I feel bad putting him in B is what I'm trying to say. Like I'm not saying he shouldn't be there because maybe he should, but a big part of me wants to put him in A minus. To be honest, I feel like it's not that
You
hard
put
to
it at
get
our
to late.
Chang'e level. Nah, he's
And
gonna
like
get out cleared, bro. AMC.
well, okay, we're not talking about
Yeah,
AOC.
yeah,
Like, look
yeah.
at Geb versus like the A plus and A characters. Like, some of those gods you could probably get to Bumbas on, and a lot of those gods, like, because I've actually done it a lot and recently too. When you do get to Bumbas, Chalk, I mean, Geb actually wins like a
You
ton
think
of
a
amount. When
Geb
you go,
is beating an Artemis?
yes, I do. Yes,
Level
I
20
beat
Geb
yes,
is
because
beating
you
level
go.
20 Artemis, and I have like Kins, Beads, Shell.
Dude, we should try that one day because I swear, if you go beads, because again, beads for the Bumbas, but also cooldown reset. If you go Bumbas plus Staff of Mirrodin, assuming you get to 20, Bumbas, Staff of Mirrodin, beads cooldown, I promise you, you'll get at least 3 combos off in like an 8 second span.
Okay. I
Like
mean, I'm
you,
down to
you
put him
literally.
in A minus. I haven't played him, but yeah, Chang'e's dog shit. His damage is probably the same as Chang'e's, to be honest.
I'm just saying, if we're in a tournament and you're telling me I have to choose between all of these A minus and all these B gods, I'm probably going to pick Geb.
I do
I'll be
like Geb
honest.
more than Thor. That sounds so dumb, but I would rather probably have Bumba's Geb over Thor. Thor is there's no way you're not winning at any point with Thor.
Like I don't know. I think Geb's bad, but he's not hopeless. Like he,
Yeah. There's
in
hope.
a like whereas Sobek and stuff, like yeah, he's not hopeless either if you're against a 300 MMR Sylvannus. But
Yeah.
like realistically, in every situation, Sobek should lose. I think realistically, in only 99% of situations, Geb should lose. So I
That's
think he's
fair.
A minus.
That's fair. Oh, Nem is next. What do you think of Nem?
I think Nem is S plus. To be honest, I think with
Really?
good bands. Yep, I think with good bands, okay. Let me look at these other guys. She loses to Kali. She can beat Hades. I think she can beat on her. Late game, anyways.
I don't think so.
I think if
I
you
think her
go
jumping
blink,
over the wall is broken. Cause
oh,
on
you mean
her,
on her jumping roll?
yeah, that is just like the make or break. And plus, like the early game feels bad, the mid game feels bad. I could see 6 slot it being decent, but on her still has a chance to win 6 slot. You would have to go blink beads, and at that point, I'm shell sprint, and I have impale, and it's all like if I impale you into a wall, it feels bad. Or if I dance around my pillar,
Hmm.
it's
I feel
just
like it's so
like
matchup dependent though, because like I can see her beating a good amount of these S plus gods, and I can see her beating most of these S gods as well. But she also like I think she loses to Hebo. I really,
loses to Hebo,
I think she should.
loses to Freya probably because Freya whoop Freya ult. She has a chance of beating Freya though actually. Nah, she beats
I don't
Freya.
know.
She beats Freya.
I think she beats Freya,
Yeah, I think
or I
she
think
beats
she
Freya.
should, but it can be competitive. Like the Freya can definitely make it competitive.
Yeah, I think she
Um,
should beat Freya too, just because of you beats the whoop and Freya
I
can
think
only
she's
ult.
truly matchup dependent, and in that case, it's like with perfect bans, she should win, and she should be the best god in the queue, assuming your opponent bans good characters and you ban good characters. She should be like a top 3 or a top 5 character, if not just the best character in the queue. After the 12 bans, which I don't know, I think that's just good. Like I think she's good. Like undeniably, there are some matchups that like I don't know. Like for instance, on her, you said on her would beat Nemesis. Even then, I don't think he just absolute dumps on her. Like I think you
Yeah,
gotta
it's
try.
definitely
I
competitive. It's
like I
definitely
think you gotta
competitive.
try your bet. Like you can't miss, Bucko. You're gonna
Yeah,
die. Like
I will
you
die. Even a
like
good
I,
like even a perfect engage from you. If you blink and then you could even technically dash the thing. You could dash the impale, right?
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
I like her
I don't know.
options.
I think she's just really good. She's probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite, dual character right now. To be honest, like so I'm a little bit biased. Like I think she can win just about any matchup if played and built correctly, assuming you have good bans. Like I know I said any matchup, but I mean any matchup after bans.
After ban phase, yeah, she's pretty good after bans. I'm done. Put her in S. I don't think she's S plus just because she's not beating Kali.
Well, she's also she's not beating Kali. She should probably lose to AMC Snowball. Honestly, I've had that happen. It could go either way.
I think you lose to Merc
Uh,
because Merc 2 is slow immune and he just ults you and you should die, right?
Yeah, I think Merc has a way more wiggle room in that matchup late. Kronos, I think that could go either way. Like
I think
you
you
could,
lose because Cronus is you're
yeah,
gonna go
it's
on
probably
him. You can't blink because you're gonna get bumbos and 3'd and ulted. You lose to
okay. I
Hebo,
think she's top of S. If she's in S, I think she's like top of that. I think
top of
she's
S. Yeah, I'm down with top of S.
Scylla.
Scylla,
Not good, not amazing. Not hopeless, but not amazing. I'd say she's
A
probably like
plus, A,
A.
A. Yeah, that's
I
fair.
think I'd rather play new one.
I
I'll be honest.
Yeah, Scylla clears bad. She gets snowballed on, but her late's actually really good, and her 1-2 is
Yeah,
really good.
she
Her self peel is really
keeps her
good.
distance really well.
I don't think she should ever really die to melees, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like
No, but the problem with that though is I promise you, like, because there's
PVE,
so many matchups. There's so many matchups you could think like I can keep my distance, I can clear the way if you can't come in. I will just buy Oboe and I will
and
just
just
walk
front door.
past you and kill your Titan.
Yeah,
Like,
she doesn't do
if
enough
I don't get
damage.
there's no way, even if I die, even if the minions spawn, like I didn't clear the wave, the minions spawn the second I die. You are not going to do enough to where I can't just run right past you the second time and kill. Like
True, true.
it's just not gonna happen.
All
So
right,
Ullr,
Ullr,
I mean, this
SS.
one's a tough one. I was thinking maybe A plus or S
He's
minus.
teetering.
Could you imagine actually though if you like somebody just unironically, not like they didn't put him SS, like they put him straight like S minus. Like it wasn't like a
I feel like
like
someone
they
has
put him
done
in
that
S plus.
before.
Like that's so troll to me. Like I don't know. I think there is an argument to be made that. Oh yeah, by the way, for like if anybody skipped this moment or if somebody actually watched this entire like 6 hour video, um, to be clear, like we were talking about this before that technically like the definition of SS to my knowledge, I could be wrong, is like unbeatable, or at least with bans unbeatable and really good, and that's not what Ullr is. Ullr is not brain dead broken and could never lose. However, it's just he's undeniably the character with the most winning matchups. Like he's not like a god character that if you get him and you lose, you are just an idiot. It's just more like you should win majority of the time, more than any other character does. Like with perfect bands, like he is
Rexy
the best.
Rexy put him next to Baka and Skadi and Hebo and Anher and Iza yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit of bias right there. I think. I
Well,
don't know.
I
I
don't
feel
think he
like
could be next to Anher. I feel like he'd be higher than that, you know?
yeah. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
don't know. I think Ullr's the best. He's not just so brain dead that you can't like just turn your brain off and never try in competitive. Like if you're Ullr versus Nemesis, Ullr probably wins that matchup, but you can't just troll the whole time. Like if you're against an average, like a pretty good player who knows what he's doing on Nemesis and is playing correctly and engaging at the right times, like you have to try. Like you don't, it's not
Yeah.
brain dead.
I
So
well,
it's
Face also, Face, he has a different idea of what SS is. He thinks SS is anyone can play the character and it's like super brain dead and easy. But I don't think that's
uh,
the definition of SS. I think the definition of SS is if played properly to their potential, that
yeah.
character is that tier, you know?
Well, I'm referring to like other games as well, and to be fair, it's not like I really study other game tier lists. But what I think, keyword being think, what I think is other games have SS as like the god class, like that. This is like, it's like damn near, you can do anything. This is just the best. If you use this, you will win, and
Well,
that
it
I
is
just don't.
kind of the case though. If you have the right bans, that is kind of the case. Like if I ban
Well,
Scotty and I ban AMC and I ban
well, the
there's
difference
if
is
I play it
will.
right, there's no counterplay if I play it right, you know?
Well, that's the thing. It's like it's just a choice of words, really. It's the difference between like will you win or should you win? It's like with Ullr you should win, whereas other game tier lists, I feel like other games have, I'm not just talking about MOBAs, I'm talking about just tier lists in general for any type of game. A lot of games have these strategies where it's like you almost can't lose, like
Yeah, well that's the
you
same, kinda.
well,
If
I
you
don't know.
play Ullr right with Bluestone or Bumbas, if because you
David,
can.
listen, I'm telling you, I can lose with Ullr just fine. Okay, I've done it before. I can do it
I haven't
again.
done it in a while. I haven't done it in like 150 or 200 Ullr games. So I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
to be fair, you're also pretty much like widely known as like the best, if not one of the best Ullrs. So it's like that's kind of like it's not really a good comparison at all. You gotta. I'm not saying you gotta like stoop down to like the worst Ullr players, but like a super high level like GM player who's just not hasn't been playing for billions of years and is a 700 stars on a Ullr. I don't know. I think he's in a good. I think he should be SS, and I also don't even
Yeah,
know what
yeah,
we're discussing right now.
yeah.
To be honest, I
Fine,
lost
fine.
my train of thought.
Yeah, yeah.
Um. Anyways,
Kumba,
Ullr OP.
Ullr P, yeah. Kumba
He's
B,
good. Kuma B. I'm a B.
Yanis,
I'm a B.
Yanis A.
Yeah. Wait, where's A?
Not enough damage, but he just runs away. But he could just get PvE'd by your warriors and stuff.
Bro, I think he's A minus to be honest. I think this character's some, but I'd rather be Gib.
Nah, I think he's better than Geb. His 2-1 will clear the wave, and he could kind of mannequins if he wanted to. I mean, he also, have you seen what Keeks does with Bumba's Spear? He gets Bumba's
Yeah.
Spear and does true damage and just backdoors your Phoenix, and you can't stop it.
Yeah, I did that a couple times. I did that like twice on Classic Joust, and I've done it once on this map. But I did it to a Cabrakan. I was Cabrakan, Giannis versus Cabrakan, and he didn't go blink. So you can imagine how unkillable I was.
Yeah, that's free.
I was just running around. There's nothing he could do.
I think he's
Uh,
A. It's just like he doesn't have the damage to kill you anymore, but you're not killing him, but he's like super average. Like he'll kill you eventually.
yeah, I'm just gonna leave him A because either way, I don't think it
Sure.
matters that much to be
Yeah.
honest.
A
It's a
minus.
slight
Sure.
change. At the end of the day, the character sucks. That's all you guys
Yeah.
need to know.
Yeah.
Osiris,
OP
Osiris.
God. At least S. At
Yeah,
least.
I threw him into S instantaneously. I don't think my other tier list that I made like a few weeks ago. I don't remember. I think I put him in S plus maybe, but I don't think that's correct. Because like I don't know. I'm trying to think. I feel like he does not beat the S plus characters, or at least not easily, not even close to easy. I think he loses to all of them, with the exception of AMC maybe.
You think he beats AMC?
I think he can beat AMC.
Yeah.
I think it's like kind of a player matchup, but I think it's competitive.
I think He beats Poseidon. He has a chance at beating Freya just because his 3 and his passive, and he could technically just get thorns, right? And his shell's really good. I think his early is really good. It just sounds weird, but like late game Osiris is really hard to peel off you. So like if you have blink beads and you just go on me and I'm on her, like I'm just gonna blink Osiris 3 auto, and then if I impale you could beads. If I jump you chase with your ult. And at that point, like if I can't get away from you, I'm just dead, right?
Yeah.
So his lockdown is like the nuts part about him. And he's tanky, and his poke is nuts with his one too. So I think he would be at like right under Nem or like right under Baka. I think probably under Baka.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not messing with the order of them too much. I don't know if you're actually placing them in places or just talking out loud, but
I'm kinda,
yeah,
but like kinda, but not
yeah,
really.
I kind of am sometimes. Too. I'm like 20% ordering them, and not
Yeah,
even that, not even that really. But like some of them that I like, I find really like for example, like I really want to emphasize that I think Nemesis is like the top of S. So
yeah. I put her top of
actually,
S.
I actually threw her over there, but some of these other gods, I'm just kind of saying out loud.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think he's S. I don't really have too much to say about that. I think he's just a really good god, but he's not really gooder than the S plusers. You know, like I think
Yeah. Agreed.
he's
Okay.
Rama. Rama's surprisingly good
Bad,
in duel.
bad, bad, bad.
I think Rama's pressure with
A.
mannequins on this map is actually pretty decent.
A
Like
tier.
let me think. Well,
A
yeah, okay.
plus.
He's not better than I don't think he's better than Zhong and stuff.
No, he's not better. He's either A or A plus. Sorry I cut you off, but I've tried to make this character work so many times because I love auto attacks and I love the character and he's one of my favorite conquest characters right now. But like it's not having ability damage is actually so bad because you can't confirm a buff. Like if you're Rama against like Vamana, you're just losing every buff because Vamana could do it, or Vulcan or Hun Batz, like any mage, any hunter with secure, like even Expel 3 or like branching
Yeah.
bolas. Like although his clear is good, that can't be the only thing. Like AMC clear is good, and Rama clear can maybe keep up with AMC clear, but it's just the fact that he has no ability damage to fight or to follow up. So his early game and mid game are super scuffed, and like late game he's just a hunter, so like he's fine. Like you could.
He also has to stand in the wave to clear, which would make you suffer versus AMC. You take a lot of damage trying to keep up with AMC clear, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
you take like
Um,
a third of your health from just standing there at least.
Yeah. Like basically his buff secure, honestly, like I know it sounds a little bit troll to say, but I think Mannequins has better buff secure than Rama does. Like I think
Yeah.
if he does secure buffs, it's going to be off of Mannequins more than off of his own character. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
it's just Mannequins ticks are gonna do the same as his autos like early and stuff.
I
Yeah, I
agree.
think I put him in A.
Yeah, because I don't think he's gonna keep like he can't keep up. Like I honestly think maybe a Ymir with like mannequins Hecate could walk over wall and just kill him. Like even late game, well like mid game, the Ymir with like breastplate Hecate and like mannequins is just going to out trade you because of the passive and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah,
We're on like 3 hours. By the way, like how long of videos can you even upload on YouTube, bro? Are we gonna
we might
have
have
some
to two
issues?
part it. We might have to two part it.
Well, either way, moving on. Serqet. This god sucks, but she ain't clear the wave. And like I think she has some like decent level 20 PvP
Yeah,
skills going for her. But the
yeah.
problem is like it's decent, not amazing. And also she has to get there, which is really hard. Like it seems harder. Like technically you could go Golden Blade on her and do the same things you do with all the other assassins that have a bad early, but it just feels even worse on her. Like she seems like she has better mobility technically, but she has to use that mobility to clear unless you're really just only golden blading. And I don't know. I think she feels terrible. I
I
would put her
think
in A.
she feels better than Thanatos, and I think she feels better than Anubis. And one of my favorite parts about her right now is they buffed her damage aspect, and they buffed well, like the fact that you could ult an ADC and they can't auto you while you're on their back is really nice. Her
Yeah.
blinking gauge is nice. Also, her 2 is not a taunt, because like they can't auto you, so it's like better than Athena's. So I think she has good options. It's just like you said, the early game feels bad, and if you go Golden Blade, you're sacrificing your item. So she's gonna feel
Mhm.
bad into like she feels terrible into like Poseidon. Feels terrible
Like
into like AMC.
I get that she's probably really comparable to the other assassins we've mentioned, but still, maybe I'm just biased, but it feels way more like Nemesis, Mercury, Kali feel like they have a much better early game as far as like clearing, doing buffs, clearing,
Yeah, yeah,
fighting,
yeah.
clearing.
I agree
It
with
feels
you.
way worse, like
I
way
agree with
worse.
you. But I would put like okay, like in Conquest, Serqet has fighting options into Nem, because you just bait her beads and you're so slippery and you can jump over a wall, right? And obviously it's dual, it's different. But I could see a Nem putting up a pretty good fight into a Serqet. Like you could be really annoying with the double movement with Serqet, which sounds like a super hot take, but like if you ult me and I just ult you and throw you away and dash away, you're never killing me. Like it is honestly
I
super
just
annoying.
wonder if she goes beads blink, and then even if you like went
But you
shell
can't blink.
thorns.
You can't blink because the ult is just gonna keep ticking. And like
Well, I'm talking about engagements that aren't the ult there.
if you blink on me, I'm just gonna two and then one away and three away, and then you just wasted your blink. Like Serqet just has really good options into like even Baka. You just hop on Baka's back and he can't auto you. And I know like you don't win that matchup because Baka cripple will like fuck you, but like I think
Yeah.
she's A plus because she just has better options than characters like Thana or characters like Anubis. There's like the ability of movement and like being immune is just counterplay. So I put her in A plus, I think, which is like
Yeah.
nitpick. It's nitpicking, but
To be fair, she's in the same, well, also a similar position to Loki, where it's like Loki has a terrible early game too. Like he can
yeah,
fight to an extent, but like as far as clear, he has a terrible early game too, and he pops off late. The kind of exact same thing as Serqet in there. Like I don't know, she's
yeah,
probably okay.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
she's A plus. Cabrakan.
Cabrakan, I think he's really good actually for a guardian because this guy might as well be a melee mage as far as I'm concerned. Like I think like this guy is just Ao Kwang 2.0. Like as far as melee mages go, I feel like he's really good given the situation. I would say he is Ymir's level, if not better.
Ymir's level, if not better. I agree. I'll put him in A. I think Ymir. I have such a high regard for Ymir because I saw Cosmos die on Ymir to a Ymir. I saw Cosmos lose as Osiris to like Radiant's Ymir. I'm pretty sure, or something. Like someone went crazy on Ymir and like beat like
Yeah.
Erlang and like stuff like that. So I have a high regard with Ymir on melee matchups. And I kind of do have the same thing going with Cabrakan, but I know his backline matchups are so bad. Like
Yeah.
against like jump characters and stuff. So yeah, I like A. Sylph?
Sylvannus makes me so mad because with the mannequins and stuff, Sylvannus actually has such early cringe clear and like
Yeah.
can actually compete with the best of them in the early game.
I think he's better than Anubis.
The problem is he falls off.
I think he's better
Let
than
me-
Anubis. I'm not even
well,
kidding.
that would mean he's better than Ymir too. Because didn't you put Ymir in A, or did you put Ymir in A plus?
I put Ymir in A, but I could see Ymir being A plus. I think Ymir's
I
maybe
think
top of A, but Sylph should be next to Cabrakan because Sylph does fall off. Like you are right. So I think Ymir would be bottom of A plus because you could even box a Herc. Like if I freeze Herc and I just auto you like 4 times, you're dead.
I put okay. You moved Ymir up. So does that mean Sylvanas and Cabrakan and Ymir are all going to be A plus
No,
then,
no, no.
or I
I
think
think Ymir's
Sylvanas
better.
Cab A,
I think
Sylvanas
yeah,
Cab top of A maybe,
yeah, something like that.
and then we put Ymir at the bottom. Okay, I have Ymir bottom A plus and Cabrakan top of
Yeah,
A.
yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's
That's
fine.
fair.
Our Kwong, I feel
Scott's
like this god
ass.
is like Serqet in the sense of he has really good fighting potential late, but it's not as good because he doesn't have CC is the difference between him and Serqet. He doesn't have CC late. And so it's like unless you go hasten ring or something, it's like you can't really stop someone from running away from you. And also there's a ton of characters that don't have to run away and can just stand there and shoot you and do more damage and his early game is terrible and yeah, I think he's bad.
I think he's A. I think late game is actually not. There aren't a lot of characters that can hold their ground because his 2-3 with Telkines is so crazy. But it's also they have to like you have to be in range, so you're getting blink, so then you don't have like a relic to fight. But I could see like an Ao Kwang beating up a Zhong Kui late game because you're just Ao Kwang, with Telkines and Hecate
Yeah.
and like maybe even Typhons or whatever you want. Like
To be
characters
fair,
that have to hold their ground, I could see him like beating. You know?
well, it's like I'm just like thinking of like imagine playing Ao Kwang into any high pressure like hunter or even like I just don't see you at. I feel like by the time you get to that late game stage you're referring to, you're down an item and a half, and then and when you're down an item and a half, I don't
You
think he
just lose.
boxes.
Yeah. So I'll
It's
put
like
him in A though.
I think his late game's good if you're six slot versus six slot, but usually like late game it's relative. Like it depends on the situation because one god's late game is you're either talking about six versus six items or you're talking about the
6 versus
real late
5.
game.
Yeah.
The actual real late game is like six versus 4.5 or five items. Like it's not the same. Whereas like gods like Freya, she can probably diff that one item, but I don't think our Kwang does what Freya does.
Yeah, that's true.
So where did you put him? I have him
I
in
put
A
him in
right now.
A. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
average. Nox.
No.
Nox is terrible. Especially with the HP changes, she's A minus. She can't kill you. She it takes 5 combos to
Yeah.
kill you. So A
Yeah, I don't
minus.
have anything to say about that. That god sucks. Sorry, Nox mans.
Yeah. Awilix,
Wheelix.
A
Wheelix
minus or
Wheelix
A.
is a god I want to be really good.
Me too.
But
She's so
isn't
fun.
really.
I
Dude,
think
I
she's
keep like
better than Thor because she has at least her ult for like the attack speed, and she could go auto based, and she does have an iframe, but you would just be building auto based.
yeah.
I put her in
Where
A.
did you put her? I had the technical difficulties. A. Yeah, I mean, I think she's better than Thor and all these other guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
At least she has
Oh,
her
ye,
ult. How
oh,
you use
ye,
S
S+.
plus. He is better
Yep.
than on her, and I beat Twig's Kronos, so I think it's better than it has a chance into Kronos, and you could even triple bounce a Kali or just stun a Kali. But I think Kali
Yeah.
late should probably win still.
I know
But
it's not a reliable thing, and so you shouldn't take it too heavily. But I still say that character has the potential to beat anyone just off of one lucky triple bounce, bro. I swear, like if Ullr
true,
jumps in on you in the corridor and you triple bounce him, that's game, bro.
that is
like,
game.
uh,
He actually can.
like
He has a decent fight into Ullr because you could jump the axe every time if it's like mid range or max range because they changed like the thing, like your
yeah,
startup can't get caught. And if that happens and Ullr doesn't have an axe, then it makes him super uncomfortable because you jump on him and you have the stun and you do more auto damage late game. So he is a character that could put up a fight against Ullr. So I think he would be like right under Kali or like right next to Kali. And he shits on AMC really hard. I've never lost that matchup ever because AMC has to go beads and you just ult trap him and then he doesn't have beads, so you just have infinite pressure, right?
yeah, and his only response is to really ult you back, and you can jump it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
He's so good. You just get outcleared early, but everyone gets outcleared.
Bologna. I think she suffers a bit because of the Bombas Hammer Mage bullshit. And when I say a bit, I do mean just a little bit. Like, I'm not saying she's actually bad or anything. She's incredibly good at one of the best. But, like, what I'm saying is if Bombas wasn't even in the game, even if it means Mannequins is gone, if Bombas isn't in the game, Bologna's a lot better than she is right now, I think. I think she suffers against Bombas a bit, even though she does have block stacks and disarm. I am taking that into consideration. But still, like, a lot of the mage, like I just like when I pick Bologna, I don't want to go against the mage, even if it's a good matchup. That's not what I'm trying to do. When I pick Bologna, I'm trying to go against Nemesis. Like I'm trying to go against Medusa. I'm trying to get these physical auto attack characters. I'm not trying to face Bumba's Hera as Bologna. like I don't,
Yeah,
I'm
true.
good. Like so, I think it makes her worse. But that being said, I think she's got to be at the top of S or S plus, right? Like, I think she's S plus. I think
I
she
think
beats.
she's S because she loses to Vulcan. I could see her losing to Bumbas Hun Batz. Does that sound that sounds weird? But I could see her losing to that. I could see her losing to
No, I don't know. You might be right. She might be S just because I really do think there's so many things you could think of that would just cringe her right now in this meta, and she can't do what she's historically done so well in the past as well due to Bumba's hammer and any other cringe thing you can think of right now. Like I feel like the items just aren't in her favor. Even though she does well with mannequins. It's not like she's hopeless with the items, but like still, she would just go back to doing what she normally does and go back to going against the same gods she used to go against without Bumbas.
Yeah, I mean, she's good into all the top tiers because no one does the Bumba's mage stuff as often. Like You're not gonna see Baron Bumbas and Raijin Bumbas every game, but theoretically on paper, and I'm pretty sure I've tested this, Baron Bumbas and Raijin Bumbas would beat Bologna and
Yeah,
Vulcan would beat Bologna, but no one is playing those characters.
I know Baron does. I've never tested Raijin.
Yeah, Raijin is nuts because you just have the same amount, and the three is annoying. So like you just two auto one. You don't even need the full one. You do two ticks of your one, and then you cancel it, and then you auto, and then three auto or whatever. And it's just so annoying. And I, I just
Yeah.
think she is good into certain mages, because certain mages don't do enough damage right now. You know how they change like the HP prot stuff. So I do
Yeah.
think she beats the non-Bumbas abusers because they don't have enough rotational like
Hmm.
damage and they can't get away. So I think she's like middle of S. Do you think she's better than Osiris? I think she's like maybe a
I
little
think she has.
better
Well, I don't know.
matchups.
I think they're probably in a similar position, but she probably has more good matchups. I
Yeah.
think they're pretty similar, though, to be honest.
I think she's like just a tad bit better than Osiris, and that's because her one is literally broken and just wins her games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Medusa.
Medusa. This character got nerfed, and
I think she's so bad.
I don't think she's so bad, but I do think she's so overrated. Like a lot of
Yeah.
people say she's just like busted. Like a lot of people would probably put her in S, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
And
no way.
I'm leaning more towards like at the top of A plus, a bottom of S minus.
I think
Actually,
bottom of S minus.
I think she's
Well,
like
actually, she
near
has
the
no
bottom of
self
S
peel.
minus.
She has no self peel. Like the problem is like her
Yeah,
old self peel used to be damage. Like she would just viper shot you and that's your self peel and she was fine. But now that like dude, I went Bluestone Crusher yesterday on like multiple games and it feels like I can't kill like anyone even though I hit them with three viper shots, my two, my three, and my ult. That's four Bluestone and like Crusher procs. And I didn't die. So she feels terrible.
bro, I'm telling you, like 9.5 patch plus her nerf in combination. I don't know which one hits harder. I mean, it's probably 9.5, but
Yeah.
so the point is those things coming around a similar time makes Medusa feel miserable in
Yeah.
comparison.
I mean, she still has
Um,
pressure over mages. Like she's gonna like run at a Hebo, but the fact that like there's a chance she doesn't like kill you in three Viper shots. She used to kill you without her
yeah,
ult. She could Viper shot you two or three times, dash and to you, and you'd be dead. But now you could eat her full kit and you're not dead, which is super super bad for her early game. And then she doesn't. She's not even the best late game hunter. So like I could see like my Artemis beating someone's Medusa just because my late game would be so nuts on Artemis, you know?
I could see her at the bottom of S minus or the top of A plus. To be honest, like I wouldn't really argue either one. I think that
I
it's pretty.
think she's A plus. The reason I'm saying that is because her matchups into backline are fine, but she's not even beating backline late game. And then on top of that, her matchups into frontline got exponentially worse. So like Osiris and Bologna and like other character, well, like obviously you don't want to face a Bologna, but like Osiris and like just like even Vamana, like if you don't have damage to scare Vamana off, he's gonna keep running at you, and that is awful. So she feels A plus to me. I don't feel like I'm a good character when I play her. You know,
Yeah, and I didn't feel like I was good at her beforehand, so I'm with you.
that was
Yeah.
one of my picks, bro. You made me learn her for Joust, and now she's bad. Yeah, A
That feels
plus.
so long ago now. I mean, it
Yeah.
was so long ago, I guess, but I'm saying it feels like that was like 15 years ago. I don't know if it was COVID or what, but that
COVID.
feels like it was
COVID.
forever ago. All right, Pwashinator.
Hey.
9.5 buffed him. He is still bugged. His healing from his corpses is not anti-healed by out of combat healing. That's still a bug. 9.5 increases health, which makes him safer, and he heals more because it's percentage of his health. And so this character's OP. That being said, I think he's A.
I think he's A. A is fair.
Or A plus. It's like I don't know. I only did that dramatic thing because it's like I feel like a lot of people would probably just put this god in like D, and say he's hopeless. And I don't think he's hopeless. He's just bad.
Yeah, he's just not enough damage. It's not like a Zhong Kui or something.
So
Uh,
what do we think? A
A. Yeah, I put
or
him
like
A.
because I was thinking maybe bottom. I don't know, dude. Honestly, Bumba's Posh, especially if you throw a gym in there and so.
He
I
just
feel like
doesn't
he.
have movement or a cleanse or anything, and that's like or enough damage early game. So he's gonna get PVE and
Yeah.
but I
Well,
could
he does one shot the
see.
buffs with Bumbas though.
Yeah,
He does got that going for him.
he does one shot wave too. I mean, we could
I don't
put
know.
him A plus, but it would
I
be
think
like not
he's relatively
best.
safe to get to 20. Like he's pretty easy to get to 20 because he has such good clearance. So it's like the Kukulkan effect, except he actually clears. And like he has decent trading and decent sustain. I don't know, bro. I think he's like the very bottom A plus. I think like maybe you just have to play it or something. But Bumba's Pwash, even like before you get to the Bumbas, like just using it to one shot buffs and stuff. Bumba's Pwash it's underrated, bro. It's actually decent.
I
It's
think
decent.
it's
I have a
decent, but my worry is like hunters, because are you gonna be like healing and while you're tanking all my autos, or like are you gonna 132 and ult and like try and one shot? So that's like the
I don't know. I
main.
think versus a hunter, you go gem and you just like throw your three on him and run away, and you keep trying to take him or something. I don't know. I'm not trying to say this guy's
I'll
good.
say A plus. I mean, he has built-in anti-heal, so you never need to divine, which kind of opens up your counter building. So that's really good. Like opening up your counter building
Yeah.
is really good.
I'm just like, bro, like I would take Outwash over Scylla over Thanatos, bro.
That's
I would
fair.
take
That's
I
fair.
would take even though Guan obviously stomps on Outwash because he's his ult, I would still like assuming you make it to late game, I would still play Wash into Guan like with no
Yeah, me
problem.
too. Me too.
Like
Rat
he's actually decent. Rat Tusker. I don't know. It's
A
a character I feel
plus.
like should be good, but he's not. Like he's
He got
it's
buffed. You
like
see it?
no, I don't. Well, oh, his ult is that what it was? I think he got multiple
Something.
buffs.
Something. It has 3 cooldown skills now, so he has more stuns.
Oh yeah.
Also,
Oh yeah. I think they made his ult a little harder.
I didn't know this, but you could also sell your acorn for different acorns. So early game, if you wanted to heal acorn and heal for a bunch of your health, you could heal, and then sell it for the prot acorn, because the prot one's worse early, you know?
Yeah, I think he's A plus.
Yeah, I
I
just
think
put
he's
A
just average. Yeah,
plus.
A plus is probably. Yeah, A
That's where
plus
the
is probably
average
just
guys
good
go.
average.
Ravana?
I think with his, I haven't tested his new buffs yet, but in theory, like that, those extra percentages on his passive or whatever, the extra 2%, which it takes up to 3 times, which is 6% or something, I think that's really nice. And he has a lot of niche matchups, so I want to say he's like the top of A plus or something.
Well,
Is
this is
like
the
or
thing.
near the top, anyways. Like behind Medusa and like some other
It feels like
characters.
he doesn't do enough damage if you go like ability based. Like I went up against an Ullr yesterday, and just like other characters, it feels like no matter what first item you go, you're just like 3-1ing ulting and they're not dying, like, which is
Well, don't
fine.
you just go auto attack on him?
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
mean you
I
could
don't
go
really play it.
auto base, but then it's just like, why would you play that character over like Osiris at that point, right? I mean he's
Yeah.
good
Well,
into
do you
like,
think he's better than Naja?
yeah, I think he's better than Aja.
Do you think he's better than Serqet?
It's pretty even because they're different. I think his
Well, then,
early clear is better, but not. I think Serqet's fight early is kind of better sometimes, even though her clear's worse.
then I would put him in A if they're that comparable. Slash, he's better than some of these. I mean, not A, A plus rather. Is what I
Yeah,
meant to say.
yeah, I'll put him in A
Uh,
plus. That's fair.
I'll just throw him in the middle somewhere in A plus and nowhere particular.
Yeah,
Um,
Capri
Kepri. Well, I
B.
mean, he's pretty terrible.
Yeah,
He looks
B.
he looks pretty cool while he's out there, but
Crab. Jing Chen A
Yeah,
or A
Jing
minus.
Chen's good. I like Jing actually.
I've beaten
I
a
think he's
Skadi
probably
with Jing.
he's probably really comparable to Bumbas. I mean, not Bumbas, Cabrakan, which I also think Cabrakan late game can beat Skadi too if you build beads. You have to build beads for the ice. But if you have Bumbas, Cabrakan, assuming you get to late game and you have blink beads, I think he can beat Skadi too, to be honest.
Yeah, Jing is nuts.
um,
Soul.
I think Soul fell out because she got nerfed a bit, but she's still really good. I think she's probably like an S minus character, yeah? Like at the bottom of S minus?
Yeah, I think she still has Hecate and she still has mannequins, and that works into Hunters really well. And then Hunters can go
Yeah.
crit, but then she can go double defense with Spectral or something.
I think she's
So,
good. Nothing crazy,
I
but
think
she's
S
good.
minus, yeah.
Yeah.
Chiron?
Chiron. Dude, Chiron seems like the freaking. I mean, it's a little bit weirder now because I'm actually looking at Gods in tiers. But I've said on stream a couple times, he feels like the S plus ball buster, like meaning like he gives a lot of the characters that are better than him a run for their money, and it feels weird. Like I don't know. So it makes me think
Yeah.
he's. It's like he's good, but it's like I don't know. He's
Uh,
good, but he's not good enough to be rated there. It's more just like niche matchups. So
he
I
doesn't
think
have
he's
a
probably
jump, so he's worse into Warriors. and he gets ran down super hard. And he doesn't have
I
a
think
really
he's
good
S minus.
stim. Yeah, I think he's S minus.
I
He
think he's
doesn't.
better than Medusa right now, or at the very least, very
Yes,
comparable.
I think he's better than Medusa because his damage feels good, and his ult being like a last second like resurrection thing is actually solid, because that means he could do all your damage, wait last second, and then his ult has like a chance to do a quarter of your health.
Yeah.
So S minus. Uh,
Skadi, S
S
plus.
plus, yeah. She loses
Um,
some matchups, but she wins
yeah.
against a lot of the top tiers, and she's anti-hunter, which inherently makes her S plus because she counters
Right.
the best
That's
rolling.
broken.
Yeah, and her
Because like
ice is annoying.
I ban half the hunters, and I still go against hunters all day. So I can't imagine what it's like for people who don't ban half the hunters. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, there's not too much to say about that. Like, by the way, the reason why I put this little part in is because I might put timestamps. I don't know, but either way, if people skip to Scotty, it's like, oh, well, you talked about my favorite god for zero point 0.1 seconds. Some gods are just like they're so old and they're so like they have been around for years and they've been doing the same thing at the same level forever. It's like it's basic knowledge that this god is good. It beats hunters, loses to some niche little like melee characters that can stick to her super well, like Erlong, Vamana potentially. But generally speaking, the character is just really good. Whether it's early game, late game, whether it's PVE, PvP, she's just good. Like
yeah.
she's just good.
I don't know her matchup super well because I just ban her literally every game, but I would assume there's some melee matchups. I don't even think there's a single backline matchup. Like, Ullr can be a Skadi, but he shouldn't. But like Bumba's Ullr is nuts. Like you can just literally like Bumba's off the dog and like heal and stuff like and just run away for forever. But like there's like no backline. I don't think like AMC, Chronos, Hou-Yi, like maybe like Hou-Yi trapping a Skadi, but she could just get beads. But I
Yeah,
mean it's just
I
so
think
not good.
Hades can can compete against Scotty, but it's not easy and it's annoying and it's really
Yeah.
hard.
You would you would Hades one into like instant ice or something. Like it's just so
You have to
unfair.
go blink. You have to go blink beads or blink shell or something, depending on how she plays it. And you have to just basically like she has to push up at times she's not supposed to. So
Yeah. You have to
okay.
she has to play closed off and you have to play for her to like make a small mistake and punish her. Yeah. That's
Ama
fine. I think
Amaterasu. I
she's
know
so
you
good.
don't. I know you hate the Scott, or at least hate to go against it rather.
Yeah.
Um, I think I'm looking at these guys. Consider I don't want to take her popularity into consideration because I was going to say, I mean, this character's dead. No one plays this guy. But still, if people were to play her, I mean, she's
I
got to
put her
be
in S
better than.
plus or S.
I was gonna say, like, I was putting her in S minus originally, but she's just like way better than all these S minus gods. I think realistically, I think she's like bottom of. I don't know. I don't think she's S plus. I think she's.
If she was S plus, she'd be bottom of S plus. The reason being is like she could PvE you if she wants to, and she's super hard to box because her two has mitigations, and her passive's like a sunder, and her three
Yeah.
being a silence is super good, and she's super fast. Like you said, she beats Poseidon, right?
Yeah, she can. I mean, I don't know about the Bumba's bullcrap, but yeah,
Yeah.
generally speaking, she
And
beats
like
beside.
she has a chance of just fighting into an Osiris. Like yeah, Osiris does a lot of damage, but like if Osiris tethers and I dash away and then we're fighting where you have no tether and I have no Alma 3 and I just use my Alma 2, you're just never winning that because of my passive. And like I think even like Nem passive is broken, but you could at least cancel Nem shield with your 3. Like you could make it competitive in like a lot of matchups because of her movement and her tools. So
Yeah,
I'd put her in
she has a
S
good player
probably.
too. She can survive the early game and stuff with that. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
put her in S. All
yeah.
right, Royjun. Starting to
Good
think he might
Bumba's
think this
abuser.
guy's pretty good.
I think she's S minus. He's a really good Bumba's abuser. Beats Bologna. Can
Do you think he beats Medusa?
Yeah, I think he can actually beat Medusa. I think Bumba's Raijin would actually mollywop Medusa.
But the question: do you get snowballed by Medusa?
No, no.
All right, Jingwei. Trying to speed this up a little bit, not
S.
to the
Yeah,
point where
me
we don't
too.
talk to the gods, but
Yeah, S minus or S.
yeah.
I think
Hmm.
she has a knockup. She has a decent matchups into like on her, and late game Jingwei actually beats on her now. Like it's not that close. I don't think. Well, it's kind of close because the impale, but her dash is super good. Her ult's super good. She could even put up a fighting chance into like Ho Yi because she just ults Ho Yi ult every time. Fighting chance at the Mercury because every time you Merc 3 she dashes. Um, I mean, I just think she's solid. Her rushdown is nuts because of Jingwei 3. So like even though you could cripple her 3, like let's say I just like dash into a Poseidon, I could just keep up with Poseidon movement speed. So she's kind of like an S tier for me, to be honest.
Hmm.
Like S minus S tier.
I'm thinking before the Deathbringer nerf, before Gilded nerf, before Jingwei 2 nerf, she's easily S tier. And with all those things considered, not that any of them were crucial game-breaking nerfs, they were all very small. But well, the Gilded one was big for Conquest, but not so much Duel. Um, Even though they were all small, I still think I don't know.
Because
She
this is
might
the
be like the
thing.
bottom of S.
Yeah, bottom of S. Because what I'm thinking is like a lot of melee characters who try to go on her, like even when you play like Kukul and they're like any melee character you play into me apart from Bologna. If you like Osiris blink in, I dash away. If you Baka blink in, let's say, I just fight you, you ult, I dash away. Like she's so hard to lock down, and if you can't
Yeah.
lock down a hunter and they have good damage, then it's super hard to like win, you know? And like even Kali, like Kali's knock-up immune. So like let's say you blink on me and then I like knock you up, like it if you're knocked up, I could technically do all of your health and force your ult like before like you land. Or like let's say you get your ult off and then I just dash away and ult away. And then a Jingwei without ult actually beats a Kali without ult. Like I don't think it's
Yeah.
close at all.
Yeah, I'll put
So
her S.
I
Bottom of S.
bottom of S or S minus, that's fair.
Yeah.
Susanna, S minus.
Susano.
He's one of the best bluestone users in the game. He just has too much damage.
I don't think he's better than Medusa or
I
Zhong.
I think he's better than Medusa. I think Medusa fell off. Like Susanna could fight into Medusa, and
Well, what about Zhong?
I think bluestone is nuts. If I Zhong is strong, don't get me wrong, that
Problem is,
rhymed,
like, I agree
but
Bluestone does a lot of damage, but when it comes to the actual 1v1 trade, I think, like, a mannequin Zhong would outtrade a Bluestone Ullr. I mean, a mannequin Zhong would outtrade a Bluestone
early
Susano.
game yes, but late game the reason I mean I play that character so much. But I think if you double Sunder a Zhong Kui, or let's say you use Girdle and you ult, like it's really hard for Zhong Kui to live through Bluestone, Heartseeker, and like 4 Hydra's autos. And
Hmm.
he's hard to lock down, is the thing. So like Zhong Kui never, it's not up to Zhong Kui. It's up to the Susanoo when he wants to take the fight. Is it a good fight? You know?
Yeah, well, that's assuming he didn't just, like, front door your tower with his fat butt because you had to run away because you guys did a trade. Like, the problem is if you guys trade, it's always going to be in Zhong's favor because you guys are
Yeah.
both going to be half HP after the trade, but he's going to heal and he's ranged. So,
But not everyone plays Zhong. Like take into like account like AMC. Like I could just ult an AMC 2, 3, 1. You're dead. I like you even if you have double defense. If I have like Sunder, I still would rather take a level 20. But like you're gonna snowball me. Like I know that. But like
um,
even Poseidon, like I could just 3 in 2 ults 1. Like you're gonna
I
be
mean, I could
annoying
say
with
he could
Bumbas.
be competitive with some of these other S minus gods too.
Yeah, like
Uh,
Vulcan, he's killing Vulcan. I don't think you're kiting me with
all
Vulcan.
right, I put him S minus. I did have him A plus, but
I think it's like
Fafnir,
I'm down with either. Faf, good
or
late.
did you have something to say? I didn't mean to cut you off about the Susanoo.
I said I could put him in A plus. I don't mind. I think he's better than Loki just because his early game's better though, than like all those A plus characters. I think Faf is like A minus though.
At the very top of A plus for now. Why not? And yeah, I think Faf's probably on Athena's level. I
Faf
think
A.
late, I A minus is where I put Fafnir in the
I
field.
would put Faf A with jungle starters because actually I haven't played him with the new changes because he
The
probably
new
doesn't do
changes
enough like the
with the
extra
DR,
prots.
the 9.5, the extra
Yeah,
pot, and
yeah.
also he doesn't use Bumba. He doesn't use the hammer correctly, right? Like in
Yeah,
Dragon form.
I just get I. I just
Oh,
get
okay.
I. That's how I got through my early game. Is I would get my blues, I'd clear my waves. But
Hmm.
now I don't think I could do that.
All right, I put him A minus for
Yeah,
now.
Erlang.
Erlong Sheen. Honestly, I don't know the full extent of his capabilities because I haven't played him that much, nor have I played against him. The only thing I can say for sure is he still loses to Nemesis.
Wait,
he
you know for sure?
Yeah. I've played the matchup a few times. I've also just jungle practiced and tested what's it called? Just tested like DPS numbers. Like for example, Erlong. Like assuming you have the same build, and I understand these aren't practical tests, but assuming you have the same build, Nemesis beats Erlong in an auto trade without abilities when Erlong's winning. Like that's not good, bro.
Yeah,
That's
because
not.
that's without Nem 3 or Nem ult.
Like that's not good. He doesn't beat Nemesis. So it's like the way I look at him is he's around like Arachne's level as far as like he's a top boxer, but he's not the top boxer. Like he's not in the top 30. Like he's not. He
Yeah.
probably lose to Osiris, honestly.
I could see him kind of like, let's say he's not getting absolutely destroyed clear wise by an AMC. Like I could see him kind of just like running down an AMC though. Like if you like ult 3, root and 1, and you just like thorns maybe. Like I could see him outboxing
Yeah,
like an
that
AMC or
sounds
something.
more like a jungle practice fight in like the level 6 slot kind of thing. Meaning
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I think he'll be a level. I think it's one of those situations where he'll be an item down on the AMC, and he
Yeah.
can't because he's down. If he
That's
were
fair.
even, he could,
That's
but
fair.
because he's down.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think Jing could freaking beat him, to be honest.
Yeah. He's
I
probably
think
S minus.
I think he's like near the top of S minus.
I think
Uh,
he's like in the middle of S minus because he still loses to Arachne too. Arachne's just gonna stun him, 3 him, 1 him.
yeah,
Terra,
Tara's some boo boo,
Guardian,
but I'm
B.
just yeah. There could be an argument to be made that she's like some of these other guardians that are higher tier, but I don't even want to make it. Fuck that god, honestly.
Yeah. Iza.
Um, as an Ami, I think she fell off. Like it's the same thing as Medusa, where it's like she used to be really relevant, and for one reason or another, I don't think she's nearly as relevant. I think she's like very bottom of S minus, or she's just A plus. To be honest, I
I
don't think
don't
she's.
think she's A plus. I think
I think if she
she's S
is,
minus because
I think
then
she's similar to Medusa, bro. I'll be honest. Like I really do.
you
Well,
think
what's so
she's
crazy
what?
about her? I think she's similar to Medusa. Like what's so
She's
good about her
better.
that's that Medusa is not like
Well,
what's so different?
the difference is she has self peel, so it's actually really, really nice. So like her 2 having a slow, her ult having a silence, her 3 being able to go over walls just helps all our melee matchups. So I'd put her
Okay,
like
I
in the
can see the difference.
middle. Cause like against Vamana, if I could 3 over blue buff wall, that helps a lot. If I could slow Vamana off me, that helps a lot. Or like just slowing anyone. Her matchup into Skadi's like pretty decent. You should still probably lose, but it's there.
I don't know. I don't value the slow as much as you do, but because it's only like 18% or something, unless it scales up. I think.
Yeah,
I
it
mean, it scales up
scales.
with skills or whatever, so it's not a really good slow. And like I'm just thinking like because
Like
I
into
actually
Poseidon, I would prefer to be an Iza because I could clear super well. I'm gonna clear super well. My 1 is super strong. My 2 is super strong, and I think the silence is good because if you don't have beads, that's 2 seconds where you can't cast, or like 2.5 or something.
don't think she's above S minus though. To be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah. I don't think she's above S minus either. I'll put her.
I don't know. I think she might just be better. Like you mentioned, like 30 reasons for why she might be better than Medusa. And I'll be honest, I didn't hear any of it because you had me at jump. Like I mean, I feel like that
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
she
Jump,
just so.
jump stealth. Yeah. Kama.
Mm. Cam is really good. He's a Bumbazar or a Blue Stoner or a Tainter. I mean, he has a lot of build options. He's good at pretty much all stages of the game, give or take the fact that he doesn't have the most amazing wave clear early. Uh, I think he's probably S.
I don't think
Maybe
he.
S.
I don't think he can keep up with like Osiris, Bellona, Nem, Baka,
So
Amma.
I actually like that a lot. I like I'm not saying you should win it per se necessarily, but I genuinely think that assuming you don't get shit on, you're 0-0 and you're somewhat similar buff control by like 10-minute mark, I think Kamzat's beats Bellona. I think he beats Osiris too, honestly. I
Really
think
beats Bellona.
yep. I literally posted a video. I have it up right now. I posted a video saying that it's a counter matchup, and in the video I explained a bit more to where it's like I'm not saying you just outright win by any means. I'm just saying if played perfectly, I genuinely think Kama spaces himself really well, and you just keep Heartseeker procking Blona over and over. She can't lock you down. She has no CC, besides her ult. which you ult away. Her lockdown is literally her slow on her one. That got nerfed a lot, by the way. It's like 10% early game until you level it.
Yeah.
And it's really bad. Like Bologna and Osara, like characters like that rely on auto attacks. Basically, how you win that, in my opinion, is assuming you don't get snowballed too hard. How you win that is just you build cooldown reduction. Like you go Transcendence, Breastplate, Hydras. You hit them with abilities, run away. Are you Hydras proc them? Are you ability, Hydras proc, ability, Hydras proc, run away over and over? And eventually, you'll get to late game, and you'll have Heartseeker, you'll have Bumbas, or even the Bluestone late game is good, and you will just outtrade them because they'll
You
get
think?
like
Do you think Bluestone's better or Bumbas?
I think it depends on what you're playing for because I think it's like a Tsukiyomi Ullr argument where it's like Bluestone is better most of the time because you don't always need Bumbas because you may not make it to Bumbas or you may just win without it. So it's like it's an Ullr Tsukiyomi moment where it's like I think probably you go Bluestone. But if you're really worried about the player you're against or the matchup you're against and you know you're gonna get late, you just go Bumbas and win for free. Kind of
Okay.
thing. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think maybe you just haven't played it a ton
I haven't
because
played
it's just
against it a ton either, and I know it got nerfed.
yeah. Well, Camazotz has been nerfed and buffed like 7,000 times throughout his
Yeah.
career, in my opinion. But yeah, no,
I don't think
I think
he's nuts into hunters, cause hunters can kind of just auto him. But he also like there's a chance you just miss, you know?
well, it depends which ones. Like I think he beats Iza as long as you don't get snowballed. I think he beats Medusa, characters like that.
Doesn't he get
Um,
snowballed on sometimes though? Like if Iza just clears the wave, you don't have the best wave clear, she takes red for free. Like that's all you
sometimes,
have
yeah.
to do. I
And
f-
that's pretty much all of my stream is. As you could imagine, is me playing melee gods and getting snowballed on by hunters. So I have a lot of experience in this field. And what I'm trying
yeah.
to say is my success rate as far as surviving early, getting to a point where I can win, and then winning against those hunters late game, my success rate varies on the characters. And I can tell you, Camazotz is one of the higher ones. Like you build transcendence, you get points in year one, and you're clearing the wave better than those other assassins can. You have sustain and you have a jump.
Do you think he
Like
beats Scotty?
I think he loses to Skadi until sixth slot, and then if you survive the sixth slot and you buy Blink, yeah, I think he can beat Skadi.
And then
Especially
obviously
yeah,
he doesn't beat Nem, right? Because Nem 3
no,
should be.
no,
But you
Nemesis is
said,
just profoundly good at sticking to people, which is weird because she doesn't even have hard CC, but she is really because she's mobile, has auto cancels, and has double slows.
do you think
So
he beats Fenrir? I feel like Fenrir 2 would just like destroy you. Like he would just jump on you. You could maybe jump his jump, but then he just autos you. And I feel like he would just win the auto trade because you can't go auto based camo. That's not a
well,
thing.
the thing is you don't. By the way, I don't know if my mic's been picking up from your POV this whole time or not, but like Discord was just slow and it wasn't showing it green when I was talking. But what I was gonna say is
I
like you
wasn't
don't
picking.
auto trade with Kama. That's the thing. You go Transcendence Hydras and like if you jump Finner's jump and then you start autoing and he pops his two and whatnot. I will two him auto. He's hit me with one or two autos. I'll one him auto. He's hit me with three or four autos, and then I run away. And in those three to four
But then he
auto
just
ability trades,
brutalizes you. Like and then he just autos you some more. I feel like if I just
well then
keep
you ult.
autoing you, yeah, I guess then you just ult. But then my one's up again and my ult's up. I feel like I haven't faced a good one in a while. That's why I'm reluctant to put him in S.
Well, your one's gonna be up at the same time as my jump. What makes you think Finner jump's gonna be like? Because you're not landing it, because I'm jumping it.
Yeah, but then I just ult you after
Yeah,
you jump
then
away.
when your jump comes up, my jump comes up. So it's still a stalemate, as I'm saying. And ulting me doesn't do anything. That's just damage and securing like one auto attack.
Okay, so you genuinely think he's like better than Vamana, better than like Hun Batz?
I think I would. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased, but I would take Camazotz versus Erlong. I would take him versus Vamana. I would take him versus Vulcan. I would take him versus Bologna, Scotty late
I need to
game,
play this guy then maybe.
AMC late game. I don't know. He's really good. He is really good. A lot of people don't play him because he's just a character that suffers early, depending. But the thing is like like I said, he doesn't suffer as bad as some of those other gods we're saying that are good that do so. Like Kali, Camazotz feels way better early game than Kali does, and even Nemesis in certain situations because he has heals on his jump and his two, and he
Yeah,
clears buff
and
games really quickly.
autos.
And his one, because you build Transcendence too, and his one with Transcendence clears the wave just fine. Like his early isn't even bad. When I say you have to be careful early and not get snowballed, I mean up until like level 7, and then you're fine.
Yeah, that's
You're
fair.
big chill.
I think
That character
yeah.
is really
I'm fine with putting him in S. Do you think he beats Freya? He's gonna what blink
yeah.
into one?
I think you would snowball Freya really hard. You would go Bluestone, and you would just you would dive her. You would take all of her buffs from her, and not let her get any farm, and then you'd walk over to Bull Demon, and you'd either get it and then win, obviously, or she would come contest it, and you would kill her.
That's fair. Yeah. All right. I'll put him in S. Both.
Thought,
This card sucks. Putting him in A minus.
yeah, because he already kind of sucked, and then they
And
nerfed his
nerfed.
one and made it to where he's not like now he's just a spammy character instead of a never stops using abilities character.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
I think he doesn't do enough damage because the mage 9.5 thing, and also you can get blinked on. Like even if I'm a hunter, I could just blink on you, and then you dash, and then I jump on you, and then I just kill you. Like you just don't have enough
yeah.
damage.
Hey, you say A?
Yeah. I said A minus, but we could put him in A.
I don't care either way. Screw it. I'll put him at A minus. I'd rather play
A
a Wheelix
minus.
or
Yeah.
Jing Chen.
Yeah.
Nike. I'm gonna
Nike.
put her in
A
A
plus or S
plus.
minus. A plus, S minus.
I was gonna say A plus. I don't think she's on the level of. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. She can kind of dick around with Vulcan, I guess, but like, I don't think she's supposed to win that just because she can
I'm just
bully him.
I'm just thinking she ults and just builds auto based and she just has a health bar and a half and she just goes auto. But I don't think
Yeah,
she's
but
A
also people can
S
just go
minus.
Sunder as well. Like I
Yeah.
know she doesn't have a problem with that in Conquest because better relics, but you could definitely just go Sunder in Duel and always have it up because there's two charges.
I guess yeah, I think she's A plus though. I don't think she's bad. She's
No,
better than fucking Wheelix.
I don't know why anybody would play her. It's boring as fuck. But
Yeah.
all right, the Morrigan, I think she's S plus or S.
I think she's S tier.
Yeah, I think she's. Well, I'm looking at all the yeah. I think a lot of these gods in S plus would beat her probably, and or would make it really competitive. The thing is I face Dinos Morgan a lot, and so I know how AIDS it is, and it's practically unbeatable from my POV because I don't play the right gods into it. And what I'm saying is these gods here in S plus, these are the gods that I think would be good into it, and I don't play them.
Well,
So yeah,
it's weird because I played her. She's like one of the characters I used to main in Duel and stuff. Um,
yeah.
I think she beats Kali. She has a chance of beating Kali, or she could beat Kali. I
She could just
think.
snowball Kelly right now with AoE mannequin procs, I feel like.
Well, even with fighting, because if I have beads and then I ult and then I transform into Kali, we're the same character. But if I get like a stealth engage, like I win that super hard, you know.
Yeah.
I think the reason why I can't put her higher than S is because she loses really weird matchups. Like she'll lose to Wukong. Because anytime she ults, Wukong will just ult. And then it's a Morrigan without ult. And it feels really bad because then the ult ends and then the Wukong can just land. And it's so, so bad. Like she just has weird matchups being like this really different niche character. And like
Yeah.
if you're good with her, she'll win against top. Like you could beat a Hou with her, which sounds really weird. But whenever she ults, she takes the mark off. So you could beat a Hou. You could even beat an Ullr. I've beaten like many Ullrs with her. But she just has weird matchups, and I think she'll lose to like mannequins and AMC and like just weird
Yeah.
stuff. So I put her in S.
Yes, sir. Dude, I gotta like move my mic down or something because I don't know. I can't tell if Discord's not picking up my mic sometimes or if it is. It's just not. It's being slowed to turn green.
Yeah,
I,
that's it.
I don't know.
Uh,
Either way, Kuzumbo, I actually think I've beaten a lot of people with this guy. I genuinely think this character can. I'm not saying he should. I'm saying if you're at a decent level of him, I think he can beat every single melee in the game besides maybe like Kali, because Kali's Kali. But like even Bologna, even Osiris, I'm telling you, I played probably like 70 Kuzumbo duel games, and I never banned melee gods besides the occasional Kali.
so you think A
Um,
plus?
yeah, I think he's really good. Like
Buffers?
that was my point. Is he beats melee gods, but you're not always against him. He's not as 100% win rate against these hunters and mages. So yeah, he's
Yeah,
not.
I think A
I put
tier
him. I put him.
or A plus.
I think he's better than Nike. Like I would beat Nike with him pretty easily. I think he would beat Alposh. I think he'd beat Tier. I think he would beat Ymir. Honestly, I do.
That's
I
fair.
think he would beat Chalk. Yeah, I'd say he's A plus. He's a
Yeah,
really
I'll
good
put
duel.
him A plus. CERN. I think CERN is S minus or S.
I think Stern's early game is really giving me chills lately. Like with the buff to his one, like it's so good, dude.
Yeah.
Said S minus.
Said S minus or S. The reason why he can't be higher than like the bottom of S is because he has a dash. So like a lot of like melees are like the problem. Like his matchup with the AMC is actually fine. You could just two ults, you have sprint, like your clear's fine, you know, your early's fine. So he has fine matchups into backline, even like on her or like whatever. But I think the main problem is like the self peel aspect. Like let's say you get blinked on, you have to like dash away and then they like beads like your two or something after they jump on you and then you're just screwed. So like he has matchups that just feel super bad because he can't get away.
I mean,
So
I've seen it from both sides. Like, I've been absolutely snowballed to where I feel like I can't do anything against CERN. And I've, as certain like melee characters, like Erlong, for example, I've also had games where they didn't snowball as hard. I got my farm online. I may have been a bit behind, but I got to the point where I needed to be, and I
you
just
just
went
kill
blink
him.
beads and went down.
Yeah, yeah. For
So
sure.
yeah, I don't think he's S either. I do think he's S minus. I think he's a good
Yeah,
god.
I put him above Chiron, and I will put him above, definitely above Apollo and Sol because of his early game presence and his damage, and his ult's actually pretty decent. But yeah, S minus. Uh,
Ganesh. I think we know where this
ooh,
guy goes because
yeah.
he. There's an argument to be made that this guy's worse than Kepri. So yeah,
Yeah,
like, that guy is not good. The only way he's good is if you are a perfect aim with his ult. I mean, not good, but better than Kepri. If you're perfect at aiming his ult, and because that's not good enough, it's not just about aiming, and your opponent also has to be dumb enough to like just
stand in it.
stick on it, and you know, like
Yeah,
yeah, it's just bad. Daji, I feel like she's in a Serqet situation where like she actually has pretty good fight. Like she has a good matchups into a lot of niche like characters. I'd
yeah.
say A+.
I say A plus too. It's not terrible. A plus.
Kukulkan.
S minus just because his early game and he could transform, but then I'd be putting him next to Vamana, which just feels weird. So maybe
I
it's A
think
plus. Yeah,
yeah.
maybe it's A plus. I don't think early game matters as much anymore because the HP and prot stuff.
RDU, Bardian. I mean, there's an argument to be made. She could
A
be A minus.
minus. Yeah, just put her in A minus. Hachi.
Hachiman,
S minus.
or just speeding through these are crazy. S minus.
He could dash away with his ult. I mean, his early game's a little weaker, but he also has a stun on his 3, so he's going to have better matchups. So,
Yeah. I
yeah.
think he's just like one of those guys. He's kind of like the Raw, a little bit less of Raw because I guess Raw's getting worse and worse as the years go on. But like I don't know, he just feels like it's like a character that does absolutely nothing flashy unless you count running away flashy. But like he's just consistent and nice, you know.
Yeah, just has nice tools, but he's not like a DLC character. Like, he doesn't have like some of the things that the new characters are getting, you know.
Yeah, Discordia. That's gotta
A.
be like an A plus or an A, right?
A. She doesn't do enough damage. She could Bumba's abuse late game, but her escape is also bad. You have to be like, she has a jump, but her jump is so short that you have to be right next to the blue buff wall to even jump over. So you would have to
Yeah.
adapt a whole new like positioning play style of like where you are. So probably like A.
Yeah. All right. Cerberus.
Serb is not that
Is he just a
good.
guardian
He's
or
just
is he
he's A minus. Oh, A
A minus?
minus. He
Yeah,
does
he's probably a
damage.
RDO to be honest. He's probably like the same god as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, Achilles.
Uh, Achilles. I think Achilles has potential, but he's nothing flashy. Like I think he's probably like a really really good like A plus character, if not like
Yeah, I think he's A plus. I don't think he
I
could be
was
higher than that.
gonna say bottom of S minus, but honestly, like even Hachiman, I really just wouldn't really want to play Achilles into because I feel like it's just I'll never kill him, and like he's gonna eventually just out trade me. I don't know. I wouldn't
Yeah,
want to play him, to be honest.
yeah. I think A plus, like middle of A plus, maybe top of A plus.
Chernobog.
S
I feel like this character
minus.
has a lot of potential, to be honest, like with kiting and whatnot, and also he's just a hunter that has a really good passive. I feel like his passive is really good, like
Yeah,
the extra damage it does.
I think he's like S minus, maybe teetering towards S. I mean, we put Jingwei in S, and his early game is way better than Jingwei's, but it's weird because he doesn't have like insane ability damage, and you can just jump out of the one, and the one's not that reliable because it takes time to pop. I could see him being the bottom of S just because I like his ult, and I like his 3, and I like his 1-2. But I feel like he would just lose to Bastet because Bastet damage rate. He would just lose to like her poke. He'd probably lose to like Nem. He definitely loses to Nem, sorry. Loses to Baka. So then like what options, like what does he beat? I don't even know if he beats Amma completely.
I don't think he does, to be honest. I'm pretty sure she would, at the very least, just PvE him, but I think she could just win the PvP. Like, she can just win the fight as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's really close. Like they're like
yeah.
super I think she's just S minus. She's kind of like he's kind of like CERN in the sense that he has good early game clear, but he doesn't have as much early game damage because his ult doesn't deal damage. So
Yeah.
he just clears, but his fight isn't nuts. So S minus, I think.
Baron Samedi. I think Baron is correct. Like, not to the point where he's an S plus character or anything, but I think he's like in the realm between S minus and S, like with Bumbas at least, because
Yeah.
he when you go tier one Bumbas, he may not have the greatest fighting potential ever, but he has decent clear, decent sustain, so you can't just fully bully him out. And if you try to do buffs in front of him, he will just press 2 and press 1, and they will connect at the same time, and he will steal the buffs. So you're forced to pressure out a character that is a little bit hard to pressure out. And when he gets to 20, like level 20 Baron is literally crap. I don't even want to talk about level 20 Baron because it is very, very, very good. I think it beats a lot of these S tier characters, to be honest.
Do you think it beats
Um,
Nem?
no, because Nem's just I think it would be, I think it would be Amma. I think it would be Bastet. I think it could beat Bach. Yeah, no, I think because it's not just Bumbas. You got to think of some of these gods. Like you go Bumbas plus Staff of Mirrodin, or however you pronounce that. And so basically, when you ult, what you do is you run up, you do your first combo. You wait just a second or two for it a second or two to go by on your cooldowns. Then you ult. By the time your ult is over, all your abilities are back up. You have Mirrodin. You press 1, 2, 3, and because of the Mirrodin proc, they're all on a 3-second cooldown, give or take. And when you have a 3-second cooldown with 3 Bumbas procs, that means 0. So what you do is you combo, ult, combo, Bumbas, combo. Like it's 3 combos in less than 10 seconds. It's actually stupid.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
he did
think
just get a little nerf though.
I
I
think
think
he
he's S
could
minus.
be. Yeah, it's weird because I don't see many good players play Baron, so I don't know exactly how he feels. I definitely think he's annoying every time I play against him. I could see him beating like an AMC, just like 3-2-1ing and like bumbazing, and then you just like ult him, right?
He's a matchup dependent character. Like it's hard to place him because it's like he can beat some gods that are well better than him, but he can also lose to some gods that are worse. Like he's a matchup. He's really just matchup dependent. But I don't know. I'm confident that like I think Baron can potentially beat Poseidon in the Bumbas off. I think he can
The bumbas
potentially.
off.
And I think he can potentially go toe to toe with Hades. I'm not saying he wins these. It's just they're competitive.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
so
he's
like I
S minus or S, because he is super annoying for melees, right? With the 3.
Yeah, no, he's really hard to kill. I don't know. I'm gonna put him S, to be honest, at the bottom of S.
Alright, I like that. I could see it too, because I mean, he's just so annoying.
Yeah, like I'm telling you, with the Mirrodin and full cooldown, your cooldown. I don't actually look at them, but all I can tell you is after my Bumbus procs, they're immediately back up. So I'm telling, they're like 3 or 4 seconds. Like literally, if you Mirrodin ult somebody, they're like 4 or 5 second cooldowns, and by the time you use your 3 Bumbus procs, throughout the situation here, they're back up. You can literally combo ult, combo, combo. It's
God
so
damn.
silly.
That is silly.
All right, Pele.
Hey,
Yeah, I think
she
she's just an
rushes
average.
down some mages, but that's about it. And it's not burst meta time meta
Yeah.
right now, so she's
Did
kind
you
of
hear me
OP.
say pretty good, by the way?
What do you mean?
I just said she's pretty good. Did you hear that part?
I think so. Kinda.
I'm still just testing my Discord. I don't know. your POV, like your video or whatever, may be a little skewed from my thing because I swear my mic's not coming in sometimes, but it doesn't even matter anyways. Because most of it is, and not all of the stuff we say is. I mean, I say is even that important, anyways. A plus. I don't know. I
Nah,
think she's
A.
just. You think A?
Yeah, it's not burst meta right now, and she loses a lot of matchups. Like against
Mm-hmm.
warriors, she can't box them. She's
You
not the
think she would
best.
lose to Rat?
Yeah, I think she'd lose to Rat. Which sounds well. I mean, that's just one matchup
Kinda,
in
I can
general,
kind of
but
agree with that. No, I know it's just one match. I know that doesn't dictate anything. It's just to get an idea.
I think
Um,
she would lose to like Susanoo and Ravana and probably Zong because she would try an ult Zong and Zong would ult and probably Shell and just hold his ground and she would get out pressured early as well. I think her
yeah.
main thing is she's good into mages. Like she will rush down to hell and stuff, but they changed like the HP bar stuff, so I don't think she's good into like hunters or warriors. And I think hunters and warriors are kind of like most of S plus and S, right? It's just hunters and warriors with
Yeah.
the occasional like the Kali, the Nam stuff. But yeah,
All right, Hera. I
Hera.
think she's the same exact position as Baron, just way worse. I mean, like it's the same idea, the same stuff they do, the same amount of cringe. They both go double defense half of my games, but in my opinion, Baron has a much easier time fighting back and making it to 20 than Hera does.
Yeah, I don't
Hera can
think
get
Hera makes it to 20 most times.
yeah. So I want to put her at like the bottom of S minus, or not, if not just
S
S plus.
minus, really?
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking A plus or S minus. I'm leaning towards A plus though.
I think her not having a jump is really bad, so she's gonna get aped by like Hun Batz, by like hunters, and she can't really like fight hunters early at all. And like I could literally just eat like I feel like I could eat at least two hair combos, maybe even three. If I
I
get
got puked
magic D, I could
by a
probably
fucking gilded Jingwei. A
yeah.
gilded Jingwei would me super hard when I was Hero one day. And to be
Also,
fair, that match.
Argus is bad into hunters because I could get oboe or something and it'll bounce off Argus and you.
Bro.
I think she's good if she hits 20, but I'd probably put her A plus. I just don't think she's on the same level as like Chiron or Hun Batz or like even Vulcan. Like Vulcan kites so hard. I don't think she kites as hard as like a Vulcan would. Like imagine a set all ins and then it just uses beads. Just beads polymorph.
I changed my sensitivity, so hopefully it's better. I think, yeah, I think she's A plus. I
Yeah,
think
I
that's a
put
good
A
spot.
plus.
King
Arthur
Arthur, some butt
A.
cheeks. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
He- He's a Pele. Yeah,
yeah.
there's not really much to
Merlin.
say. Has a hard time taking out structures
I think
and
Merlin's
just
an A.
um Melon.
His early game sucks, but his late game is insane because of Bumba's abuse.
You think Nuwa's better than him?
No, I think they're right on par. Because Nuwa at least has early game with
Well, then that'd be A plus then.
mannequins. Well, she's better early game, but late game he has Bumbas. That's like his saving grace. Because if he goes ice stance and then he goes or he starts the fight in void then goes ice, then he just two auto. He could literally flicker with Mirrodin, flicker two one auto one auto one auto and just like and then his three's up and it's just crazy. So I think he's A. Because he can't ever make it to late game. But if he does, he could just beat so many characters. Yeah.
All right. Jormungandr.
This god's kind
Jormungandr.
of ass. I put him in B or
Yeah.
A minus. Because
I'll put him in A minus.
he does damage, but his ult is so bad in duel. So
It's just like he can just go gilded and be cringy and actually it's like the Sylvannus effect where it's like but he's not as good as Sylvannus, but it's like he can build in a certain way and play a certain way to make it seem like it's gonna be a competitive match in the future and then you skip forward like 3 minutes and it's not anymore.
yeah,
Like
it's annoying.
oh.
Yeah.
All right. Horus. Horus.
I play this character a little bit.
He's a nice guy, the little bird.
He got
I
hit
think
with the prot changes though and the HP changes. So
I think he's A plus.
I think he's like A plus or A. Because he was so good early game. Like he could literally get Bluestone and Tier 1 Mace and the Tier 1 Mace had 15 power and you could literally just walk up to someone early game 2-1 them and they would be at 10% health. which is
Yeah.
like pretty troll. But now I feel like he doesn't do that. I haven't played him since, so I don't know how his damage is, but I would assume he'd be like an A tier character, maybe A plus.
I think he's A plus.
All right, I'll put him A plus. I'll put him A plus.
There are a lot of A plus gods, but to be fair, that is like A plus is probably the most average one here, and so it makes sense that it has the most gods. Set.
I hate Set. I don't think he's that good, but I think he's like S minus if you know how to play him.
I think he's S minus too. I don't think there's any like anything crazy here. It's just he loses to a lot of the auto tech, the relevant auto tech gods late. Like you're not gonna win trades against a Mercury late game punching you in the face. He's just gonna hit you harder. Anher's just gonna hit you harder. Kali's just like he just doesn't beat the gods above him without PVE anyways. But that being said, he still can beat some of the gods above him, just not most of them. And he does have the PVE, like his clear feels smooth, and you can rush Bull Demon and try to close out the game really quickly. But yeah, I don't think he's amazing. I think he's probably a lower tier S minus character.
I think he could beat Dash Hunters, if that makes sense. Because if
Yeah, yeah,
they dash, he just catches up to you and you have no self peel. So like Medusa or like CERN, he could just beads and you're dead.
yeah. I beat Lamb, and not to say Lamb's the greatest player ever by any means, but Lamb is a pretty good player, and I beat his Cernanos with set late game specifically because he got beads for whatever reason. I think it was a misbuy or something, but he got beads, and that's why I won. But the point, and I probably would have lost if he got a different relic. But the point is, if he did get a different relic, I could still do what I did that game by poking him and just being cringe, and it would be a close and competitive and good match. But I think I would lose.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ullr.
This guy is
Ullr.
so overrated. The amount of people that are first pick, first banning this character and think he's like the fucking end of the world.
AMC, that's what it is. Like he's just a character that's immobile, has sustained, punches you in your head early, and makes you run away in baby rage. Like, except he's not as good as AMC. Like, I don't think he
Yeah.
has a lot of losing matchups. He's a more of a sitting duck, and also he doesn't even pressure as hard early as AMC. It's comparable, but like I think his level 3, if you're just gonna stand your ground and fight, is better than AMC's. But his actual lane, AMC is better. So it's like I don't think this god's bad by any means, but yeah, he's definitely overrated. Like people are basically banning and picking him like every single game. And while he's a top god, so that's fine. But it's not like you're gonna have a 100% win rate doing that, no matter who you are.
Yeah. I think he loses to everyone in S plus and most of the people in S. Like he should lose to Bastet, he should lose to Hebo, Freya, probably Fenrir as well. Poseidon just Krakens, Morgan
So
just.
what do you think, S minus or S?
I think he's S minus or bottom of S because he should lose to Baron too, right? You just look for max range Baron
Yeah.
3s, 2-1, yeah. Loses to Bologna because disarm. Loses to Kama obviously because Kama ult. I think a lot of hunters also beat him like Cupid ult. So yeah, I would put him in S minus. I think it's just honestly like a hype train going. But
Yeah, I'll
that's
put him
me.
near the front, near the front of S minus,
Yeah. I definitely think
somewhat.
he's towards the middle or towards the front of S minus.
Persephone. Oh wow, this is just not a dual god, bro. Like I don't know. She's kind of like in the same boat as Scylla, except less mobile, but probably does a little more damage. I don't know. I'm just gonna throw her an A.
I think she could be A plus because you could trap someone with your ult, and if they don't have beads, I could see you walking up 1, 2, and 3, and you just kill them with like a rotation of abilities.
Problem is, like, what if you miss your ult and then
Then you're
you just
sad, or what if they beads it?
like I don't know, like her ults are only saving grace, and that just
She
never
doesn't
seems like
bump us abuse either.
yeah. I mean, she has a jump, which is always nice, but is it enough? Probably not.
So A. A or
Uh,
A plus.
yeah, I put her A. I put her
Yeah,
A.
yeah.
Umoja, I'm just gonna throw her down the Guardian. She got nerfed again. Not that that really matters that much in duel, but she got nerfed again. I'm throwing her in B.
B.
Whatever.
Yeah. Heim. Ooh, Heim's a good one. S or S plus. What do you think? S or S plus?
I think if this is against Jesse tier list or against a melee main tier list, that he's S plus. But if it's a normal overall tier list, I think he's S.
I think he has good options, but he can't close out a game because the game is not up to him because he doesn't have a jump, so he can't force stuff. Like Hou Anher can force stuff, but I think his matchups are really good. He loses to Hades, so you could just ban Hades.
Yeah.
Because I've lost your Hades every time because I can't, like, when you ult me, I get pulled towards the center and I can't, like, crystal away, you know?
Terrible matchup into Baron too. I tell you, unless you go into that game knowing like, okay, fighting him is going to be cringe. I'm just going to PVE. I'm going to get the red buff, try to kill towers. But unless you AMC him as Heimdall, which is harder, that matchup's not good. If you try to fight him, it's not good. You're either going to lose, get out traded, or he's just going to survive, which always feels bad in a matchup where I'm telling you, Heim does not win against Bumba's Baron. He doesn't.
I
you,
think he has, like, a
yeah,
chance because it's a hunter with kins, but against double defense Baron, it's probably really annoying. I think
yep.
the main thing is, like, you're unkillable to melees, so then they'll, like, try and, like, PvE you, but you just have so much damage that they can't. So I guess the only thing would be, like, his backline matchups, and I guess he loses to Hou and Anher. But he actually could put up a really good fight into AMC because the whole beats thing. Um,
Yeah.
and he
You
could
also
actually
get.
put up a fight to Kali.
I know we're talking about like, played perfectly, but bro, like, there's no way the average Heim does anything to the average AMC. Like, there's just no way. Because there's
Yeah.
also like he can cripple his Heim portal thing, and I know there's ways around that. You get beads, whatnot, but I don't know. I just think it takes a lot of skill to be an AMC with Heim, honestly.
I usually do it just because.
I know you probably can. I'm just saying most people cannot do that. Like, that's not an easy matchup. That it seems easy to you because you've played against 1,000 AMCs and also you're an ADC main and you like Heimdall, so it's easy to
Yeah.
you. But most people, especially people playing on controllers, God forbid, like most people are not gonna be AMC with Heimdall. They're just not.
I think his ceiling is nuts, and I think if you crystal properly, it's actually really insane. So I think S is fair, like middle of S.
Yeah,
Maybe like higher than Freya, maybe higher than Heim. He definitely beats Bastet, right? Because she jumps in, you two auto ult.
yeah.
Yeah, I like Heim in S.
Mulan.
Mulan. Oh yeah.
I
Hey.
think it's probably just. She's probably just. I don't know. I think she's probably
Hey.
similar to Chris, to be honest. I
Nah,
think
I
she's
think
similar.
she's worse than Horus because the thing about Horus is he's very cooldown based, right? So you get
Mm,
people's like HP and you just chip them away. But the thing about Mulan is like she has no movement, so you can't 3 to your minions, you can't ult, you can't 2, you have no movement. So like
right.
she can't do it, and now abilities do so little damage that she's just so
Yeah.
bad. She's
Yeah.
like
I
Guan.
agree.
I think she's just Guan.
All right. Baba Yaga.
Baba. A plus A.
I don't think she does enough damage reliably. Like, technically, if you hit literally every ability, she does good damage. But even then, it's not amazing for duel. And also,
Yeah.
you're bound to miss, bro. Like, her one's RNG and her two's not hard, but it's not inherently just the easiest thing ever either. So, like, I just don't think she has enough damage to warrant off like PVEers, bro. Like, just imagine if Amana just ulta your entire just Baba. Like, what do
I
you
do
do?
like her options though. Like let's say like a not completely OP character is going on you, or even like like I don't know, like you don't know what her one is, so she could have extra prots, she could have extra movement, she could slow you, she could silence you. The silence one's like the best. So I feel like she could probably be better than Anubis, to be honest. I think we could probably put her above that tier.
You think she goes in S? I mean, A plus?
Yeah, you could argue it, but then I would put Purse up there. I'll just put her in A. She's bad, whatever.
Yeah,
She's
it's
A.
like I agree. You're saying like in a perfect world on a perfect player, she does have potential, and I could see that. I agree, but like
She's
she,
tools, you know.
generally speaking, she's just A. Like,
Yeah.
unless the sun's just shining on her that day. Cthulhu, I don't know, A minus, I guess. He's got to be better than some of these other guardians, but he's not good.
I think he's like just as bad. I don't think
I don't
he's
think
even
he's
Arya
as
level. Nah,
bad.
he's like that. Well, whatever. We could put him A minus. I just know he's really bad because it takes so long to do damage and he dies to everything Kins related. So he's
We
like
could
super bad.
we could just move Cthulhu down to B and then put Ganesh and Kepri in C, and just
Yeah, that's
because I
fair. Let's
swear,
do it. Let's.
Nash and Kepri are in a league of their own as far
Oh
as useless.
shit tier. Useless guardians. Yeah.
Really bad because I put NA on there. Really bad. Boom. All right. Tsukiyomi. I think this guy's good. This guy's a good character. I think
This
he's S.
character's yeah, no one knows how to play him, and like no one plays him, so I don't know what his matchups are, because no one plays him well. Like I haven't went against very many good ones, especially since most melee players quit the game like Face and stuff, and I don't really play against you. So
Well, I don't even play melees all the time either. My god pool is actually quite big right now because there's just so many different ways to cringe, like with these stupid items. But so I don't
yeah,
just exclusively play melees right now. In fact, I don't play them that much at all now. But I don't know. I think he's S. I think he can go toe to toe with a lot of these S characters and can
I
even make
think he
competitive
could.
against S.
Yeah, yeah, I think he could. Like, okay, AMC is gonna clear super fast, but Bluestone
Yeah,
Tsukuyomi could put up a good fight of just like you won three and it's cleared, right?
yeah. I mean, he might be S plus to be on like the bottom of it. I don't know. Like, cause I'm thinking like he can make the game competitive versus Tsukiyomi, versus I mean not versus Skadi versus AMC. Chronos to an extent. Again, not saying he wins these per se, but he could. Like he could make them. He could make you have to try hard, pretty hard to win. Like I'm just
Yeah,
thinking of my Skadi. Granted, I'm not a Skadi player, but still, like my Scotty, I'd be shaking a little bit against late game Tsukiyomi. Like if I
yeah.
don't have a sub or something, like I'm just never going up there.
I just
So I
think
think he might be
he
S
does
plus.
so much damage from range,
Yeah,
and if you try to auto him, then he will just like auto you down, or like use his max range abilities. So
yeah. He has a good Nemesis matchup too now because disarm has removed the shield now, not just stuns and stuff. So Bologna and Tsukiyomi and people like that got buffed against Nemesis in that regard.
oh, you're saying like Suk 2 could works against Nem 3?
Yeah,
So
technically your first little like one of your tiny little hits, not the stun, one of your tiny little hits will heal the nemesis a teeny tiny bit, I think. I don't know, but even if it doesn't matter. Like one of the tiny hits that aren't the stun remove the shield.
do you think Suk would win against Nem?
Yeah.
I think Nem could probably just beads and just like
Actually, yeah, I was thinking about it. I've actually played this matchup a few times, and now that I think about it, I've always won as Nim. And the reason why I think it's so competitive is because it is competitive. Like you only do it with beads. The problem is, okay, so you go on him, you ult him, and what he does is he twos you, and then you beads that, and you start fighting him, and then he ults, and if he
you
hits
just
you with the ult, if you don't kill him in the ult, he's flying around for 45 seconds. Pops out one side, you don't know which side he's on. Your Nemesis ult movement speed is over by then, the slow is over by then, and he's running away with caltrops on his feet. So unless you blink over the caltrops or dash through them and the slow doesn't cuck you, and then you have to kill him before he gets a second two. And if you don't, then you can't fight him at all forever because you don't have beads. So it's like I think in a perfect world Nim wins that matchup, but it's not easy. Like it's really not.
yeah, I don't think it's easy either, to be honest.
Like yeah, it's not easy at all. Like when I told you like I played that matchup a couple times and I always won. Those fights, I always lived with like 15% health. Like they were close fights. Like I had to basically walk through caltrops just to be able to kill him, kind of thing, and like kill myself doing it, kind of.
Can you share your screen on Discord?
Sure. Wait.
My my thing just crashed. My Firefox just crashed. So it deleted all the data, like the tier
Really?
list. Yeah, Firefox moment.
Okay. I don't think I had very many different things than you did.
No, I
Maybe
caught.
like one or two.
Yeah, we have the
That's
same
about it.
thing. Yeah, yeah. I think we agreed on most things.
Okay. Okay.
Danza.
Danza, yeah, he's like I feel like he has potential. He's like a Chernobog type character where it's like in a perfect world, I think he does stuff. I think, but most of the time he doesn't.
I think
So
he's S minus. He's better than Medusa because his options against melees is his two, which taunts, and against range characters he has his two, which you could stand behind, and it's actually four block stacks, and his three's hard to box because it's the basic attack reduction. So I think he's pretty good, but I don't know how good because it's hard to gauge it. But I'd put him in S minus. I think he's better than Medusa for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, those
I
are
agree
good.
with that. I feel like this character was kind of good at one point in time. Well, before they nerfed her 1,000 times in general, but more specifically, before they made it to where she can only spawn so many minions, and also those minions don't hit phoenixes anymore, or at least they die when they hit phoenixes. So like she has way less minions; they're way less effective now. But at the end of the
Yeah.
day, those minions still reduce your power, or your they not even power. It's worse than that. It's better than that. They reduce your damage output by 30%. The Drakes do, which is stupid. So this character is actually fairly decent, I think, but not good.
I think she's A because it's not her meta right now. She wants to hit late game. She's actually insane with Bumbas, so she has the same thing as Merlin going for her.
Yeah, I think I think it's like a god that most of the time is terrible, but like in the right situations can definitely scry. I've had some competitive games versus that character.
Yeah.
Shiva. Um, I don't really
A
know a ton
plus.
of this god to be
His
honest.
ult
I want to
sucks now that it doesn't have mitigation. So if you're a hunter, you just auto him while he ults. So
say,
it's really bad, like really bad, that you could just auto him while he ults.
yeah, he's probably pretty average regardless.
Gilga.
Gilgamesh. After,
I think Gilga's
this
good.
after 700 nerfs, it is Gilgamesh, boys and girls.
Still good.
I think he just suffers a little bit early game unless you go Bluestone because Bluestone helps you clear a lot. But if you don't go Bluestone, he suffers a little bit. Like it's kind of like a Fenrir level of suffering to where it's like it's not bad, like it's not horrible, but it doesn't feel great either. But he has such a good late game, or even mid game, even
Yeah,
it's
mid
really
game too.
so. I don't know. I think he's probably around like Erlong's level.
I think he's better than Erlang because he's a melee with a stun. His one is solid, and he's also his ult is really good. So it's either you're standing in the ult and taking all that damage and then being like binded or whatever the CC is, or you're like I don't know, like you have the beads to get out of it, you know. So
Yeah.
I think he also can use Bumba's late game if he wants to. Like you can go that starter, or you can go mannequins, or you could technically just go Bluestone. And I've beaten a lot of like characters with him. Like I could see him making the Cyrus matchup pretty competitive because of his one, you know.
I don't know.
But
I think Osiris is just natural auto progression slash like his mitigations and his three. I don't know. I could see what you mean by somewhat competitive. Definitely, he could go toe to toe a bit, but I don't think he should ever beat Osiris.
but you have a
Honestly,
kick though for the stun, and you could ult your feet, which is really
yeah,
good. I think his main matchups would be better. Do you think he could just kick Nem into a wall? Like that's a pretty decent option too.
yeah. But then you'd have to like kick her and then just run away and then like reset for another kick because like if you auto attack trade with her after the kick, she's just gonna use her shield after kick. Like assuming that you started the fight with it, and she's gonna out trade you. Like I
Yeah,
don't know.
you
I
could
just
Bumbas, I think.
so much. Like Nim passive is literally a 21% power swing. Like it's
Yeah, it's
just
like Heke Young, right? But
yeah, it's
I think Gilga could be competitive with AMC too, because I've beaten some AMCs after
yeah.
like I didn't get snowballed and then like I got to like 5 slots and then he just can't do
So are you
anything.
thinking like top of S minus or bottom of S?
I guess he's not S tier, right? Because he
I
would
think
still lose.
I think he's top of S minus probably. Like he's up here with these warriors. Like I think these guys are all good and shine
I've
and
beaten Poseidons too, but I feel like I'm not supposed to beat Poseidons. I feel like Poseidons with Bumbas are
these
supposed to beat.
combos now. If you snowball, sure. But like literally worst case scenario, and I'm not even saying he needs double defense. I'm just saying double defense would definitely like secure the dub there.
Well, with
If
Poseidon.
yeah,
I feel like if I have Bumbas and I blink, kick you into a wall, and then I beads your Whirlpool and jump your Kraken, and then I ult, and then you have to beads my ult, or otherwise you're just gonna get cucked, you
yeah,
know?
I'd probably go beads sprint or beads shell.
Yeah.
Uh, and also sprint route, it's not optimal necessarily always because like the haste is just such a valuable stat in duel. But that being said, sometimes if you really need it, the sprint route, the actual route part of it, is an underused thing in duel, and it can be
That
make or
is
break.
true.
I
That is
went
true.
against C once. He lost, but he went upgraded mid and upgraded root, like the knock up mid and the root sprint, and made the game. Like it was a horrible matchup for him. He's trying to appeal for himself, but he made the game. Again, he still lost, but he made it way more competitive than I ever thought a matchup like that would be. So I'm just saying, like, there's potential out here with these random
Relics.
uh, peel
Yeah.
relics.
Yeah. I like Gilligan S minus. I think that's fair. He's really good. Like top of S minus. Yeah.
Morgan Le Fay.
A
Um,
plus.
yeah, I think she's probably in a similar boat as Hera and all of them. To be honest, like she's a character that's really good. Also does well with Bumbas if you want. She's overall a good character, but she can like. I mean, I would never want to play Morgan versus Mercury. I know that matchup very well because I did it like 4 times in a row. I'm talking over like 2 weeks. The 4 times I chose Morgan it was against the PvP Mercury every time. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
not fun. I feel like
And
her self peel is good, but maybe not into that.
oh, it's good, but the thing is you can't kill him. He just PvEs you. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And also, never mess up your self peel or cast it in a weird way, like before he went in or whatever. Like you just 2'd max range for whatever reason, you just died. Like it's
Yeah.
silly. I don't know.
Wait, so we're
Char-
keeping Suka S plus?
Oh, I don't even know. Did we even? I don't even know if we had any closing comments on that. By the way,
Because you said Nem would still beat him, and I think so. I think he could beat Poseidon. I think he could maybe just kite the Bellona, because Bellona can't ever come in. And same thing with Osiris, right? And
yeah, I
same
think he
thing
can
with.
beat Baka. I think he can beat Heimdall, Barrett. I think he could beat a lot of these gods. Maybe not all of them.
Yeah, I think he could beat AMC. I think he could make it really annoying for Kronos, especially with Bluestone. But he should probably
Yeah,
still lose to Kronos. I think he could make. He would lose to Hou because Hou 3 just counters Tsukiyomi ult.
yeah.
I think he would lose to Honor because you can Impale 2, right? Impale Suk 2.
That's why I put him at like the back of this because I don't
Yeah.
inherently better than a lot of these
I think
gods,
that's
but
good. That's kind of crazy that he's S plus. Like I do agree though.
S gods, and like he may lose to a couple of them, but most of them he either makes the matchup incredibly competitive or he just beats.
Yeah, like Freya, I feel like you just Caltrap 1 and then 2.
Yeah.
Maybe Freya can win though. But yeah, I like S plus or S. Charybdis.
Charybdis. Oh
Yeah.
wait, didn't I just grab a character? Did I grab a character and throw him somewhere random?
No, no, no. You were gonna grab Charybdis.
Okay, Charybdis.
A
Uh, uh, uh.
plus.
I just don't think this character does damage, bro. Like that's my problem. Like
Nah,
obviously she.
she does. She does. It's not like it's not insane damage, but I think the main thing is that her 2 has pen. So every time what you could do is go utility and kins before you need pen on her, which is huge. And her wave
Wait,
clear, she has Rama 1. So her
I didn't
wave
even know her two had 10.
yeah, her 2 has like 40% pen if you have it stacked. Or like if you have water.
Yeah, she's probably fine here then.
Yeah, A
I
plus
just
is
don't
solid. She's like Medusa level. Cleo, that's a good one.
know. I think she probably was
S.
like up here and really high, and maybe she still is, maybe, but she's been nerfed a decent amount, and like those nerfs were pretty deep. Like the last ones, anyways, were pretty decent.
I think she
So
loses to auto attackers because she can't kite them.
yeah, I think she loses to majority of these characters in S. I'll be honest.
Is she immune to guild kick?
Yeah.
I think she's like S minus.
Uh,
Cause you,
uh, uh,
I could see her maybe beating Hebo because her early is so nuts, but I don't think she'll beat Nem. Don't think she'll beat like Baka or Cyrus or Bellona, anything like
yeah.
that.
I don't think she's amazing. Like she's just a solid character now, maybe slightly overtuned in some ways, but overall, I think she's in a good spot relatively right now in Smite in general.
Yeah.
I think yeah, like again, there might be some parts of her that are a little bit overtuned. I'm not saying she's perfect, but I think she's relatively balanced.
Well, actually, her being able to ult and like a melee player not being able to kind of like step in is might be annoying. Because if she plays around her ults, you know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think she's
Still S minus, I suppose.
Atlas.
B or A minus. A minus is fair.
And then we got this guy, the new guy, Yu Huang. Should we even rate him? Because we could technically put him as new god at the bottom, but I don't know. I think it's pretty obvious how he is, give or take. I played against Paul's Yu Huang twice. He lost very miserably because I played Poseidon and Baron and went Bumbas, and he didn't have a good time. He
Yeah.
got me by better mages.
I think he's A plus or A, cause
A-
he has good clear and his 2 is a nice root. So against hunters, you can kind of just root, but like if you ever miss an ability, like they could just like walk past it or like just ignore it and just kill you. Like he struggles into rush down characters, and you would think he has enough self heal with like the ult, but he doesn't because they could just like beads something, you know.
Yeah, it's like Persephone, except he actually has like a little root in his kit instead of nothing.
Actually, I think Persephone. I think A. Actually, I really don't like how he feels. I've played him. I think he feels really bad. Because Persephone at least has the ult, you know, and she has way more damage.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd probably rather pick Discordia because like Discordia, you can go Bumbas, but even without Bumbas, just sitting in Discordia 3, you can get like 3 of her casts off, and I think that's just inherently better than
Yeah, and
him.
going over a wall is just better than whatever Yu Huang 3 is.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
think that's a good spot for him.
yeah, that's good.
We finally did it, bro. It's not gonna be I don't know what it'll be on YouTube, but this is a 4 hour and 30 minute recording.
6,000 part video.
I think a lot of people are gonna be irritated with us for making it this long, but I might timestamp it. We'll see. But even if I don't, it's like, bro, just skip through it. Like, if you don't want to hear
It's a
us
lot.
ramble for hours, you
It's a
don't
lot of
have to.
timestamp.
Oh yeah, no, it'd be 120 timestamp. Well, 120. Like I said, I was thinking about it because I don't know, it's worth it. You know, if the video gets views, I mean, it's worth it. It'll help a lot of people out. It depends if I feel like it or not. We shall see. But I think we did a pretty good job. Is there anything that just like inherently stands out? Because I don't want to sit here debating every little detail because it's already been so long. So, that doesn't mean we shouldn't look at it and be like, is there anything that just jumps out as like
I mean,
there's just
Sook jumps out, but I think it's fair. There's just not a lot of Sook players, but he definitely jumps out.
I think the Fenrir replacement is fine. Probably, like I think he's like, cause like he looks weird up here for me.
Yeah, Baron
Like,
looks weird for me, and Kama, but they're like new, and there's like logic.
I don't know, because the thing is about these tier lists and stuff. Even if we are wrong, it's like, okay, wow, that didn't
Holy
drastically.
shit! Holy guac!
Like if you think Fenrir is S minus and not S, okay, well then congratulations. Like good
My
job.
fault. My fault.
I don't know. I think this is pretty good though overall.
I think Medusa looks kind of like a standout because she seems really low, but she feels so bad. Not having CC means you can't
And
set up your autos or damage.
I feel like Zhong should be up. Yeah, that kind of sticks out to me a little bit. I think Zhong is good enough to be bottom at S minus. Like if Donza Burrow and Chernobog are up here,
Okay, yeah, you could move it up. I just know he gets Kins done, and he has less burst because of 9.5, so he
yeah,
would
I mean that's
get.
true. That's why I'm saying like I'm not even saying he's like it'd be different placing him here. Like this means he's like highly rated, give or take, and everything. And like it's still the same rank, but I feel like this is still a drastic move. I don't know. Like I feel
Yeah,
like he'd be at the bottom of S.
yeah, he went from
Minus.
top of A plus to like bottom of S minus.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Uh,
pretty accurate. I think Rama's fine, even though he's a hunter. He's just so bad. Anubis is so bad.
yeah.
Mid Tia's bad early. So yeah, that's fair. I like our tier list.
I think it looks good. Yeah, man. Well, I don't really know how these outro separation
If you did like
techniques,
the video, drop a follow and sub.
but yeah. Well, not even just the video because I'm gonna talk a tiny bit before I get off here. But I mean more like us. Like, do I just like, yo, thanks for doing this, bro. Peace
Yo, no
sign.
problem.
Yo,
Peace, bro.
catch you in the next one, man.
Catch you on the flip side. All right.